is a pointer.
Exactly. Exactly. So this should have been like, oh, dude, the pointer is this and that. It's garbage.
No, I know what a pointer is. Like, I started programming it in Z80 or 68K, well, later 68K, and a pointer then was just one of the registers, like one of the address registers in 68K. It's a location of a variable in memory.
Order this now.
Yeah, but where's the
address?
You finally looked for the answer, did you?
Yeah, bro, but where's the curve?
I know what it is.
He knows what it is. We know that you're good at programming and manipulating stuff, and you can show it on your simulator, but you're not really, because you can't, list the variables. Like, you're just gonna give us a simulator.
I'm telling you the variables. The variables are they're right there in the simulator. But the temperature gradient would be the one that you'd want for doing an experiment.
Yeah, but where's the curve at, though, bro?
How come water is always flat in video games?
It's just the easiest way of programming it.
Or is it
would
because
be way more complicated?
Yeah, because
no, it's because it's the easiest way of programming.
It would be a little weird if you programmed it with curve, right? Because
it would be complicated. It would be hard to do because it's not real.
Yeah, if you want it to look like it does in real life, when you look at the water.
It is actually programmed with curve in things like Microsoft's Flight Simulator or X-Plane.
What when? Actually, how does it find its own level?
I've been tracking the simulator.
It's
not what you think it is.
With a lump in the middle.
It's like saying, how does a pendulum find like its own level? No, it's
not. It's like asking how does a fluid find its equilibrium. That's what they do.
Because if it's in disequilibrium, then it moves towards equilibrium. That's just
it doesn't have a big lump in the middle, does it? I think that's what it means.
It doesn't have a big lump in the middle. It's a sphere.
Water curve? How does a body of water at rest curve?
By being attracted towards the center of the Earth by gravity.
Gravity. Here we go.
Gravity.
So how come gravity? So how come no scientist can demonstrate gravity and replicate it?
I've heard that word.
You can demonstrate the effects of gravity.
Sure, no, but they can't demonstrate what they're actually claiming. It only works at a planetary level.
Excuse me, Hollywood. We really wanted to give Most Mad the opportunity to ask a question as well. We seem to be veering off again.
I have to be going soon anyway. So
next up.
Can
I have one question?
If Mad doesn't want to go ahead.
Are you
Mad, you got something?
Sorry, he must be AFK.
Let's give Mick a little breathing room. How are you doing, Mick? You all right?
I'm fine. This is all fascinating stuff.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah. Okay, good. Professional.
I understand that people are passionate about their beliefs and they get angry sometimes. Not a problem.
Who's getting angry?
All right, next.
I heard a few raised voices.
Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some people who just yell all the time, so it doesn't necessarily mean they're angry either.
I just don't like liars when I figure
I'm
them out.
angry.
Oh yeah, I'm angry.
Does someone have a question?
Once I figured out this thing was a lie, I'm furious. So anybody that comes in here, they better have their shit correct.
Waterball, go ahead and ask your question.
Hey, sorry, I was my phone got frozen.
There he is.
You good. If you got a question, go ahead, man.
Yeah, are you familiar with the heliocentric?
All right, go ahead, James.
I have a question, if that's okay.
James, hang on a minute. No, James is going.
Mad philosopher,
go, James.
please. Mad philosopher, please.
All right, so Mick, you're obviously aware of everything that happened post 9/11, correct?
I wouldn't say everything, but I'm familiar with things. Yes.
Right. Sorry, I guess I should have reworded that question. Everything, like the wars that have been fought since then.
Yeah.
Since like we invaded Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, all of them.
Against it.
Right. Well, I'm asking. So, do you know what those countries were doing prior to 9/11?
They were just sat there with a bunch of oil.
Right. No, that's not actually correct. That's not all they were doing. Each one of these specific countries, the ones that have been invaded post 9/11, all back their money. All of those countries back their money in gold and silver, and denied central banking in their country. It denied backing their money with the U.S. dollar. Since then, every country that we've invaded, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, all.
Okay, someone cut out the.
He broke up.
Hey, James, we lost you.
Oh, sorry. Since then, all of these countries have backed their money in gold and silver, or sorry, in U.S. dollars. They no longer back their money in gold and silver, and each one of them have incorporated Rothschild central banking. So, I guess my question to you is, how the fuck can you turn a blind eye to all of this shit and not see how evil the Federal Reserve and these Freemasons, the Rothschilds, all of them are, and you just go to all of these conspiracies trying to debunk them instead of seeing all of the evidence right in front of your face?
Good question, and I'd be happy to answer it. I think the reason I don't turn a blind eye to it. In fact, I think that things like that, the corruption that's endemic in the American system and their foreign policy, is something that we really need to look at. I might not agree with all the exact details of that link.
What do you think about it? Don't say we need to look at. Sounds like a political statement. What do you think about it?
You're asking, like, why do I debunk? The reason I debunk is that I think people need to focus on things that are real. I don't think the flat Earth is real, and I think people spending all their time. I know
you need to focus on things that are real. That you keep reifying things that are not actually. Real.
Wait, this is
exactly doing that.
Because what I see myself doing is I'm kind of like a force multiplier, for want of a better word. If I can actually help a lot of people not spend their time on nonsense,
well, then
they'll be spending their time on real news.
Wait, hold on.
Who are you to dictate what is nonsense and what is not?
Yeah, what's related?
The genius of the group.
This is related.
Obviously, it's what I personally decide to focus on.
Are you,
for example, like the flat Earth?
Save us.
Hold on. Do you not see this world,
my friend? Are you the intellectual that can save us?
Hold on, let
bro.
I'm trying to help.
Help.
So then, do you not see this world organization, this world secret society or world government trying to establish itself? Do you not see that?
I don't think there's a single organization. I think there's lots of people with their own self-interests. There's lots and lots of corruption. There's lots of powerful people who are doing things for themselves.
Cool.
Under one banner. They're all doing a bunch of things under one banner. Do you not? I'm asking you, do you not see that?
You think the Chinese are all doing the same thing? You think the Russians and the
I
Japanese
think they're all
are all doing that?
Yes.
Yeah, bro. This guy just doesn't have the balls to wake up, bro. Fuck.
Have you looked at the Forbes list of billionaires?
Forbes.
Dude, that has trillions in private.
I thought you were busy with important things, not Forbes.
Well, so look at them. Look at the variety of people that are billionaires. There's over 1,000 people in the world who are billionaires, and they're very, very different people.
Publicly billionaires.
Well, yeah, but that's all we have to go with, isn't it? So if you're just imagining things, that's just something I can't really comment on.
It's not
but what we actually see is that people who are in power are very variable. There's lots of very, very different people, and they all have their own interests at heart. So there's obviously a lot of corruption. There's a lot of problems, and that's what we should be focusing on.
All right. So wait, real quick. This is related to Most Mad's military kind of thing that he's talking about. So when we went into Iraq under the presumption of weapons of mass destruction, what's your opinion on that? Because you're like debunking stuff. So like at some level, so like what's your opinion on all the weapons of mass destruction?
I think that they basically made up a case for going into Iraq, and that they essentially lied about the weapons of mass destruction by just exaggerating evidence that really wasn't there, like the stuff about Colin Powell said about the labs really wasn't. So
why can't you imagine them doing this at a different scale, a different subject? Why can't you imagine them lying to you
them doing it
about other things, dude?
Was that a conspiracy though? Was there weapons of mass destruction? Was that a conspiracy?
People, I think, conspired to modify the evidence to make it seem like there were weapons of mass destruction. Yeah.
The whole Iraq thing started with a secret conspiracy. You know that, right? The Sykes-Picot Agreement.
I'm not familiar with
the whole geopolitics. The Sykes-Picot Agreement was a secret agreement where France, Great Britain.
It's a secret. How do you know about it?
What was the Ottoman Empire decided that they were gonna divvy up Iraq. This happened in the 20s, right? So this
makes sense. I mean, they were doing that type of thing back then.
Yeah, so the current Iraq war is a base. That is the basis of the entire war.
No, the Middle East is completely fucked by the
Kuwait, all that stuff.
The colonial system basically just messed up Africa and the Middle East. So it's
but that was a real conspiracy. That was a real conspiracy. I mean, you can Google it's called the Sykes-Picot Agreement.
I mean, there's lots of real conspiracies.
Oh, I'm just glad you admit it because you believe in a conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
you believe in 9/11 was a conspiracy among
I wrote a book.
19 hijackers. It was a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, right?
Yeah, well, more than just 19 hijackers. There would have been a lot of other people. There's like who financed it. Then there was the organizational things. So yeah, there was a lot of people involved. So the conspiracy.
Well, I'm just saying the official story is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
is my point.
Yes, I'm not sure.
So calling other theories a conspiracy theory is just saying like just a different conspiracy.
There's a difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory. I mean, a conspiracy theory is just essentially, in the scientific sense, a hypothesis. If you want to get scientific,
I believe in the lone wolf theory of 9/11, like Lee Harvey Oswald. Like there was just one person flying all 3 airplanes.
That's just silly.
I mean, I know it's silly. That's the point.
So why are you saying that?
Because when the government says it's a conspiracy, people believe it. When they say it's not a conspiracy and it's just some lone nutter, they believe that too. Like, you just believe anything that comes across the television set.
I didn't believe the weapons of mass destruction thing.
Well, it came across the television set that it was a big lie. But if
I didn't believe it.
If the New York Times didn't out that, then everybody would just believe there were weapons of mass destruction.
How you're going to go to Iraq and find them for yourself?
Well, they could just put them there.
You can actually
find them.
You can measure the curve of the Earth yourself. It's hard to do things in geopolitics for yourself.
May I just ask a question? May I ask a question quick? This has come from one of my friends that's just messaged me. What's your opinion on Jeffrey Epstein? Did he kill himself? I mean, considering we're talking about conspiracies.
Just I think he probably killed himself.
You sure he's dead?
Good. Yeah,
he might have been allowed to kill himself, and that's about as far as I would go in terms of conspiracy there. But I don't think he was murdered by someone coming into the cell and strangling him.
And what about what about his overall setup?
I think he was a bit of a perv.
What about the broken hyoid bone?
That broken hyoid bones happened quite commonly in older people with suicide strangulation because it gets more brittle with age.
Well, I've seen two forensic pathologists with a total of 50,000 autopsies between them say they've never seen it in a suicide.
I don't know, but I've looked at a bunch of
unless it's a height, you know what I mean, like 16 feet, something like that. Not the 4-foot bunk.
There's been scientific studies that predate this by decades that show that the hyoid bone is commonly fractured in suicides, just by regular hanging from a bunk bed type suicides.
Well, thank you for your time, Nick. Thank you for answering.
Can I have my short question?
I should also say the hyoid bone wasn't the only bone that was broken.
Well, I'm not familiar with anything other than that right now. I could look it up, but
there was three. The hyoid bone was fractured, and the vertebrae underneath that had 2 fractures, and the cartilage had lateral tears in it.
The people who actually performed the autopsy say that it was consistent with the suicide. Now, the Epstein family hired another pathologist who attended the autopsy, and he is saying that he thinks that it might have been a murder.
Where's the video?
Yeah, Michael Baden.
Conflicting opinions.
Real.
Any what?
So the independent one is saying it might have been a murder, but the one that's got paid by the government decides to say, yeah, it
Well,
was.
no, the one who is paid by the family is the one who
Said it
is
was a
saying there's
murder.
something suspicious.
The
And
independent
the
one?
family have already said that they think that there's something suspicious going on. So they're paying a pathologist, and he's giving them an answer that conforms to their suspicions. Now, does that mean that they've influenced his opinion? You know, are they going to like fire him and get someone else if he doesn't give them what they want? Who knows?
Well,
But,
Cyril
yeah,
White, who's a famous forensic pathologist, saw the autopsy report, and he says that it's more consistent with murder than suicide.
well, perhaps you should do
He's
a
not getting paid
survey
by
of all the
anybody.
different pathologists. But
Well, yeah, that's
we'll
why
see.
you like
We'll
when
see.
something like this happens, you have a coroner's inquest, right? And then you get a jury of, people to judge the evidence to determine whether it's a murder or suicide.
Maybe
That's
that will
what we
happen.
used to do in this country. Well, we'll see if it happens, because I seriously doubt it.
It seems like the family is kind of heading in that direction, but I don't think they would win such a case because they don't really have the evidence to back that up.
Well, it's not really winning. It's getting people
Would be
to
winning.
look at the evidence. Well, I mean, from one perspective, I guess, but it's not really a win. The dude's still dead, suicide or murder.
Yeah, but then they can sue the government and bring down people in power, which would be pretty impressive.
Why was the photo of his body not him? It was somebody else's body.
No, it was him.
Yeah,
So
but
the
you
photos
know-
look very different in different situations.
Why did you recognize
You-
any birthmarks?
You're comparing it
tell the
to
ear.
photos from 10 years earlier, and also he's
His,
dead.
his
so
left
the
ear
blood
was
is all
showing. You
flowing.
can compare it. You can compare it to his
Guys,
left ear from
the blood flows down to the lowest point of their body. It's called lividity, I think, because you get all this pooling and purpleness.
How
And
do you
when
just
someone
defend
lies on
it
the side,
without even questioning it?
I'm questioning
You're not
it.
even
I've-
open.
I've-
You're not even open-minded. You never thought about it. You just automatically. You're like
Well,
automatic.
no. The reason it seems like I'm not thinking about it is that I've spent an awful lot of time already thinking about it.
That's pretty weird.
Like I was on.
Is your default
So,
position to
you-
support the
you-
official story? Is that your
No,
default
it's not.
position?
No, it's not. My
Okay.
default position is to go with whatever I think is best supported by the evidence.
I don't think you've actually seen the evidence. Like you haven't seen it.
Yeah,
like
but what I have
coroner report.
seen is it doesn't really suggest a murder to me. Like there's things like the cameras being switched off or the guards sleeping on the job and things like that. Yeah, you can say that's very suspicious, but that's just something that's been happening constantly at that particular prison for the last 5-10 years or so, because they're grossly understaffed. It's a federal prison, and the federal prison budget has been cut, and they've got more prisoners there than they should have. All the prisoners
Okay,
are
well,
overcrowded.
name one instance. Name one instance where a person has committed suicide like that, and everything has been all the cameras from that location has been.
That prison has only had about 3 suicides in the last 30 years, and I think a very small number of actual suicide attempts. So there's
Okay, he
nothing really to
wasn't
compare
just
it with.
any normal prisoner, was he? He was an extremely high-profile prisoner. This was an
Yeah.
extremely rare case. So I get what you're saying if it was just another bloke coming through the prison system, but it was not. So, I mean, that's why what happened is highly suspicious.
I can certainly see that, yeah. And I think with hindsight, he should have been put on some kind of more full-time suicide watch. But
then
he
what if
wasn't.
those
He was-
guys fall? But what if
he
those
was-
guys fall asleep? But what if those guards fall
He was
asleep?
essentially.
Yeah, you just
Yeah,
have to
well, then they wouldn't if if he was put on a proper suicide watch. They've actually got
Oh,
much more
those guys can
rigorous
fall
checks and
asleep
balances.
too. Yeah, but then those guys can fall asleep.
Plus,
If
I say
people
the
who
doctor
don't
can fall
fall
asleep.
then
tried to
any
strangle him,
guards
yeah?
can fall asleep.
You're making
You guys know
hypothetical.
we got
tried
three
to strangle
theories.
him,
We
yeah,
got-
before he got moved into the cell where he committed suicide. Someone did try to strangle.
We got conspiracy theory, coincidence theory, and incompetence theory.
So someone
You're
did
going
try
like
to
with the
kill him
incompetence
before he
theory.
actually
Like,
supposedly.
I am
everybody in
going
this
with the
place is
incompetence
incompetent.
theory. Historically speaking, incompetence happens
It's
a
hard
lot
to make
more
an
than,
argument against the federal
than
employee
evilness.
not being incompetent.
Federal prison, and it was very underfunded.
Okay, look, basically, the end result is here. If Jeffrey Epstein went into a court trial, they had evidence and would have subpoenaed or at least tried to subpoena Prince Andrew, who was one of the main people involved in this situation. So whether Epstein killed himself, was killed, or was relocated, that's the reason that he's gone now. He couldn't go into the courtroom. It would have opened up too much information on Prince Andrew.
Possibly, quite possibly.
It's not quite possible. The main woman testifying in this trial is the lady that's living in Australia. She was the one that was in the first initial case that was actually abused by Jeffrey Epstein on his yacht. And they've got the photographs of her with Epstein and Giselle Maxwell, or whatever her name was, the co-accused or the co-charged in this case. I mean, it's blatantly obvious why he had to go.
Okay, well, I really have nothing more to add on that. I think he probably killed himself. Maybe he was allowed to kill himself. I think it's unlikely that he was murdered, and that's
Wait, how did he kill himself? With what?
He hung himself with, I believe, a blanket. Or
with and you know how thin those blankets are, tissue paper, dude. There was nothing to kill himself with, but you think he killed himself.
No, he was in a standard cell at that time.
Yeah, no. There was nothing. No, he wasn't in a standard cell. No, there was nothing.
They said he tore the blankets into pieces and made a rope.
Yeah.
So he weaved himself a rope in the cell with the cameras off.
You could actually a rope of tissue. Okay,
you could do that actually.
Okay, cool.
Nick,
but I don't know.
Have you ever stepped a foot inside of a prison?
Well, only in tours and things like that, like Alcatraz and Folsom Prison.
No.
But I've never been arrested or anything like that. Spent time in jail.
A fully functioning prison. Have you ever been in one? Okay, so the blankets in prisons, they are fucking thin. It would not be able to support Jeffrey Epstein's weight.
People kill themselves all the time with those blankets.
You just braid it up a little bit with a few things. Yeah, obviously people kill themselves in prisons. And they do it by hanging.
But dude, here's the story though. We're talking about the McWest. We're talking about the official story, bro. Okay, so he hung himself with his sheets. Okay, now I'm telling you that those sheets are tissues. Okay, but you say that that's fine. You can hang yourself with tissues. Now, can you demonstrate this?
I'm saying that he hung himself with the sheets, so I don't know how he did it.
And I'm telling you that the sheets are tissues, okay? And you think that people can hang themselves with tissues.
Okay, hold up.
I would have to.
Hold up.
I'd have to see the actual sheets.
Is it possible that he was told, can you threaten the man like that? Hey, end your life, or we're gonna do this to whatever, your family, or.
Possibly,
is it
but
possible?
I think he knew what was coming down the line and he decided to kill himself.
So when are you going to decide to kill yourself?
Hey, Hollywood, chill out, man.
What if they do that to Mick and he's going to do that? Like, what? I don't know. What if that's that's how they? I don't know, man. I'm just possibility. I've already told people.
They do it to me.
I've already told people if I get suicided, don't believe it. I've already told people if you get a letter with my fucking handwriting or something, don't believe it. Like, I've already said that. So it's possible to anyone, dude.
I got a flat Earth challenge.
I'm still interested about aliens, though.
What we ought to do is do 200 proofs in 200 hours, and every hour on the hour for the next 200 hours, pull up the 200 proofs and debate them. One by one, each one gets an hour's debate.
Oh, any other conspiracies or theories?
Yeah, I really have to go, so if you got any last questions, then speak now.
I have a question.
Thanks.
If that's okay.
Thanks for your time. Yeah.
My question would be, what do you think people's criteria for evidence should be? So when you see a claim and some substance presented for that claim, how should people look at that substance and decide whether it holds ground?
Well, good evidence is evidence that's verifiable and testable. So if you can verify, repeatable, testable, verifiable. It's the three criteria of evidence. But verifiable is probably the most important one. But then if you got reproducible, that kind of verifies it naturally. So things like, I don't want to get into a big argument again, but like the observations of Catalina is evidence that is verifiable and repeatable, and you can test it. You can do things like change the way you view Catalina from, and you can go to Catalina and measure it. No, it's not every day, because the weather is sometimes quite often actually you can't see it, but on a clear day it's visible with the naked eye. So yeah, if it's those things, verifiable, repeatable, testable.
All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Thanks for coming by. I just want to get that out.
All right.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Stop by again.
Maybe some other time. And yeah, if there's anybody who wants to have a more extended one-on-one discussion about this type of thing, I do have a podcast, and I would like to talk to people, like more varied people than I have been talking to. So if someone was interested in being on my podcast, maybe have a quick look at it. It's called Tales from the Rabbit Hole, TFTRH.
Yeah,
and just send me an email if you would like to be on there.
The inverse is also
just say rabbit hole.
We've got one of our members here, Dr. Science. He does Flat Earth Initiative and Friday Night Fights. So it's a more structured sort of debate. So that also might be.
It doesn't have to be a debate.
No. I know. I'm just saying it's a more structured format where
it's actually just kind of a chat, really. I like talking to people about where they're coming from and why they believe what they believe, and how their opinions change over time. Things like
I have a question for you. Have you ever thought of going to SLAC up in Menlo Park and going into the Stanford Linear Accelerator and look at that structure, which is probably the flattest structure in the universe, I would say. And you could do some tests in there, kind of go from the reverse angle. Now you have something is flat, and see if it then comports with reality of curve or straight.
Well, I mean, if you know it's flat, then it would be flat. So I'm not sure what test you could do.
You get the plumb line at the ends that won't be, right?
Well, at each end it would be the same. Well, no, they wouldn't be. They would diverge from each other. But yeah, you could do that on the surface.
Parallel, wouldn't they?
Right. And then the other thing,
they would.
One way,
but you don't need to have a flat surface to do that. You just need two lines that are some distance apart. But the problem is, how do you measure this angle? Which you can actually do. You can do it with good surveying equipment on buildings. You can see that
just measure the water
leaning
level.
away
Just
from
measure the curve in water level. It'd be easy.
That's a good point. Let's do that. Wallace experiment.
It's the same inclination that you'd have for the Nile River, right? We're talking about 8 inches, every 8 inches every
inclination for a river. Well, that's what rivers do, isn't it? That's what water does.
Downhill.
It finds its own level, doesn't it? It keeps going until it.
No, it doesn't find its own level actually.
It actually flows down to the ocean, Zanuck.
It finds stability.
The inclination is the same as that building.
It's called sea level. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, and the sea level is curved all the way around here.
It's not. Level's horizontal.
How can water be curved? How can water be curved?
Okay, relax.
Where's
the flat?
Mick, the other question.
I'm going.
The other question. So there.
I'm going now.
See you later.
All right, Mick.
Nice try though.
Zanuck, be quiet. Zanuck, he says one.
Last question.
Mick's trying to leave. Come on, the last question. You guys have had the whole 2 hours.
Last question. Go for it.
Well, I haven't said anything personally.
Remember, we have a little relationship, Nick. We actually worked on your curve calculator and added one little bug on it. Remember that a while back?
Yeah. There's a few people who did that, but
anyway,
thank you.
what about looking at mountains? We're looking upward, getting away from the water refraction. Again, I like getting away from this refraction element, and look at the angle of those peaks versus the horizontal to see if that comports with reality as well, or what they should be for how high they are and how far they are away.
You can do that. It does require a little bit of bit more math, for want of a better word, working out the angles and things. There's some very good examples though. I think like the twin sisters or the three sisters. What was it called? In Oregon.
Yep.
Mount Hood.
Mount Baldy, and then what's the other one over there? And
there's. I'll just post the link.
11,000 feet, and then you're at sea level at some point, looking up at that mountain, saying, "Okay, does that have the right angle for how far?
It's actually the best thing is to be on the top of a mountain, looking across the tops of other mountains at distant mountains. And I posted a link of that type of thing.
Right.
But it's essentially a very large-scale version of the Wallace experiment. But you do have to kind of accept what the height of the mountains actually are,
right?
Which not everyone can accept, because it's all based on numbers.
That's a great picture, by the way. Yeah, a lot of people here actually accept the altitude indicators and the air density measurements.
They just did the world. They just did the world record.
I don't.
326.
I don't.
Mick, who are you talking for? A lot of people.
I accept measurements of altitude. I don't accept the model.
So when you basically in a helicopter and the altimeter says 1,000 feet, you don't think it's correct?
I believe there's an error within a certain range.
All right, so I think I've answered that question. But
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mick West, the pseudoscientist.
Good old Shill West, ladies and gentlemen. No relation to Kanye West. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. If you are new to the channel or have not done so already, please hit the share button and please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected. And if you are, please don't rejoin the show using soccer accounts. You'll be warmly welcome on the next stream. Sharing the show increases the audience and in turn invites a more diverse panel. So please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. I think that's all I got.
All right.
I've been meaning to just record it and play it. It's a really good intro. Well, I got like 30 minutes. Figured I'd pop on and see what's going on with the crew. Huge UFC card is coming up at the top of the hour. So I will be busy today. But I'll keep an eye on things as usual. I've got about 20 minutes or so to kill here, so I figured I'd check on you flatties. So it's nice hearing Indio in here for a change. It's been a while. Kind of a quiet morning here in the server. Not much going on in the chat either. Oh, we're joined by Flatman Ken.
I am so happy and grateful that all the money flows an increasing quantity through multiple sources.
What is going on?
You breath in.
I'm hearing sounds.
Be very, very quiet.
Yeah, it's Flatman Cat, not Flatman Cat. So.
Always smoking the cannabis.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called cannabis, not cantabis. So there you go.
Like when the guy says I shoot cans. Americans, Mexicans, Canadians.
There's a saying in boxing, if you go and fight somebody that you're not supposed to, you're quite a few ranks above, they would say you're fighting cans. Man, this guy's fighting cans.
Any interesting globies today?
So one of us is going to have to be a Globie for now. Oh, yes, I see curvature.
It's why I know it could never work for me with any woman that thinks there's a rover on Mars.
Ooh, I mean, normie chicks are pretty easy, but yeah, I mean, they're not getting a ring on that finger, and if you think there's rovers on Mars. Hell no. I think I'm just gonna marry a normie. Give me a break. But I will. I guess this is the kid show, so I mean, I can get too crazy.
You were gonna say a Saturday night. That's all right.
Exactly. I mean, NPC normie chicks. Yeah, it's okay. They can't all be smart. So, in fact, I've only met like one chick who was like, yeah, I'm a flat earther, but she had her own stuff going on. She had her own shit going on there. So she was busy.
I met a lady in my building a few weeks ago, and I mentioned FE to her, and she's like, right? And then she got off the elevator, and I got off the elevator. I'm like, you idiot, that was your chance to say, hey, you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, those moments.
I wasn't thinking.
Yeah, we should go see this. We should go get a coffee sometime. Talk more about this. Yeah, hard to come back.
I was glad to know there was more than one critical thinker in my building, though.
Oh, you'll see her again.
Yeah.
Should have a nice little factoid ready next time you see her.
I had quite the evening last night trying to get prescriptions. My mother's got an eye surgery coming up, and she has to do eye drops 3 days before the surgery and 3 days after the surgery. And her pharmacy's been well aware of the prescription for a while. And then I went to go get it yesterday, and they're like, we don't have the one eye drop. And we're going to try to fax her doctor now, but it is the weekend, so he probably won't get a hold of us till Monday. And I'm like, she needs them by Monday, and she called here a week ago. Like, I don't get this. But I ended up calling 4 or 5 different pharmacies and finding it for her, so.
Hey, that's the medical industry, ladies and gentlemen.
And the one pharmacist said the doctors know it's back ordered. I don't know why they keep prescribing it. Oh, well.
Gotta love the medical field.
Yeah. Well, even the lady I found where I found what mom needed when I was there, the lady said, doctors don't care.
No, hell no.
And then on the upside, though, while I was there, I got a free, and I hope I never need to use it, but I got a free Narcanol or whatever, that kit to help someone if they're overdosing on, fentanyl
nice.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and I don't have it.
Right. I don't know, man. Like, these doctors are normies too, you know? How many of them have kind of thought outside the box? Not that we need them to, based off of their field, but I don't know, man. If I've done a lot of research in my life, I'm no claimed expert, I'm no genius, but I know a few things now. Go to these doctors, what do they know? They still think the Earth is freaking a globe, you know? Like, if they fall for that, they're probably falling for a whole bunch of other stuff too. And then I'm supposed to trust I'm not trusting anything to this goofball. Hell no. See your doctor first. Like, he doesn't know anything. He's just as goofy as the guy down the street.
Lots of fruits, vegetables, and nuts. That'd be the first good step to take.
Yeah.
Not saying don't have a steak once in a while, but, you know.
Oh, you don't have to remind me to eat steak. I'm going to do that anyway.
5 cheeseburgers a day is probably not a good idea.
Oh, yeah.
You know? So.
For sure. But yeah, man, I mean, I'm not trusting a doctor. I mean, these guys might as well be fitted up like a freaking NASCAR driver. You know, they have all the brands.
Oh, yeah. Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson.
They might as well be decked up like a sponsored NASCAR driver. Because they got stuff they got to push and sell too. Anybody that's ever had a job before knows the company has a certain agenda they want you to abide by. Doesn't matter what field you're in. Restaurants, they want you to sell reviews. You need you to get some review today. Make sure people click the link or whatever. You know, doctor, I'm sure imagining the doctor wouldn't be any different. Hey, we just got this partnership with Johnson & Jackson, so we need you guys to get out there and sell their products.
Yeah.
So what are they going to do? Oh, hey, you know what? You sound like you'd be fitting for this Johnson & Jackson thing. It's like, yeah, nah, I'm good.
And then the other angle I find that's shady with them is, and it doesn't matter if you're in a low-income situation. Well, I mean, it does. That's a struggle. You got to get yourself out of that. But even if you're in a high-income situation, I don't like how the first script they sign for you is the $500 prescription and there's an $80 option.
Right.
Like, oh, yeah, sure, just prescribe me the $1,000 shit, you know?
He can afford it.
Like,
yeah, man, it's crazy, bro. And then, like, you know,
and I don't care how much.
Turns out that one didn't work.
Yeah, I don't care how much a person has or makes or whatever. I'll always find some things are just overpriced.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, like I said, like 3 months later, they'll be like, oh, wait, just kidding. That one didn't work. Let's try another one. Yeah.
Or we're recalling that it's got cancer-causing shit in it. Oops.
Right. Oh, yeah. Oops, by the way. Oh, my bad. You know, it's like, dude, nah, I'm good, bro.
It happened with my ranitidine. It's a stomach thing. And it's like Zantac, but it's a generic version, I guess. They recalled all those, and now it's a new type of supplier.
I'm glad, man. I'm glad I was very healthy. I'm a very healthy individual. I haven't had issues before. I haven't had need to go to the doctor in years. Literally haven't been to the doctor since I was a child. So
sorry. Other than the odd stomach like it's not a bad issue, but other than that, I'm fine. I did a colon thing. Everything's a-okay.
It's weird.
I just turned 50.
The sign of you just turned 50.
Yeah.
Damn. I thought you were way younger, dude. My age radar is just broken.
Well, actually, if you saw me, you might think that too. And if I shaved, you would really not believe my age, because with a clean-shaven face, you don't see any gray hairs. A lot of times I'm told I look like 10 to 15 years younger than I am. And I don't stop anyone from saying that.
Yeah.
But
you seem like you have a young spirit. That's good. That's good. Like, it comes through the microphone.
Thanks, man. I have a lot of people tell me they find animals and kids seem to like me, so that's cool. I'm like, you could like kids or animals all you want. How do they feel about you?
Right. That's the point.
Yeah, I've done a lot of I like interacting with people, so I've done cashiering jobs and door-to-door sales or deliveries, and sometimes I'll go to the door and I'm petting a dog, and at least the one time it happened, they oh my God, how are you touching that dog? He doesn't like any. And I'm like, I don't know. He likes me, I guess. I love animals. They're just amazing, man. And like, I don't know if I can go there, but the shit that's happening over, like, you know what I think you know what I'm saying. On the one angle, they have these like little cats and dogs with them in there, taking care of them and being nice to them, and it's too bad the other side's doing what it's doing. Especially in this day and age, there's no need for that. I don't even like it if neighbors are in a conflict, you know?
True, yeah.
Let alone people being displaced and all kinds of crap going on. Like, fuck, you're an idiot. But there's a reason for it. I might not know what it is, but there's a reason. I've tried to think what the end result is, but I don't know. And no matter how much they go at it, the earth will stay flat, that's for sure. I know on the one channel I watch, he keeps saying, it certainly seems flat there. From the drone footage and stuff.
Yeah, definitely crazy times.
Long before all that other crap, I was saying you'll see the best and worst in people now. Like when that whole the beer thing started.
The beer thing, yeah.
The beer bug.
Yeah, haven't heard of it.
You know the thing they want you to get the thing in the arm for?
Yeah.
When that all started, I was like I don't know, fucking what a weird world.
Yeah, I guess they're just testing the waters. It's probably things to come.
Oh, I like that. Truth cannot be bent. That is a good one.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like tonight I was just talking to mates and they were talking about planets and universe, and I'm just like, fuck, I just can't even say anything. Like,
you didn't say nothing? It must have been so hard.
Yeah, I know. They're gone. Like, it's just, you got those friends who just never look into anything. But yeah, they're just like fucking asteroid could just take out Earth any time, and I'm just like, oh no. This just shows you how. Now I kind of give it up to him. You know, it's like it's a massive. What's the word? Like, you know, it's a massive deception. You know, it's crazy. I kind of give it up to them. It's like smart people who set this all up. They're not dumb.
Yeah, they've been conditioned. Our friends and family have been conditioned for sure. And it's funny, like how in the movie The Matrix, where Morpheus is saying, you know, at a certain age we don't wake a mind up. So I think at a certain age you can't. They're just so far gone. You gotta let them come out of it on their own time, you know?
I don't know. I've seen older people come to the truth in that. I think it's more, I guess, your personality and you know, if you're willing to challenge your beliefs and how good are you at researching it.
Yeah. I find it interesting when they say something and we answer them and then they sit there silent.
Yeah, I was talking to one friend who's like a physics, you know, went to university of physics and gravity and all this, and I'm just like, you know, bringing up the scientific method and you can't manipulate the cause and all this and that, and just, I know, just like couldn't comprehend what I was saying. That's what I get. Like, you got all these PhDs and, you know, really smart people at the universities, and I know they figure that out, the scientific method and cause and effect, and, you know, you can't manipulate bendy space time. And
it's by the seat of your pants.
I think that, you know, that's it, because, you know, they go to university, they've spent years and years learning this stuff, and it's just like they just can't look at another explanation, or, you know. Especially if you're like a professor getting paid, what, 100, 200 grand a year or something to teach it.
My angle is to attack space to bring flat Earth out. I like to say shit like, isn't it great that third rover on Mars, how it's lowered the cost of food, gas, travel, education, rent, mortgages, etc. This one guy in my building goes, why would it? And I'm like, look, well, why go to fucking Mars? Why are we wasting that money? Fuck.
Yeah, I love when I heard a guy say the other day, like, you know, we can't get back to the moon, but we'll go to Mars.
I think it was Helio. Someone was pointing out the Fartimus project's up to $2 billion now. That's fucking crazy.
What's that? Is that some space program?
I call it Fartimus. It's Artemis. It's they're going back to the moon, eh? Yeah. And they've actually pushed the relaunch. The first thing they're doing is they're sending a suppository up to the moon to go around the moon and come back. And it's got 3 mannequins on it, I believe. A Snoopy, a stuffed Snoopy dog, and a stuffed Shaun the Sheep doll. And they're going to send it up there and get it to come back and make sure before they put people on one and send it back.
Jesus.
It's like, really? I thought Buddy was already up there playing golf. What are you so worried about?
I don't know. So I come background of video editing and all the video stuff, videography. So I just kind of like what CGI they use and how they pull it off, and just all the fakery. Like it's.
When an adult can't separate the real world from a cartoon world, though, ugh, scary to think how easily they could be led astray.
Well, I guess for me, it's just easy to believe. You just see it on the screen, and there it is. Don't really question it.
Yeah. I'm a little bit like Mimas, though. I like the idea of not knowing how the trick is done. If I'm the one that wants to maybe do the entertaining, then maybe I'll want to find out how you do that, Otherwise, I like to be entertained myself, I guess, is the way to say it. Where'd the loony go? That's a Canadian dollar, by the way.
Okay.
Jeez, he's having a bad day on the green.
Maybe damage his knee there, or
bad enough missing the ball. That I always found that was such an arrogant game.
He's doing the happy.
Take down all that wildlife and shit to knock a little white ball into a hole.
I think he's trying that Happy Gilmore swing.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I mean, what else are you going to do when you're a fat cat? Play basketball? Come on.
He's earning his he's earning his politician's wage there.
On the course, huh?
We got such a cuck as a leader right now. He's afraid to talk to us. Actually, Canada is just in free fall. We don't really even have a leader right now.
Well, that dude with the black hair.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just last time I looked was that dude with the black hair. Is he still the Prime Minister or whatever?
Oh, you mean the blackface?
Yeah, blackface. Trudeau. I call him Lie Don't.
He just had slick black hair. I don't know his name.
I just remember the slick black paint he got in trouble for wearing.
I got a meme of him, and it looks like he's crying, and it just says, "I thought they would be happy to see their first black prime minister."
Oh.
Good day, boys. Good day, good day. I hope all is well with you guys. Yo, Justin Castro is about to get castrated by Poilievre. Have you seen what that Poilievre dude from Quebec's been doing to Justin publicly?
Oh yeah, I like him, but I like Maxime Bernier more. It's just
really?
unfortunate. Well, yes, because I think Poilievre or whatever the gentleman's name is. I'm not doubting he won't do some good things for our pocketbook and this and that, but Maxime, I think he went for leadership of the Conservative Party and lost, and then a year later he formed the People's Party of Canada, and I believe before he was in the Conservatives he was with the Bloc Québécois, And now his thing is, it doesn't matter what party you've been with for however long, if you can't get the changes you want to get done, join the People's Party and we'll make the changes happen. So he wants some real things to happen that, like, maybe even a liberal that had a good idea has been trying to get done, but has been coming up against a brick wall. So that liberal can dump the liberals and become a part of the People's Party and get that new homeless shelter or whatever that they've been trying to get, you know?
Well, here's why I like Polyev, because he's been publicly lambasting Castro in the House. He's been asking.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And so that's where he gets my vote. But
Maxim isn't even in the House, I don't think. Like, it's just sad. And Justin had him arrested and shit. Like, it's stupid.
Well, you know what they say? Onward and flatward. Let's go. Happy Saturday, guys. 24/7. Who got the evidence? Bring it in. Let's examine the shiznit.
Shout out to Flatter Days.
I'm on my second morning eye squinter.
I'm actually putting on my eye squinter socks today, in your memory. Not your memory. Oh my gosh, that's the wrong word. Horrible. In your honor, Vlad.
Thank you.
I finished up work and I was waiting for the bus to come pick me up, and this guy was walking his kid around the town hall office, and he looks at me and he looks at my socks and he's like, "Is that what I think it is?" I'm like, "You're damn right." He's like, "Rock on, baby." It's a precious bottle with the leaf hanging out of it. Pretty dope.
Nice.
Yo, CBS, you can new friends in the chat if you wouldn't mind doing a roll call.
Yeah, I see a couple people just popped in. Somebody named Andra, VC verified. Shout out to anybody VC verified. We always respect people for getting or taking the moment to chat with one of us. Captain Caveman has joined. Chili is here. Chris V. Electricity, we've been chatting. Flatman Can. Don't say Flatman Can't. We have Julius J and Kiwi. Kyle, Quetz, and Tim.
One of us.
So,
welcome to the Flat Earth Show with your host.
If you're new, don't be shy. We'd love to hear from you. I'm looking at you, Andra, but welcome anyway.
Hey, welcome.
Oh, what brings you into this saloon here today?
Pardon?
What brings you into this here saloon, partner?
Well, I was in last night. I was speaking to an American gentleman last night, and I'm really interested. I'm 50 years of age. I don't troll. I don't know what trolling is. And I'm just on my tablet.
Okay.
Trying to interact.
What did you learn yesterday or last night that you didn't know?
Well, the gentleman only told me that I don't watch the news anyway, and that was all he said to me. Then he jumped out.
Well, you don't watch the news. How are you going to get breaking information?
Why would you ask me that question? I get the news onto my phone, like what comes through on my phone. This is my tablet.
I'm just joking.
Why would you ask such a question?
Oh, because everybody watches the news. How else are we supposed to stay up to date on the globe and all that?
Everybody's got their own opinion, you know. Until we've actually been up there and seen it, I don't know.
So when you say up there,
meaning like going, like from the space station, like, and seeing. Have you experienced any of this?
So when you like, if you've spoken to a flat earther, was this the first time you spoke to one last night?
It was just one gentleman. See, if he was in, I would be able to know, but he's not in at the moment.
So, like, if someone was like, "Oh yeah, people believe in flat Earth,"
Yeah, I've heard them. I have heard quite a lot of people believe in it, and I mean it's divided, isn't it? You know what I mean? So yeah, everybody's entitled to their beliefs at the end of the day.
Yeah. So when you heard that, did you think that there was people out there that believed in like a disc in space or something?
I don't know. I'm really interested in stuff like that. I really like to know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It intrigues me. It really does.
Well, that's good. Well, some people do say, well, we just need to go to space and then we'll see. But
exactly, this is what I mean.
But the flat Earth
these satellite dishes and all that should be able to send pictures back for us to see.
Well, let me just rip the Band-Aid off. Because as a flat earther, I would say that there is no going out in the same way that you can go up. We can go up, but we can't go out. So people have been up. You can go up in a plane. People have been up very high up in weather balloons and so on. So we can go up. That's no problem. But we're not going to see anything special from up there. Mm-hmm. But people think like, well, maybe we should just go out and then we'll see the whole Earth. But the problem is, ain't no out.
Not that easy.
I don't even think there is an out. Here's a small clip from Bill Nye the Science Guy.
The Earth is
hold on one second.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
So, whether that was a mistake or him just being honest for once, I agree. We cannot leave the Earth. So I don't think there is an outside that you can go and then, oh, look, now we're seeing a giant disc in space. That doesn't...
I believe in dimensions, different dimensions.
Like the fifth dimension?
Or giant disc or ball. Like there's no outer space. Sorry.
Yeah, correct. No, good point.
The thing with like dimensions and simulation is it can never be proven or run through the scientific method. It's just a construct of the mind.
Okay. Understand. Because I was always intrigued about that, like, is there other dimensions, like, you know, but nobody's ever came back to say or ever, you know, it just intrigues me.
I think they're topics that just distract the mind, that you just go into la la land.
Yeah.
We're in 11 dimensions. Yeah. Yeah. I used to believe that stuff too back when I was like believing in space and everything. Oh, there's 9 dimensions or whatever. Yeah, no, let's just stick with the 3rd dimension. I think we can all agree on that.
Stick to your reality.
Yeah. So, well, it's important to know that flat earthers are not repping space pizza. So people often say, well, just go take a picture of it from outer space. Well, you ran the wrong simulation in your mind, because people will take outer space with all the globes and everything, the sun and all that. They'll swap out the globe and put a disc in and then rerun the simulation and then ask their questions to a flat earther based on that space disc. But the problem is that's not it. Flat Earth doesn't go in outer space. So there's no like, let's go to space and then we'll see reality. because I think
All
space is
this,
a fictional
all
place.
this with Buzz Aldrin going into space was all a lie.
Yeah, I mean,
Really.
even when I believed in outer space, I never believed they went to the moon or anything.
I thought that myself.
Nice.
It was too,
I
you
think
know,
everyone.
it was staged. It was too staged.
Yeah, I mean, they said they called the moon.
What was the number?
Yeah.
It just didn't seem real, although I know
Six
it was a
moon.
wee bit.
Try calling that number now. It's out of service.
1-800-666-MOON. Well, what is it? Andrew, here's a clip of Buzz Aldrin. Somebody asked him, what was the scariest part of the trip?
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen.
That's the scariest part.
What the fuck?
That was the scariest part. It didn't happen.
CB, I'm just going to request, it's the top of the hour, if we could just get a special commercial break from our sponsor, Spacies.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we did link up a deal. So we are now sponsored by a space restaurant. They figured they would get lots of traffic with the Flat Earthers. So if you're hungry, if you just stop by the Space Dispensary and you have the Space Munchies, get yourself a nice space burger or a space soda from Spacies.
You already owe me a space soda for my last bet.
Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Space.
It was nice speaking to you. Probably come in later on.
Space.
Peace.
Thanks for hearing me out. Thank you.
You're welcome anytime.
Thank you. Bye.
Flat. Keep it flat.
Stay flat.
She wasn't very hungry.
How old was she? She said
50.
Okay.
Hey, flat man can. I'm just kidding.
Hey, man.
I'm just messing.
I mean, you know, wink, wink.
Matchmakers.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Oh, dear. Ooh. Yeah.
Sorry.
What's up, Miguel Sosa?
Miguel.
What's up? What's up?
Hey, man. What you been doing? Still working night shift?
Going on, homies?
Let me connect.
Still working night shifts, or are you done with that?
Oh, I'm done with that.
All right, cool. That's nice.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
How's everybody doing?
Just chilling.
It is Flatter Day on this flat Earth.
Hello, Julius.
Hey, what's up? Yeah.
Hey, you did post that GIF, a man hanging on a. I saw a few days one guy hanging a lot of balloons. Is the same guy? No.
I don't know what that is. It looks like, I thought it was like a high altitude, like one of the big ass towers. But I don't know what that. It looks like maybe a balloon or something. I'm not sure what that is. It's just like it's just looking down. I'm not sure what that's from. I just searched. Honestly, don't remember what I searched. But it's like it looks like some kind of suspension from a balloon. But
I saw, like that movie, The Up. I saw one guy with a lot of balloons.
Yeah, I haven't. I need to see that. I heard that's pretty good. I haven't seen it yet. At least I don't remember it. Say that.
If I found that, It was on YouTube.
You're talking about the animated movie, like the Up?
It was like that, but just one guy hanging in those balloons.
Are you thinking of what's his name, the magician guy, David Blaine?
Oh, maybe.
I think so. I think
he did. He claimed to have done the up jump or whatever with all the balloons on hanging. I don't know how real it is. I'm not sure how legitimate.
Yeah.
I heard that they faked it a little bit, but I guess I'll post it. He did an episode on Hot Ones. Maybe you guys are familiar with the show where they bring celebs on and they eat hot wings. It's actually a pretty good show because it takes these actors and these people that are used to being on camera and putting on an act. They eat these hot-ass wings, and then they're kind of forced to, like, either keep up the good act or they have to be themselves. And David Blaine went on there. Man, he had a really good episode. It's kind of hard not to like him after that, but let me look up his jump. If you guys haven't seen that Hot Ones show, go watch it. Couple episodes. It's pretty good. The one with David Blaine was fantastic. So yes, as David Blaine jumps from 20,000 feet up from balloons.
Found this one, but I saw another one the other day.
Another one.
Yeah.
DJ Khaled.
Another one.
Another one.
Hey, Kiwi, did you hear my song that I did with Karma, the DJ Khaled song?
No? You want to drop that like it's hot?
I don't want to rumpus the chat, but if you haven't heard it, you haven't heard that one yet? Well, the one I did with Karma?
That's like 2 minutes long, I would imagine. 3 minutes long, no?
Yeah, it's not super long.
Mm-hmm. I mean, on a Saturday morning, I don't think you can rumpus a room, dude. Know what I mean? We're always, like, your music is awesome. I'm always willing to listen to a CB track, honestly. And I think like a lot of people have like your stuff around here, dude. So feel free to drop it if you want to. Wouldn't mind.
Oh, yeah.
Crowd wouldn't mind.
Doesn't twist my arm. Well, it's just DJ Khaled song called "Let It Go." Right, so I was bumping this song for a while until I realized that it would be a good Flat Earth song. We just swapped the lyrics from "Let It Go" to "Let It Globe," and or like "Let It Go the Globe" is what we said. And so yeah, I needed a female to help me out. So Drace's sister Karma was kind enough to hop on and use her voice.
Shout out to Karma in the track.
Yeah, man. Huge shout out to Karma. So I guess I'll play it. This is "Let It Go the Globe" parody with myself and Karma, DJ Khaled.
Oh, this one. Yeah. Oh, snap.
Space is fake, he's scoping hard. This is fake, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games they fall.
I'm so sorry, I clicked the wrong.
I went crazy. I'm like, that's not a DJ Khaled beat. I was like, that's
the wrong link. Hold on one second.
Dirty South track.
Yeah, that's not the right one. Sorry.
Get the 44, get my ass about the dope.
So sorry about that. This one should be the right one.
Dude, we're not gonna fire you. Trust me.
I'm fired, dude.
Fired. I'm firing.
All right, let's try this one more time. Let It Go, the Globe, Karma, myself.
It's right, yeah. It's right, yeah. It's right, yeah.
We the best music.
It's right, yeah.
Another one.
It's right, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got Flat Earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back Wasteland, it was a glow. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Can have gas pressure and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that this curved in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and fly smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog, C-top are less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows in the stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
Awesome. Ah.
That was hot.
Oh.
That was hot, man.
Oh.
Holy.
Oh.
Right?
Dude, Karma just killed it, dude. I couldn't have done it without her.
Yeah, that was good, man.
That's probably one of my top 3 so far of the Flat Earth community movement song track. It was from the heart. You could tell that was from the heart.
Hell yeah.
Both of you guys, man. That was awesome, dude. Well done. Appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I wrote this song.
Amazing.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I wrote the lyrics and I'm like, man, I can't sing this. I'm not Justin Bieber, dude. So, let me get a female on here to help me out. So, yeah, just Karma. Huge shout out to Karma. Next time you see her, give her a thank you.
Well, what's funny is Vladdy just the other day was like, yo, have you ever actually chatted with Karma before? And I'm like, well, I know that's Grace's sister and whatnot, but I've never actually chatted with her myself on the community, engaged directly, whatever. But now to have this piece as an identifier is that's sick. Really appreciate that, man.
Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, it was a good one.
Shout out to my pipe, Rekt. It is named Rekt, R-E-K-T. Shout out to Rekt. Shout out to my pipe. I just finished cleaning it. Let it glow. Let's go. Happy Saturday.
What I need to do quickly is I need to put together this song I just started working on. You guys have definitely heard that Paper Planes by MIA. That all I want to do is and take globes away. So I think I'm gonna do a Globe Earth remix of that one, a Flat Earth remix.
So a lyric hit my mind the other day too. Biggie, It Was All a Dream. What song is that again?
It was all a dream.
I used to read Glober magazine.
Oh, I used to read Glober magazine.
Yeah, I want to run with it because it's you got Salt and Pepper, Heavy D up in the limousine, because you can easily abuse that, right? It's so simple, but I gotta work it out, man.
Yeah,
but it's a good lead-in.
Thought he saw curvature in the air, limousine. I mean, you could probably redo that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Something like that.
I think did Miguel find what you were looking for? Was it the jump?
Yeah, I did post David Blaine Ascension live. That was the one that I saw the
All
other
right, cool.
day.
Yeah, I thought so.
And I think Julius did post a GIF from this Ascension above. You almost see a balloon in the top right corner. I think it's the same guy.
I got the video to his Hot Ones. If anybody wants that, it's very good. Very good.
Guys, I'm off or off mute. Let me know if I'm hot micing because I am doing stuff in the kitchen. I'm testing my off mic or off mute sound levels.
All right, yeah.
See if I'm annoying or not. Thanks, CB. I appreciate it.
No worries, brother. No worries.
Like, do you hear that?
Nope. Well, I heard you say that, but not anything.
Yeah.
Else.
Well, because when I was talking to Shane last night, and he's like, "Yeah, you don't have to always be on mute." Apparently Discord does a great job with sound cutting. Once you go, your voice goes dead.
You have to play with the settings a little bit, and actually, I don't know if you're on iPhone or whatever, but there are a lot of settings that you can use to sort of clean up your threshold so that it's like only picking up your voice and
your voice strictly.
Background noises. Right. Yeah, you have to mess with the settings quite a bit, but yeah, you can definitely do that.
Sick. Thanks, Alf. Appreciate it.
No problem, dude.
TV.
Yo.
We're gonna play that song.
Yeah, I will. I'll play it for you.
Yeah, man. No,
Hey, Julius, did you end up going out last night or what, man?
Oh gosh, yes.
Oh no.
Oh man,
like that. Are you serious? Okay, you don't dox yourself. I'm just
I wasn't going to because I went out pretty hard on Thursday, which I've been trying to pull back on. But
Right.
I was just having fun. I mean, I felt really good because I've been eating better and all that, and like I was just having a good day. It felt really good, and like went out and got carried away.
Well, no, I mean, you mentioned you met some, or sorry, not met. You saw some curve Thursday night, and there was a potential.
Oh, dude, I saw curves again. Yeah, last night too. Yeah.
Well, I know that you mentioned.
Dude, it's awesome. It's a little juice bar. Like it's like bikinis and lingerie type of place. Like it's not nude or anything, but trust me, there's
yeah. Well, when you mentioned meeting some curves Thursday night, and then the potentiality for food on Friday night, I wasn't too sure if that actually.
It was kind of funny and awkward because that girl was there working, so she just ended up having to work. So she just kind of, I don't know, she just wasn't very
dirty. She still saw you same way.
She had to work. She had to work, so I was like, "Hey, what happened to dinner?" And she's like, "I had to work," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, you could have said something, but whatever."
Too funny.
But maybe she sounded like she's still up, so I mean, we'll see. I mean,
just remember, and this is some advice that I've realized how important it is. A lot of people be talking about locks and how important the locks are, but you just remember when you have that master key can open a lot of said locks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, dog. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That goes out to all y'all. Y'all know what I mean when I say that. Y'all keep that master key in check. Make sure you got that knowledge yourself.
I'm always talking about flat Earth when I go there too, like to every single person I talk to.
Remember, you told us, man. You're like, oh, wait, what they know you as, the flat guy or flat?
Yeah, flat Earth. No, like they're like some people ask about me and like be like, you guys know Joe, right? And they're like, my name is Joe or Joseph, whatever. That's my first name, but my middle name is Julius. But yeah, like, they'll be like, "Yeah, Joe, you know Joe, right?" And I'm like, "Oh, you mean Flat Earth Joe?" And they're like, "Yeah, oh yeah."
That's right.
I gotta go golfing. Apparently, I got a tea time today at like 1:00 with some regulars from a different place. I've never golfed in like 10 years, so. But they're basically go out there and get stoned and drink and
Pack
golf.
around.
So I guess I can play with that handicap. That's fine.
Seriously, I can play if you guys are handicapped.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna feel bad if we're stoned. I mean, I'm not gonna feel bad about if I suck. You know. It's like,
Yeah, but here's the joke. Low key, what if they all got stoned and you stayed straight and kicked all their asses?
oh man, I ain't even gonna try. That's the thing. I'm not even gonna try. I think I might do better if I'm a little.
Listen,
I've got smoking lamp.
But
like a
that's at
Cypress
1:00.
Hill
I
party
gotta
here.
start the laundry here.
We're at Cypress Hill concert.
CB, we gotta hear that track, man.
I bet you're
Sorry, I'm
drinking
boxing here. Talking them tweeds and stuff. Play the track. Sorry, guys. I'm like totally taking away everything.
We gotta need a little intermission.
I do like getting stoned on the golf course, but yeah.
Dude, I haven't golfed. I have literally like I don't know how many spiders are living in my golf bag in my garage, but the thing has not been used. And they're used old clubs, but I got them extended because I'm a tall bastard. So they're
How tall are you, Jay?
6'5".
Shut the front door in the face.
Yeah.
Damn, homie. Yo,
let me just
and I can't dunk. I can't dunk either. I can't dunk either. I can't.
You could never dunk.
No, I try. Dude, I grew so. I was so uncoordinated, man. When I was growing up, because I grew so fast.
Yeah. I'm 6'2". My ass couldn't dunk, but
I was in band though. I was a drummer. I played the old snare drum.
Okay. Yeah, guy.
Glatt's a way better drummer than I am, though. I've got a couple YouTube videos of me doing some covers, but dude, I'll show you my on a boat. I'm on a boat cover I did because there's no drums on that song. I don't know if you guys seen that, but it's pretty funny. Let me show you.
Julius is 6'5". Holy shit, brother!
Legendary.
Yeah,
insane.
Speaking I can't see no curvature from up here, guys.
Right?
Take it easy, Chad. Jeez.
Damn, homie.
Here's my I'll send it to you guys can check it out. It's kind of I'm not a great drummer. I have fun with it.
I'm more just curious to see you. I don't care about your skills. I just like knowing who I'm talking to.
And mind you, this is from 2010.
Were you shorter back then?
He's got the key already.
Right?
It's in,
he's already on lock.
It's in live stream. That's in my basement. Or that's well when I lived in Omaha then. That's what.
I'm buttering my bagel. I'll be there in a minute.
But that's my lonely island. I don't know if you guys know that. I'm on a boat.
Definitely.
The original track doesn't have any drums in it, but I did some. It's pretty cool. It's fun.
Well, that was my question. And originally was you play the drums and this is the song, but there's no drums in the song. So what are you playing exactly?
It's like I improvise drums over the.
You improvise, I know, but you get my joke, right?
What? Oh, wait, no, go ahead. I didn't. Quite.
Okay, so there's no drums in the original song, right? And
yeah.
You're like, yo, check out this song. I play the drums. There's no drums in the song.
Yeah, it's
an
overlay.
Wait, are you just sitting there?
No, it's an overlay.
It's a bad joke, Julius. It's a bad joke. Oh, it's a bad
overlaid. Actually, shit. Throw that shit on the
on the bot.
Yeah,
I love it.
You don't need to see it. Just listen to it. Actually, shit, that might be a copyright on that because it is.
Oh, yeah.
Don't do that. But yeah, I got it ready if you still want to do that.
Yeah, rock it up, man. Go for it. Drop that shit, homie.
I got you.
So you get to spit first. Yo, DJ, spin that shit. Spin that shit. You spit first.
Tell the glower to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is Dancing with the Stars. Too much food up on your plate. The flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out and wrong one. That just won't come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking's buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof. You should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth in 30 years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last days. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy. God diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. God diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Another track is still flat.
Get my folded phone and get my ass up out the door. Love it. Dude. You're gonna get like sing-alongs going on, man. I love it.
No, it's not a disc. Yeah, flat is not a shape.
Get my set square and get my ass up out the dope.
Somebody in the debate text saying, let's see.
Mayan Souls? Is that guy? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let's see. Well, Jerry says the globalists and their conspiracies. And he said, well, you say that like it means something. And he said, well, yeah, I just don't subscribe to the ones in regards to the shape of the earth. And he says, well, you must not subscribe to empirical evidence. Actually, come to find out, we do. So why don't you get the evidence? So I do. A couple people just joined. Let's take a look. Captain Caveman is still with us. CC33. Look out for him. We're here with Chili. Get some cheese on that. We have Jackie.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Jackie, what up, homie?
Hola. Good day, everybody.
Hola.
Did I miss Ladies' Night?
last night? How did that go?
I
Good.
thought it went pretty well.
Jackie was here. Dandelion. Who else came through? Melancholy.
New people too, so that
Our
was
new
cool.
people. Yep. We had a couple. I think we had a nurse join us. I think it was like Wednesday night. She came by last night too. She's one of the things that she noted was I think she recently moved into a new community, and she didn't really have a lot of
Yeah.
people around her to talk to. So having us to engage with has been good for her, which is cool.
Yeah, she said she was from New Hampshire, I think.
Oh yeah, that's right. Close to
Or
your
she
neck of
moved to New Hampshire, so she's like on the East Coast. I mean, far, but you know, not, I guess, that far. You know.
Nice, very nice. Well, that's good. Ladies' nights are always a big hit here. Oh, sorry I missed it.
It's funny. I saw you just post a poem up in the thing, and I posted one on my Discord, and I was like, "Oh, that's funny." I came in here, and the first thing I saw was a poem that you put in the chat, and I thought that was funny. I was just like, I just posted one, and I came over here and I saw what you put in there, and I was like, "That's funny."
Hey,
First thing after I
do like
post.
poems. I be writing poems from time to time, so.
I've seen. I used to. The one I posted is something I wrote a long time ago, like over 20 years ago, but it's very relevant. Here, might as well. I'll share it with you guys. There you go. That was mine. I'm gonna make some breakfast, so I'll be listening. But I'm gonna start cooking some food.
I see Flatty in the chat.
Who's that guy?
You and I always be talking about 33. The first time we connected, it was about the number 33, and it's 33 minutes past the hour. So, shout out to you, Flatty.
33.
Illuminati confirmed. Holding up. Diamonds in the sky. Yeah, whatever. What's up, homies?
What's going on?
I'm eating a bagel. And I just watched the Toronto Raptors played the Brooklyn Nets last night. And the play that just came up on the screen, nice little one-handed dunk from one of the Toronto Raptor players. The 33rd point, or the 32nd and 33rd point that he scored. I'm like, 33 again! Let's go. Yeah, just watching the Illuminati roll by. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Illuminati confirmed. I have 11 strawberries in front of me right now. Though I counted those, I did that on purpose. Are you wrapping anything today?
No, day off today.
Nice.
I was going to wrap Jackie's poem, but I don't think I will.
Maybe we should get CB to wrap it.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone on deafen.
Hey, go for it.
I think Jackie should wrap it.
The truth hurts. Slice me, and I will bleed all I can for you. Betray me, and I will scream in horror for the mountaintops to hear. Beat me, and I will laugh louder with each blow. But speak to me the words of truth, and I will crumble where I am. Surrender to a pain no man can withstand, evoking the feeling of giving birth. The truth hurts like nothing else on earth. Slap me, and I will stand unshaken. Whip me, and in time the lashes will fade. Knock me down, and I will rise each and every time. But speak to me the words of truth, and they will haunt me forever, echoing in my existence and leaving me never. Remembering reality and letting it unfold. Truth hurts like no lie ever told.
Boom! Poetry slam, motherfuckers.
I'm gonna mic drop. But wait, first I gotta pick it up. Okay, done.
You're so silly.
That was awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Jackie. I hope I read that with the correct. I evoked the correct emotion behind it and gave it strength. I hope.
Close. It was
Close.
words, not worlds at the end, but
shit.
almost perfect.
Damn it. That was a cold read, man. That was a cold read.
It was almost perfect for the first time reading it. Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Oh, why is Iron Horse muted? Are you there, Miguel? Can you unmute Iron Horse?
Okay, let me see. Okay.
Thanks, bro.
Then.
Hey, Iron Horse. I think you got muted the other night for maybe hot micing.
Iron Horse, welcome.
You went. Oh, who's that dazzling me with his silver? Damn, it's bright.
What's up, dude?
What's going on?
Why is it not Sunday? I have nothing to do.
UFC starting right now, if you're into that.
What is that?
The Ultimate Fighting Championships.
Yo, dude, what's happening, man?
Not much. I'm just gonna watch the free afterwards.
It's SC versus some kid from Israel.
Well, I hope the kid from Israel is getting beat up.
Did you hear that over earlier?
No.
On Earth Awakens, some kid from Israel and SC planning on fighting each other, living on different parts of the world.
I mean, that was one of the more entertaining conversations over there they have had.
Are you lying?
Oh no, it was amazing. It was grown men just
they're
bragging out how good they are. Yeah, bragging how good they are at fighting and calling each other out on the internet.
You see this? This is why I left that bloody server, man. You challenge somebody to bloody well fight. Come on.
They're flat earthers against flat earthers fighting.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, there's a lot of tools over there. Globus is getting a little bit of a too much central position.
Right? I'm proud. I'm actually. I wanted to tell you guys both. I'm glad to talk to both of you guys. I was super proud to see the movement you guys have made over on Dovid and Chain server. Guys like you need to be upheld, man. The fuck these globe heads.
Well, Toby server is also. It's a good place. It's not very crowded. People are relatively civil. You can have different ideas, but I do not like that they are trying to impose, a 50% equality between flatties and globies.
Yeah, I challenge.
They invited McToon in there just to have him, not because McToon even wanted, just to have him on the board. I mean, what is that?
Yeah, I challenged Dovid on that the other day, and I was speaking about it, and he said, and what I did tip my hat to him on was the fact that McToon has a public channel, right? And Matthew Learns has a public channel, so he took that as a, they're able to engage publicly and run, a public channel. So he used that as his justification for them being moderators on his channel.
Yeah,
but I do agree with you. Like, how are you going to give keys to the crazies inside of the ward or inside of the jailhouse? Sorry, go ahead, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand their quote-unquote vision. I just don't agree with it, because if I want a Globus view on anything, I just Google, and the first that comes up, or whatever I read in the newspapers, that is what they will give me around every single event happening. It goes from wars, it goes from history, it goes from whatever. No matter what, they have to tell me. I can Google and without having to interact with them, And that's just not because I think they are lesser people or doesn't deserve my respect if I met them out in the open street. But I just don't see their position in these kind of forums. Like, I understand here in 24/7, this is like an educational place, so there is room for them. But if they straight up are lying or being dishonest and stuff like that, I mean, we cannot deal with that, and they get timed out and they don't come back. This is more like I mean, we can't go into details about stuff, but it is
we have a
not
forum.
Basic, but it's an educational place where you don't know, but let's ask, what do you actually know? How far can we get with that? Or here's how you can actually blah 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 prove to yourself where we are, and you can even build on that. It's just I don't want to talk this down, but we have a baseline and we follow that 100%.
Exactly. As I say, you want to build a foundation of knowledge, of understanding. You can't build your house with a shitty foundation. So if you're trying to build a house of understanding, you need to have a good foundation first. So if you want, come here, build your foundation, and then go wherever the hell you want to formulate the rest, right? But you need to understand that the surface itself observes with no dimension except zero. I have a rough time, and I'm starting to have a rough time with the more people who, like, engineers who can claim a globe and talk about level. I'm like, okay, that makes you a blasphemous liar, number one. Secondly, anybody who talks about trigonometry in reference to a globe, you're either a liar or you severely understand mathematics and visual geometry. So if you don't understand it, it's fine. I can't hold it against you. But if you do understand it and you're actually... Sorry about that. You're attempting to impose that on the globe, you need to go home. That's not cool. Because you're confusing, you're muddying the waters. Your shitty explanation. Sorry to cuss.
Yeah. But again, like, I just don't see that position when they have gone through it all and they still deny the basics. I mean, I just don't see them in any truthful community. I don't see that position in any truthful community. They only hold us back. As I said again, I'm repeating myself now. If I want their opinion on anything, I just fucking Google it, and the first thing that comes up is most likely what they will tell me.
Yeah, and listen, Tim. I fully agree with you, brother. Fully agree with you. I don't understand how you can give keys to people who belong in the institution.
For example, OR and Geos, when they're talking about the horizon and refraction and all these kind of things, the only thing the Globers are doing is talking away from actually realizing anything, because some flat earthers come up with a point, the Globies regurgitate what they can find in some textbook, and that's just a circle of that discussion. But if flat earthers that has the interest to knowing these things with optics and stuff like that, if they converse together, then they are actually getting places. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, they're only holding us back in terms of progression.
Yep, because we have to revisit. Like, again, the other night we were on Shane's server as an example, and it was Negator, and we were having a discussion about gas requiring a container, and how, you need gas pressure requires a container, second law of thermodynamics, et cetera, entropy. And the leap of faith, obviously, we had to all take was the idea that we're on a globe in order to entertain him, right? So we're speaking about gas requiring a container under the basis that we're on a globe. And I'm like, you're just holding everybody up just because you're arguing the fact that it's a globe. We all know it's a globe. We can demonstrate that the surface, the bottom of the container is flat. Right? We can demonstrate that we observe 14.7 psi at water's level. That gives us an established pressure, right? And then, sorry, go ahead.
The thing is, we don't even need to go into. I would say the atmosphere or gas pressure and stuff like that. It's a little bit more difficult topic. Not that I'm saying that it's not important or easy to enter, but you can talk with Negator and other prominent Globers over there, and they still argue that if the Earth was flat, we would be able to see China and there would be no horizon line. They're still arguing that. They're still arguing that. I mean, just take it in, soak it in, like, and this is what we're dealing with. They still think if it's a flat plane, we should be able to see forever.
Right. Yeah, there was someone in one of the newer guys, and you're on like last night or something. Actually, and I got to tip my hat. I don't know, Jackie. I hope you're listening. Jackie made a great point last night about gas pressure, or about gases. Sorry, and how they do different things when they get excited and change colors and whatnot. And somebody earlier had made a point. I actually replied to them with a long.
Yeah, she was asking why the sky was like blue, and Level Up was trying to sort of explain it. I mean, we kind of really don't know at the end of the day, but she was given a couple examples, and I brought up gases, certain gases, color, they're excited, so it's always a possibility.
Right. So this new dude, Otis Wong 2 at 4:59 Eastern, so this morning stated, I'm not denying that when excited noble gases produce those colors, but I think it is unnecessary since we can explain the color of the sky by just using refraction. And I thought to myself, holy crap, now we're into the realm of using refraction to explain the colors in the sky now too. So not only does refraction move stuff in the horizon for Globers, it also creates colors for them.
Yeah,
So
I mean, we've all seen these small tubes where there is different gases in, and when they get I can't remember what they're doing to them, but I think they introduce some electricity or something like that to them, and they have these colors. So you're right, when they start to invoke something like refraction about the sky color, I mean, that's just retarded.
Right. So I responded to him and I said, you cannot discount the independent characteristics of noble gases just because you think, quote, refraction is now a widely accepted description of what is happening. Globers discount the independent characteristics for a uniform description. That is the exact same thing that happened with gravity, a uniform description to describe the, quote, attractive weight as an attraction to the ground, right? That's bullshit, bro. You're not going to come to me and tell me that refraction can cause the medium to change colors, okay? And it can also move buildings. That's a load of hooey, and you know it full well. And I understand you're trying to say that the refraction, like the disturbance in the air that you're viewing, whatever off in the said distance, is causing these things to happen. But please realize that when you're addressing the horizon, it's off in front of you at eye level, right? And then we're talking about the colors in the sky above you that are also doing stuff that's loaded. The next thing you're going to tell me is clouds in the sky are because of refraction, or refraction causes clouds, and refraction causes it to rain. Like, come on. We can do better than that, folks.
Yeah, but I mean, the colors of the sky, it really invokes a lot of other more important questions, like what is the sun? It seems that the sun is dictating the colors, and for example, when it's in the horizon, it goes further through further gases, pretty much, and they give these amazing colors. I don't know how to explain that. I mean, it's really out of my league.
No, you do. But Tim, you do know how to explain it. And this is why I say that when there are certain things present, right? And Jackie brought a great point to the table last night in that when gases get excited, they produce colors, right? This is something we know because we have all those the picture of all the different tubes, we're showing the different colors of gases and so on and so forth, right? So I don't think it's, again, happenstance, coincidence that we observe the exact same thing outside when the sun is coming in, a rainbow, all these different things where the colors can be produced, because we know for a fact that gases are present in both observations, right?
Yeah.
Gas is always present in the atmosphere or in our environment because we know we need a gas-filled environment, right? And then the sun shows up and it creates the brightest thing that we've seen. So you're saying it. It's just a question of like us connecting it to say, okay, this is like legitimately happening. Which I think is...
when I say I don't know how to explain it, it's because there is so many outliers that I can't explain. Like, what is the sun? Is the sun some electrical field of some matter? Like, I mean, a lot of things is pointing in that direction, but I do not know. I can only speculate about these things, you know.
Okay, so let's think about this. What ignites gas? What causes gas to, like, you have a Bunsen burner. You know a Bunsen burner? Remember back in the day, you have the tube that goes to the little aluminum thing, you turn it on, the gas flows, and then you click on use the...
I know.
To spark it, right?
Like a little campfire thing.
Exactly. So I'm going to use the Bunsen burner as a representation of our environment. Okay, so the gas is always present. The Bunsen burner is on. And then I'm going to use the flint as the sun. So I take the sun, the flint, to the Bunsen burner, I click it, and all of a sudden I have a flame. And I'm observing colors within that flame, right?
Yeah.
So the flames... Hold on. Bear with me. Hold on, right? I'm painting this thing. We have the Bunsen burner on a super, super low flow. So the gas flow is really low, and we notice that the color of the flame is like an orange, reddy color, right? We then turn up the volume of the gas, not the volume, but we turn up the pressure on the Bunsen burner module, right? The valve, we turn it up, we crank it up, we hear it gets higher, it's a higher flow rate, okay? And we notice that the flame becomes more precise, right? It actually starts to form upwards and become more precise and pinpointed in its burn pattern, right? But we also notice that the color changes from a blue to a green, sometimes a purple, right? Which indicates a higher burn temperature color, right? So again, bringing it back to what you're saying, we can see the same thing when we mess around with the gas and the ignition point. What do you think?
Yeah, but what you just said, I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, but here we have an example where these gases are actually burning. It's not being, because that is not what we see in the sky. I don't see like a lot of gases that is just burning there and just disappear, pretty much. But it's just it's just two different manipulations of the gases.
Okay, so you're saying that there's no combustion happening.
Yes, that would be the right
Yeah, actually,
Yo, GVG, what's going on?
hello guys. You see,
So glad you're here for this.
when you look at the burning of hydrogen, yeah, because in the heliocentric model, they assume that the sun is burning hydrogen, yeah, and hydrogen when it burns doesn't shine bright white light like the sunlight gives. Not even explosions of hydrogen. They are not burn, but the light emanated is not bright white. So
Yeah, I'm thinking about it like I used to look into the sun like and all of that when I started the journey on flat Earth. It seems to me like the sun excites the noble gases in the upper part of our sky, kind of like if you've ever seen electricity ignite, like some of the different types of noble gases in those tubes. And you would think just like electricity is able to do that, just like a lightning storm at night. Well, if you see a lightning strike in the middle of the night, it excites all the noble gases. And if you take a picture of what it looks like when that lightning strikes, what it like in the middle of it striking, it shows like the whole sky is lit up like it's daytime. You could see everything clearly. So it does something. It does something in the nature of exciting noble gases when the sun appears. So it would be more akin to like electricity exciting. Interacting with the noble gases. I would say that I would lean more that way versus it burning like a fuel burning.
No,
that's what I meant when I said two different ways of quote unquote manipulate the gases.
There was a storm in China a couple of years ago, and they had two different kinds of lightning happening. There was an electrical arm or line, whatever you want to call it, and then there was like a what appeared to be like a gasoline flame type line of electricity. But I took in the observation of like, okay, an electrical spark type of lightning, and then a combustion type flame of electricity. No, holy crap! In the storm itself, I'm trying to figure out, like, GBG, would it be possible in a storm in the sky to have electricity and combustion?
Yes. There is a natural element which is burning so fast that the photon themselves do not have time to come into existence. So you have a huge electromagnetic pulse when this fuel is burning. And this fuel is called tralfium. Is helium-3. It's the most fast burning thing in the world. When you burn it, you actually create giant, big, intense electromagnetic pulses.
Okay.
Yeah. And this one, when you burn it, it really looks like a giant thunder, you know?
Right, literally.
Flash.
Now, Jackie, you were coming home the other night and you saw pink spires, right?
Yes, I kept trying to chime in. Okay. Yeah. So like when I was on the West Coast flying back from west to east.
Right.
And before we left, the lightning from the ground was white and it was off in the distance, and it was that bright white flashes that you see, whatever. As we're up in the air and we're driving we're flying. I know, right? We're flying. I'm looking out the window, and in the distance, I'm seeing these amazing pink sprites above the clouds that are happening that they call sprites. I don't know what else to call them because I know they call them sprites. I'm out my window watching. It looked like I mean, it was fucking beautiful and amazing, you know, like to just watch. And I was like, and I couldn't get any pictures because it was too the glare from the window. They all looked like crap. But you couldn't even tell what they were. But so I stopped trying. I just watched it, and I was like, wow, like pink and red, and these just most of them were pink and red, like pink and red, like that's what I would say. But they were like amazing, and from the ground, the lightning looked white. So what the heck is that, right?
Okay, so us recognizing this whole, because again, taking in Witsit's drop the other day with regards to lightning and this being like an electric field environment, is this something that we now look at is how electricity interacts with gas or noble gases? Sorry,
Yeah, we can actually test for that, like here on Earth. There's a lot of videos on YouTube that show you they can use it like a Tesla coil, and you get it like one of those. You get a tube next to it with a different type of noble gas, and when it gets near, it excites the gas inside. It doesn't combust; it just excites it. And when it does, it that's how you get like neon signs in that when you're running a current, you run a current through those. So yeah, it changes the colors of those gases depending on the frequency or the strength of it. So like just like the sun would, as you see dawn coming and twilight, it starts to ignite these noble gases, and they have a different hue depending on the proximity of the sun to those gases.
Yeah.
And I would say I would lean towards that way. If anything, we don't really like. Obviously, there's no way to really know unless you actually really test it out. But it just makes more sense that way if we're going to speculate that the sun acts like a giant electrical Tesla coil, and when it gets near like the gases, it just excites them. That's why light doesn't shine like the way people think it does. You know what I mean? Being that it's like yeah.
This is, dude.
So a light is like a focus. A light is a focus beam. The sun is like exciting the gases as it goes near and away. So that's what I see it doing.
This is why, like, I kept on making the association of gas and there being like a byproduct, I guess, because when you burn a gas, there's always like you guys drive a car and you see the emission come out. That's what I'm looking for. But when it comes to the noble gas, the noble gas only requires an electrical charge to become active. And that's where I was using it. So this now that noble gases versus just plain old regular gas. I love it, dude. Guys, great chat this morning, man. My mind's opening a lot. Welcome everybody, whoever's here. Isaiah, I see Felicia's back.
Wow. The best part about it, I think the best part about it is that we can actually test for these things here on Earth. So the noble gases that are in the air can be, you can test for them. Like you can separate them and put them in a different container and check to see the hues, the colors, and it just represents like what we see in dawn, like when the sun's approaching. It changes the strength of the electricity. Like as it gets closer, it's bright blue, just like you would see in a flame when it's really hot. It changes colors, and the intensity of the flame changes its colors, just like it would if you're exciting noble gases. The closer the energy source, the brighter, and it turns from blue to white. You know what I mean? And as you get further away, it changes from blue to like purple to like orange, and yeah.
And that makes so much more sense to me.
But you see, the sun is constantly emanating this bright white light, like a thunder. But the thunder is very short-lived. And if you have large amounts of helium-3 burning...
You mean lightning, right? Sorry, you said thunder, you mean lightning, right?
Yeah, lightning, yeah. So, the problem with the sun is once you get closer to it, there is a electromagnetic field induction. So anything that gets closer to the sun and it's in a metal state, it's a metal, it will induct. Metals induct through electromagnetic induction, and they start to heat up and boil and then enter plasma state. All metals have a plasma state. And this is what happens with metals going towards the sun. They will never be in metallic state. They will take a plasma state. So you cannot get close to the sun beyond a certain barrier. Not even humans, us. We cannot shield ourselves from the sun. Once we get close to that barrier where the sun's electromagnetic induction distance is.
So, wait a minute. I have another question to ask before I'm going on mute, and this is something putting on the table for consideration. Do noble gases require containment?
Yes.
Yes,
Hold on. Just wait. Is oxygen a noble gas then?
No.
And what makes the difference between oxygen and a combustible gas? Or
they're represented on the periodic chart. I put a graph, I put a infographic the other day up, and you guys can see like neon is a noble gas. I think xenon is one.
Argon.
There's a few others. Yeah, argon. If you could take a look at that, then it'll give you an indication what noble gases are. It's on the periodic table and how they get excited when they're near like either a flame or they're on an electrical something, that's emitting like a electricity, like a Tesla coil. But they do get excited and they have to be contained. So hence it even furthers the idea that we live in a contained closed system.
Yeah.
And my son and I have been talking about the periodic table the last week or so. I love it. Wow. Guys, thank you so very much for this. I really appreciate this. Great chat.
You're welcome.
I don't know if you know this, but they usually talk about the noble gases and that, but when they say the sun is emitting a solar flare, there's a lot of trouble with electronics. And it has to do with a lot of people don't realize that also it interferes with the frequencies here on Earth. Mm-hmm. But they say due to solar flares, but this is much more to do with magnetics and frequencies, and so it's
electromagnetic pulses. Those are like high bursts of. I would assume it's high burst of tritium. You have moments when a lot of this fuel is being burnt, and then it will generate such a big electromagnetic pulse that it's reaching almost the surface of the world,
And actually, that's when I realized too, when you pulse a magnet, that's the way you can get it to change polarity, right? Have you heard about that?
When you change the polarity to a magnet, I
think you can pulse it. If you put I remember there's something, and I remember coming across this maybe in high school or something, but if you take an electric charge to a magnet, it does something to the magnet.
Yeah, well, this is how you magnetize neodymium. You create this, you extract this material, but it's not a neodymium magnet yet. You have to expose it to a strong magnetic field so it becomes itself a magnet. And then it will be a neodymium magnet. But in time, all neodymium magnets, they lose their magnetic properties. In fact, this magnetism, they will lose it. It's like a stored energy inside them, you know.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And the most simple way to observe this is looking at ferromagnetism. Once you put a iron metal next to a magnet, you see it's strongly attracted, and the iron itself becomes a magnet, and he still keeps, he still behaves as a magnet. Once you remove the magnet away, he will still continue to act like a magnet. But in a couple of minutes, it will lose that property. And not to forget that our own world has a giant magnetic field, pretty much uniform everywhere. And this magnetic field doesn't allow like all these electromagnetic pulses from the sun hitting the ground. They don't reach us. They stop somewhere up above us, somewhere in that region, which they call the Van Allen belt. That's pretty much how high the world's magnetic field extends to.
But if its frequency stops there, how does it excite the gases?
I will say once you get to the Van Allen belts and you go higher above, then your compass needle will stop working. You won't be able to see the north, to find the north anymore. Because you are outside the world's magnetic field.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the globe version?
No. You see, the globe version does not explain why on the equator, the magnetic field strength is the same as if you were at the 45th parallel, north or south. And when you are in the southern hemisphere, you are further away from the north. But you can still find the north in the same amount of time as if you were in the northern 45th parallel. This means the compass needle, if you move it with your hand, left or right, and when you release it, the needle will start align itself with the north. And it will do this in a period of time, and you can measure that, how fast it's realigning itself. And you will find that anywhere you go in the world, it will always realign itself with the same speed. This means the magnetic field is uniform. It doesn't vary that much. And this is weird because it's like a weak magnet, but he's capable attracting things from very, very far away distances with the same strength.
Yeah. Well, I still don't see how the Van Allen belt comes into play with this, and the sun being above that, and igniting the gases below also.
Well,
Exciting.
I was, for example, I was curious my curiosity was, obviously we don't live on a globe, so how is this giant world magnetic field functions? You know, because in the globe model, I was explained that a nickel iron molten core magically spinning is creating this world's giant magnet. Yeah. But then we had a recent quantum physicist. He came in here, I think, last year, in the summer of last year. And as a new graduated physicist, scientist, I asked him, because I was theorizing that if you pump superfluid liquid helium through a pipe, the flow of this liquid will be in both ways, and it will generate a magnetic field around that pipe, just like when you run current, electricity, through a copper wire or through a coil. Yeah. So I asked him if this will be happening, and the guy told me, he confirmed that this thing in quantum mechanics and physics, not many people know it, but it's true, it's real. He said that the flow of liquid helium actually generates a magnetic field when it's flowing. And the superfluid liquid helium-3, that one has a dual flow, like forward and backward in the same time, and it's flowing frictionless. But it is impossible to contain it because it's flowing. There's nothing physical that can contain it. There is no container. to store that liquid. And this is the problem which the Americans have today, because they don't have this technology to decay tritium into tralfium. It takes 12 years for tritium, hydrogen-3, to decay into tralfium. And once you get the tralfium, it will leak away and it will rise up in the sky. You cannot hold it down here, and this is the problem the Americans have.
I don't mean to interrupt, but would you be able to go back and repeat that, what you were just talking about? How do you say it? Is it trinium or tritium?
Tritium. That is.
Oh my god, that has been in my head. H3. I have this thing. I'm starting a business, and and the H3 is part of it. It's been rolling around in my brain, and I started looking it up and reading, and I was so confused when I ended up, and now I can't believe that you're sitting here talking about it right now as I just hung up the phone and I came back in here and you're talking about this thing that's been going around in my head.
So
you're the answer to my prayers right now. Please.
Hydrogen-3.
I'm making it start over. Thank you.
Yeah. They discovered hydrogen-3 in early World War II. And then they used it as a bomb. And they said then they saw that explosions of tritium, this element burns so fast that it generates electromagnetic pulse, and it makes metals jump from solid to plasma state, like in an instant, in faster than you can blink. And then by adding some radioactive metals into these bombs, when they exploded, they spread a lot of radioactive material over a very large area, and that area becomes radioactive. And they say that all these radioactive materials, they are actually powerful explosives, and they should be forbidden from ordinary people use, because they were the only viable energetic source which can offer independence to everyone, to all people. So you don't want free people in a world which you want to govern and rule. You cannot rule a world of free people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And then I read a small footnote in one of the things that I was reading about that said that tritium can actually be produced in the body in some way. Do you know anything about that?
Oh no, that is fascinating. No? Yeah, it makes sense because for example,
when I got, I'm sorry, when I got to the point where I figured out that
hydrogen peroxide, you see, there is naturally found hydrogen peroxide, which is I forgot the chemical formula for it, but it has many hydrogen atoms and is capable to release some of them, and they can form water molecules inside the human body. So you have that process. Like when you mix oxygen and hydrogen, it burns. It's a very hot oxidation process, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a source of high energy.
Yeah, well, that kind of
Yeah.
like when I read that, I thought that, and I'm like, well, then how do we figure out how to produce that in the body to
Yeah.
make energy, right? To energy to be used by the body, right?
Yeah, this process does happen in the human body, but at atomic level and only remotely in once a second or something like this, you know, not and very small quantities. Like you have 1 water of molecule being formed like every second, you know.
Yeah, but if you can make the process continual, one particle per second or whatever would continue on and on and on, right? But I don't know. My brain is still formulating. I don't know, or going down that rabbit hole, so to speak.
Yeah, but you
But
see,
that just you just helped me a lot. You did.
We have a very constant body temperature that we live, you know, like 36, 37 Celsius. Anything above and below means death, like 2 degrees Celsius off and you're dead. But
my body always runs cold.
I read about some ancient Romanian monks which they enter a very deep and long cave. So they walked like 1 kilometer deep inside the mountain, and they had no light source, nothing, no music, no smartphones, nothing. And they stayed there for like 200, 300 years, and they had nothing except water. And I find this now that once you enter a cave, it is considered like you are going back into the womb. And if you have water in that cave, then it is a womb. But if that cave has methane gas, those caves are like a different kind of body parts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the good caves are the ones which have running water, and they are open air, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you can breathe inside, and once you are in that cave, the temperature is constant, like something between 4 and 10 degrees Celsius. This means you have no seasons. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So once you adapt with the temperature inside, then your body doesn't need
I know
anything.
where you're going. Yeah.
Yeah, and it can help you live for very, very long time, and you don't need almost anything, you know, except water. Yeah. It's fascinating.
That's wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that train of thought and that logic. Actually, it's like my body temperature actually runs cold, like colder than most people. So when people take my temperature, they always take my temperature a bunch of times, and then they ask me, "Am I feeling okay?"
Yeah.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Where they send people
I
in.
can accept.
When I have to go to the hospital, they come in they always come in with like masks and full body gear and stuff like that. They think that there's something wrong
Yeah,
with
yeah.
me?
They are taking their precautions. They think you're on your way, you know?
When I went to the hospital right
Yeah.
before this whole pandemic started, like the
Mhm.
month before, and I'm
Yeah.
telling you, they knew what was coming because they came in with like full body gear on me, and I was like,
Wow.
"What the
Yeah.
fuck are you like?" I'm throwing up. I'm like I was throwing up. Like it was a
Yeah.
stomach attack. You know, like I'm
Mhm.
like I knew exactly what it was.
Mhm.
I'm telling them what it is and what I need, and they're not listening, of course. And then they think I have whatever was
Yeah.
coming. Afterwards, when it came, I was like, "Oh, that's what they thought I had."
Yeah, but how did they knew before time?
Exactly. That's what I said, and
Yeah.
that's what really that's what
Mhm.
like really threw a nail in the final coffin for me. I was like, "Oh, that even the doctors and every single every
Yeah.
institution is in on it. They're not trying like they don't give two credit. Like yeah, exactly. How did they know? Right?
Yeah.
Whereas I've gone to the hospital before for the same thing and they've never treated me that way before. So
Yeah.
why are they treating me different now? Right? But it was interesting. Yeah. So I have a heart. Yeah, my whenever I go places, and now that people want to check your temperatures when you go, like when they were checking temperatures when you tried to go anywhere, they wanted to check your temperature and this and that, and I'm like, no, like you're just gonna think because they're just gonna think I'm sick, right? So what's the point?
Yeah. Well, which man is 100% healthy?
Yeah. Well,
Definitely not the people that
on this
eat,
planet,
which
this
are
plane,
eating.
my bad.
No, I'm saying the people who are eating from the supermarket,
Yeah.
they are 100% not healthy because those people do not know what they eat,
Yeah.
literally.
Yeah, that's most of
Yeah.
of us. Most of us, because most of us have to get our food from the supermarket.
Yeah, and imagine, well, I don't know
And
if
even if you tried to eat,
spiritual person, but I read the Bible, and it says, "Do not eat food which was brought forth to other gods, or from unclean people, or yeah." Uh, he's
well,
saying,
it's true. There's
it's
trusting, right?
saying,
When you buy vegetables, even or fruit
yeah,
or whatever, you think you're trying to eat healthy, you think you're trying to eat organic, but
yeah,
you're just simply trusting that
and
label is what it says.
and another thing, when you drink water or when you see someone eating, wish him bon appetit, happy meal, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say a good saying, and when someone gives you water to drink, you say thank you. If you don't say that, then that water will be neutral or poisonous to you. It will be with
Do that.
bad
I do that
will,
with my
you
water.
know?
Yeah.
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 And
I've actually blessed my water. Yeah.
yeah, that's a very good thing. And so if this thing is important, imagine how important is like the man who grows these animals and how does he care for them?
Yes.
Because
I
I saw swine farms here in Germany when I came here. I saw a TV show with a bunch of YouTubers, uh, these young guys, and they secretly video camera in a swine farm to see how they treat the pigs. And one worker at night came and he took the small swine piggies, and he held them between his legs. He opened their mouth, and with a this metal cutting machine, the spinning blade. He was cutting off the teeth from that little pig, like alive. And that little pig began to scream so loud, and all the piggies around him, they run off like you set them on fire. Like they run away terrified. And I saw that is for me evidence that even animals, they have feelings, they feel stuff, and they know their stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And now we have to eat pain and suffering when we eat from the supermarket.
Mm-hmm.
We literally eat ill treatment. Yeah.
Yeah. As I don't know, as I became more awakened to all of the stuff going on, I never made a choice to eat, like not eat meat or eat less meat. Like it feels like my body made its own decision. Like it just started making me sick. The better I felt about myself, the better I felt, the more spiritual I felt,
yeah, me
the less
too.
I was able to eat meat. Like when I ate it, it makes me sick. It like literally I would just start to throw up from it, and I didn't understand what was going on. And I'm like, why? I went and had tests done for my stomach and all of these things, thinking that there's something wrong with my stomach.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, there's nothing wrong. We can't find anything wrong. So I'm like, so then why, then just don't eat it, right? Just don't eat it.
Coming out from the school bench, teachers told me, educated me that if I don't eat, I die.
Mm-hmm.
That's simple. It's not logic, it's nothing. That's how things are. And he was like telling us, do not play with hunger. When you feel hungry, you go quick and eat, And I was like, yeah, it makes sense, But so from school, I was never told that fasting has healing properties.
Correct.
Why wasn't I told that?
Because no one told us that. That's why.
Yeah. They don't want us to know.
They don't want us to know when our body's done digesting all of the crap that we put into it. When it's finished doing that job, then it has time to run around and fix all of the things that we broke by eating all of that crappy stuff.
Yeah.
But if we just keep putting food in it, then it never has time to go fix the stuff
that's no
broken.
Break. It's working 24/7. Yeah.
Yeah, and when you're sleeping, it's supposed to be fixing everything, but it's not, because it's still digesting the junk that you just finished eating before you went to sleep.
Yeah. And another funny thing, back in the days, the year had 13 months, and the month had 28 days.
Go figure, since we do have 13 moons, right?
Yeah. And we work 13 months, but we get paid for 12.
And the female cycle runs on 28 days.
Yeah. It's very convenient for the system,
Mm-hmm. Funny how it used to all like even out and equal out nicely and fall into place where it all made sense, right? And then now none of it makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they make so you can't predict you can't predict anything yourself or figure anything out yourself, because they confuse it, and then they take hours away and take days away, like. And then how do you keep track anymore?
In many working places, they have this thing like the 13th salary.
Yes, I used to have that at my job as well. We had an extra. It was like 1 month a year. You got paid like
Yeah,
an extra
twice.
paycheck because
Yeah,
yeah. Oh, we got paid 3
and
times because we get paid bi-weekly. So that month we got paid 3
yeah.
times.
I conclude now. They have this thing with 13th salary because these people who run these businesses, they know the law from God, and
Mm-hmm.
they don't want to mess with God, you know. So they found their
They
way
follow the
to give
natural
you,
laws.
yeah, they found their way to give you all the money you deserve for your work, you know.
Of the money you
But
agreed upon.
yeah,
Your agreed upon salary, what you agreed upon,
yeah,
right? And but they have to give it to you all, or then they're not following their own law, right? So they're
yes,
not
yes,
following the natural law, and then they can get themselves in trouble, and then they believe that karma comes and all that other stuff, and
yeah,
yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, so they say, well, we've paid them all they're owed, right? All they agreed
yeah,
upon. That's what they asked for. We gave them what they asked for,
mm,
what was agreed upon, and you
mm,
can't they can't be held accountable.
correct. All the government jobs, they have this 13 salary. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, I didn't work for a
doctors,
government job.
lawyers.
Now I'm thinking
Yeah,
twice about the company I was working for.
yeah. So, what's your company doing about tritium?
No, it's not. It's not my. Well, it's something I'm creating myself.
Yeah,
It was that it has something to do with the name of the business, and for some reason the name of the business so this idea didn't come from me. It came from a higher power,
yeah,
and I'm trying to piece it all together, and
yeah.
the name of the business had to have 3 H's in it, and then
I see.
and
Yeah,
it said, and I decided to do it that way, right? And I used 3 H's in the name, and then the 3H still kept coming up. I'm like, okay, maybe that's supposed to be the nickname of the business, H3, which sounded cool to me, right? And I'm like, oh,
yeah,
that's a cool, nickname, right? And then I said, well, that's good. Is that an element, right?
yeah. It is hydrogen
So then
3 tritium.
we started
But
looking up the element, right?
let me tell you
And then
something.
that was our
I
rabbit
think
hole, right?
I think it will give you some meaning. I hope. You see, tritium is an element that we can create and store and use as a fuel. But
Which really, really coincides with the business.
but
I can't tell you right
tritium,
now what it is until it's done, but it really makes sense. Like you brought it
tritium,
all together. Like the thing that is literally fuel for your body. Like it really does. It fuels your
listen,
body, and oh my god.
yeah. Just let me tell you.
Okay, go ahead.
So tritium
I'm excited.
is a liquid. And it's achievable at a very, very low energy state. It's very cold for us, but actually, that low energy that we call cold is actually a high energy state. It's not, but it's the first positive energies, Now, but there is another liquid, tralfium, and this one is helium-3, and the name for this element is He, He3. And in my
Like
conclusion,
HEA?
no, He.
Oh, H and E, 3.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And I suspect that this liquid is actually what is called in the Bible the water of life. It's the most crystal clear water. Once it's in your presence, it's almost invisible to the naked eye. So if you had a lake, if you were next to a lake with this liquid, and when you look at it, you will see the bottom of the lake and you will say it's a valley. But actually, that's a place where it's a lake.
Okay, now you're blowing my mind, but okay. I'm gonna have a lot to think about and research.
Yeah, and
appreciate your time.
in this liquid, we see happening the most fascinating supernatural things, phenomena. Scientists nowadays, they study quantum vortices. These quantum vortices show up in this liquid and they spin forever. They never stop. They are eternal as long you keep that liquid state of superliquid helium. It's the only thing that is perpetual, you know.
Okay, mine officially blown for today. I'm going. I have to go get ready to leave, but I do seriously appreciate everything you just provided me with.
You're welcome. It was nothing, and I'm glad we had a chat.
I am more than glad. Thank you. You just
Be great until
you
next
just put the
time.
icing on my cake. Thank you.
Be great until next time. Do come back.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Mic check.
I hear you. You're
Hey,
good.
GVG. How are you, buddy?
Hey, bro. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I just popped in because, well, there's a big UFC card going on right now, and I've been tuned into a couple live streams, and there's this. I forgot about this fighter named Bryce Mitchell. I guess he's been talking about the flat Earth, and he's really outspoken and stuff, right? And so I just captured this clip of someone doing an impersonation of Bryce Mitchell, and I thought it'd be really funny to show it here. So let me just grab this for you all.
If I only knew who those people are.
It's nobody really. You probably wouldn't be familiar with these types of guys, but
Yeah.
yeah, he's been yeah, he's just kind of a homesteader kind of guy, you know, like he likes to raise chickens and stuff on his farm, but he also happens to have a contract in the UFC, so he's a martial artist. He fights for a living also. And so yeah, so I watch some podcasts that just kind of talk about the sport, and the guy that I watched also does good impersonations.
So I happened to just was listening live, and he hit this clip. So it's only 1 minute. I figure I'll play it really quick for y'all.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Cringe. Bryce Mitchell impression. See, what they don't want you to know is that the world is flat. I know more than the scientists. The reflection of light from the sun means the sun is smaller than the earth. And I have no know. I'll go on Joe Rogan and tell him about this. And I have you know the reflection of light from the sun means the sun must be smaller than the earth. Cringe. Bryce Mitchell impression. You went back in school, what they tell you is they tell you that we go around the sun. But what they don't tell you is the sun's going around us. And I learned that when I was feeding my chickens. When these fucking retards were looking in their microscopes and doing all their science tests. They don't tell you learn more feeding chickens than doing actual tests.
Those scientists looking into their microscopes, they wouldn't be able to raise chickens.
Exactly.
To feed.
Yeah. Like, this guy might not agree. Like, he does a good impersonation. He might not, I don't even know what his stance is. But I just thought that was really funny.
It is funny, yeah.
But you're right, though. It's not like you're going to notice the Earth by looking into a microscope. You know, you probably notice more by actually being observant, being outside, so on. So, yeah.
Well, you look at the small, but you have to use the small to be more accurate in the macro. You know, that's a good thing. That's a good quantification of reality. And this is why I keep telling these globers that Renishaw company is, I think it's a German manufacturer. They make these measuring instruments and all sort of linear or rotary encoders. So these guys are into the measuring stuff, you know, like high precision measuring. And they do it for the most advanced machines. This is a very high-tech company we are talking about. These guys make the instruments which the scientists use. And vast majority of the scientists, they use these instruments and they have no clue how these instruments function and work and what components do they have inside or based on what principles they function, you know. And there is these laser optical encoders which can measure, you can have a band strip like a ruler, and you can measure like with nanometer precision. We can make rulers which are like picometer precise, you know. So, and about 10 meters of this ruler will cost you like 600 euro. So imagine how much did it cost Airbus company, because they bought like 4 of these linear encoders, but 200 meters long. So they can measure a distance of 200 meters with nanometer precision. that is mind-blowing precise. There is no other instrument in the world, so measuring instrument for measuring such a long distance, you know. And this company said, hey, yeah, on a request, if you need a 10 kilometers ruler, we can make it for you, you know, but you have to fill in a request, a special order, because they're not going to manufacture it if no one is going to buy it. And this is a case where the very small is being applied to the macro. And Airbus indirectly proves flat Earth because they measured two plumb bobs tools 200 meters apart, and they found that the plumb bobs are perfectly parallel to each other with nanometer precision. So in 1 millimeter you have 1 million nanometers. So in 1 centimeter, in 10 millimeters, you have 10 million nanometers. In 100 millimeters, 100 millions. In 1 meter, you have 1 billion nanometers. So in 200 meters, there are 200 billion nanometers. So that machine is counting 200 billion lines when it's moving along that track. And it can go with a speed of 1 meter a second per second.
Jet be Jet, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, sure. Hello.
Hello. So you were talking about the plumb bobs yesterday, and I guess I don't understand the significance of this. What are the plumb bobs hanging from? Where are they at? And what is the significance of the accuracy of the plumb bobs? Like, what is this demonstration? What is it?
Well, this is the carbon fiber printing machine from Airbus. They print large structures of carbon fiber, which is the airplane's structural resistance.
Sure.
Of those giant airplanes. Now, this machine, this 3D printer, is not like your ordinary household printer. It is 200 meters long, inside the building. And the printing head is about 4 or 5 meters tall. Yeah, it's U shape, and on the sides it has 2 sliding tracks, yeah, linear bearings with ball screws for precision positioning of the machine. And you see, when it's moving 200 meters away from the start point, yeah, if we lived on a globe, yeah, the down vectors, there will be no 2 different down vectors parallel to each other, because you cannot have 2 parallel radiuses inside the circle or inside the sphere. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
but I guess what I'm asking is, if this isn't a building, or this is a poured concrete floor, and this thing is erected, they have to calibrate it. So wouldn't they, even if there was drop over distance, would they just go ahead and shim or calibrate or whatever to get this within accuracy? It wouldn't necessarily determine whether or not the surface of the Earth is curving?
well, the floor inside this building is straight flat. And you see, on the floor, they mounted these linear bearings. These linear bearing tracks, they are super straight. Like, from the beginning to the end, you have like 1 nanometer tolerance, straightness. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, if this floor is constructed man-made, then any curvature that might exist within 200 meters, they could probably
but
correct that or calibrate that or shim that.
I'm not discussing about the curvature. I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, I just didn't know what you were discussing.
Yeah? We have a super flat surface on the surface of a ball. Yeah. We artificially create this super flat surface. But now the down vector on this ball, yeah, in one position cannot be parallel with the down vector from another position on that ball, because this means you will have 2 radiuses which are parallel to each other.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But okay, so it's not that I want to argue with you or take issue with this. Obviously, I'm of the flat Earth persuasion, but I suppose that you could negate a down vector. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with like center to radius of a ball. It could just be artificially parallel without any, like, they're not going according to the radius of the ball. They're just making sure that everything is parallel. It's constructed to be that way. Do you know you see what I'm saying?
But are you from USA?
Yes.
So the guys in China are 100 degrees opposite to your position in space.
Sure. Right. Antipodal. Right.
Sure. Right. But we found this is not the case. They are actually perfectly parallel with your position. So a man in China, which is standing straight on the ground, in his feet, he will be parallel to you standing in USA. And you are not in the case where you are 180 degrees opposite. This is the problem. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'm just in your mind it may be a great proof. In my mind, I'm trying to decide whether or not, and maybe you're not even saying it's a proof, but it's a good example of how we can demonstrate that there's parallel, not it's a matter of degrees, even in 200 meters, that you cannot have a nanometer's worth of difference in that particular span to be, parallel or whatever to the radius of the Earth, the downward vector. I get all that. I'm just thinking in my mind that it could easily be calibrated to be so, never mind where you are 200 meters across spanning distance on the Earth. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, I just wanted to understand it because I wasn't quite understanding what you were saying, but I get it now, so I appreciate you explaining it to me.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I'm glad you ask. You're curious. I'm not into telling bullshit and lying to people. I have no agenda. I follow nobody's agenda. I'm an individual.
Oh, sure.
I seek my own things to know. And I do happen to work in metal industry. So I work with CNC machines, milling, turning, grinding. Yeah, I worked with a lot of ultra high precision instruments. I used picometer interferometers, picometer precision measuring tools.
Right.
I use these instruments.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think now that I do get what you're saying. So if they calibrate a downward vector, they would have to necessarily know what straight down is according to their position, right? So if it was a ball, it would have to be straight down from one end of 200 meters to the other end of 200 meters.
There was a team of engineers, experts, and the problem was, we live on a ball. So
right.
When you are about to install such a precision machine, which nowhere around the world nobody has ever installed before. That printing head, they have to know. You see, the printing head was like 5 meters tall, but when the bottom is moving 1 nanometer, the top also has to move 1 nanometer.
Sure.
And this machine has to be always perpendicularly to the printing surface area, because they are printing micron size carbon fibers. They are laying down micron carbon fibers, fiber with fiber, and they make like a special weave pattern, and given by this pattern, you have the best structural resistance of this component. So you cannot lay one fiber on top of the other, like it doesn't work that way. So this machine has to be ultra precise, and they knew that if it's traveling 200 meters, we have these straight tracks. We know they are straight. We measure them. We install them, but the center of gravity changes.
Right.
On a ball, you have no.
So I guess the real question
two parallel centers of gravity. But they found that actually using plumb tools, um, they were not ordinary. They are for precision calibrating instruments, and those were cobalt wires, and their section was also ultra precise wire, so it doesn't vary, because they're measuring nanometer, and if the wire thickness, is fluctuating from top to the bottom, then you cannot perform such a precise measurement.
Sure. So my question would be, I guess, just to give comparison, and I don't know the math offhand, but maybe there's even a calculator somewhere that would give us how many degrees out of parallel would the plumb bob be 200 meters to give just a the contrast. Do you know what that is? So what would it have to be?
Well, the curvature in 100 meters, the arc curvature will be about 8 millimeters.
Okay, so we're
meters.
saying
So in 200 meters, we're
would have to be
about
16.
Maybe 16, something like 16 millimeters. So that means for this linear encoder, 16 millimeters means 16 million nanometers. So you will see on the machine a number of 16 million minus.
No, that's perfect. That gives a better idea. So as far as arc angle or whatever, instead of 1 nanometer, within 1 nanometer accuracy, as a difference as opposed to 16 million nanometers difference, that's a great, I would say that is a great proof, because it would have to be, as far as plumb bobs are concerned, it would have to be 16 millimeters arc in 200 meters. So, okay, I got you. That's better. Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, but you see, you have this arc curvature, but for that arc curvature, you have a circle, and from the center of the circle, you have two radiuses towards the beginning of that arc curvature and to the end of the arc curvature. You have two radiuses, just like a pizza slice. Yeah, and these radiuses, they cannot be parallel ever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I think it's a huge difference. I do actually think that's because you're using plumb bobs, right? It would have to a plumb bob would always have to aim directly at center of the ball or sphere or circle.
The plumb bobs should be aligned with the, like the pizza slice lines, divergent lines,
Yeah.
They will always have to point in that direction, the same direction. Oh.
Great. Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So 10 meters of this linear encoder is 650 euros. 100 meters will be 6,000. Yeah, with about 13,000 euros, we could buy such a long linear encoder, but we will need 2 of them. Anyone here? Wait, check. Anybody listening?
Hey guys. Pretty quiet bunch.
Hey, how's it going?
No, hoy hoy. Anybody aboard? Anybody around? What's happening, friend?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Yes, yes, yes. Who is that? Sorry, I'm not looking at the mic.
Who you think it is? The Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit love you.
Hey, dude, how are you, man? We haven't connected verbally in a while. How are things?
What's up? What's up?
How are things? You good?
Oh yeah, and you?
Fantastic, man. Thanks for asking. Glad to hear.
Yeah, just been.
Thanks for answering the call. Appreciate it.
I've just been bombing some friends on Facebook with flat Earth stuff.
Nicely done. What have you been? What have your swords of choice?
Actually, I used the one with the that post that they posted just now about the mirror on the ball. You're not a ball. Sorry, you're not a ball. Your reflection says it all.
Nice.
This one. I put that one on because that's really plain to see that there's no reflect. I mean, there's no reflection on a ball, so you can't have that. It's impossible. And then I put it like an explanation underneath as well, like I just explained this some more. That there's no ways you could have that on a round Earth, and the proportions would be out. Even if there was some kind of reflection on the ball, the proportion would be different because it would be on a ball you wouldn't be identical the proportions of the reflection. And then also, I used Eric Dubé's movie 200 Proofs That the Earth is Flat as well. I put that on. But I don't normally put stuff on Facebook, but I just felt like it today. I just had that. I just felt like I'm going to do it. And actually, my friend dared me as well. A friend of mine dared me, a flat earther. He said, I dare you. So I just took his dare as well.
Nicely done.
It was fun.
You know what was working in you, right?
Yeah, it's fun. It's all fun, you know. Because there's a lot of people at the moment that are starting to look at my Facebook. So I don't normally get a lot of people looking at my Facebook normally. Because normally I'm banned for a couple of months or, you know, said something wrong politically. So right now, I've got a lot of people seeing my Facebook at the moment because I've got a lot of likes and stuff. So the numbers are pumping up. So I thought, since I've got all these numbers, I may as well just say something about flat Earth, you know?
A badge of honor, if you will. And I always talk about these, you know, I've gone through my strikes with my social pages and my YouTube page and whatnot, and every time I get a strike, I'm like, yes, another badge of honor, damn it. Get put in jail and you wear it. Go ahead, sorry.
You think I'm going to get a strike? Maybe I will. Yeah, probably.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying from a standpoint of when it happens, it's like a badge of honor, you know, a nod that you're doing a good thing. So.
Well, I go onto these like video chat sites with the news, and I spam them with really hardcore info, like you know, when they're talking about you know, the something word, one of the last letters of the alphabet word, you know, that word that we're not supposed to talk about, somewhere near that I can't even actually mention. I don't even want to say the letter because it might just you know, that special word. So I was going full blast onto you know, those things that people put over their mouths, that something, I don't know what they are, but yeah.
Yeah, the things that help with the cocoa pebbles.
Yeah, I don't know what they are, but it's something that I was talking straight out, and I was confronting, before the decisions were actually made, I was confronting Ron DeSantis in his face on Facebook Live, on a live thing on the news, in front of everyone, like in front of thousands of people. And I was just hitting them full on, like total, like ballistically, like completely. I mean, I got banned for that, obviously. You know, I mean, I was just giving them the full thing. I said, you murderers, you know.
Okay.
You're murdering people's brain cells. You know that.
Right.
I told them spread out. Man, I got a lot of sheep that were like really very angry with me, like very angry sheep. But they weren't good sheep, not the good kind of sheep in the Bible, but the sheep from that just follow and believe everything.
Comply.
Those type.
Yeah. The ones that fall into the fence folds, if you will.
Yeah, they just keep on falling in and they just run back in, you know. Once they come out, they just run back in again. Yeah. They're like suckers for punishment. This time.
I love it.
It's good to be around like-minded people here and people that think and people that love and people that value the good things in life. So it's great to be around good people. So
well, yeah, I mean, brother, it's the truth, right? That's what we all collect under is this truth, and we know that when you seek the truth, it's like everything that falls in line with that kind of just falls in line with that. It naturally happens. So it's so very good to be filtered out and find everybody sitting here hanging out. You know, the cream of the crop, if you will.
And people that know that what life's about, you know, it's about love and good things and not, you know, and that's good that people can differentiate between what's good and bad. There's a lot of people who can't nowadays. They can't differentiate good and evil anymore. They're just so caught up in it, you know.
Yep.
So that's a good thing. Yeah. Awesome. Keep up the great work.
Right back at you, man. Many returns. It's you know, I'm. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna go get some sunshine, but yeah. Sorry,
enjoy, man. I literally I just came back in from getting some myself, so enjoy it. Enjoy it, my friend.
Have a good day.
Thanks, brother. You too.
I'll probably be on a bit later, but I've got to get out.
Yeah, no worries.
Out and about.
You know me. I'll be here.
Have fun.
Thanks, brother.
See ya. Blessings.
Many returns. That was Trinity, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much for being here with the chat, engaging with us. This is the 24/7 community. Welcome. It's approximately 26 minutes. Well, it is 26 minutes past the hour, indeed. 1:26 specifically Eastern Standard. I see Chili is in the chat. I see Julius J in the chat. Myself, Kiwi King's Clown. I see Michael Gleason in the chat. I see Timbo, and I see Trinity, of course. He was just here on the mic with me, chatting. Guys, it is Saturday afternoon. We're hanging out. If there's anything you've got for consideration in terms of evidence you'd like us to look at, unpack, go over some concepts with you, please click the link in the YouTube chat if you're there hanging out. Come on down. Hit us up in the VC check-in. We'll get you verified and you can join the chat and chat with us. Hang out. Other than that, hope you guys are all enjoying the afternoon. I'm gonna throw something on the bot if anyone minds. If you don't, be quiet, hold your peace, or stay quiet, hold your peace, as they say. I gotta get to my machine. Give me a few minutes, folks. It's 1:27, 1:30. I'm gonna find something. I don't know if anybody's out there listening. If you do have something that you'd like me to throw up, feel free to throw it in the chat, and I will post it into the bot. If not, I'm gonna go digging and find something to play. Here in Toronto, Ontario, I'm in the Greater Toronto area. It is absolutely beautiful outside. About 18 degrees. Not a damn cloud in the sky. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Went out to the park across the street. Looked up at the sun. And all I could think is, who's moving? Because I'm not moving. But I know the sun is tracking because we can track the sun's movement. Oh, snap. Yo, Trinity, I didn't even realize, man. I'm such a dork. I'm such a dork. Alright, 200 proofs. Yo, I'm gonna smash that right now. Hold on, folks. I'm gonna get to my machine and throw this piece on. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you as always. Earth's flat. Earth's flat. Hey. Earth's flat. What? Earth's flat. Hey. Earth's flat. Earth's flat. Earth's flat. Earth's flat. Echo chamber. Earth's flat. Hey. Earth is flat. 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 I just heard the doorbell, but I can't see the screen yet. Because my machine still loading up. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Hey, I see the duck with the truck. Duck with truck. Duck with truck. Back in the chat. Duck with truck. Back in the chat. Ever gonna unmute? Chat with us? Nope. Okay. That's cool. Shut up.
Hello?
Hello?
Did you want to talk with me?
Hey, man. Well, no, I saw you dropped in the chat yesterday, and I was shouting you out, but you weren't answering. So, yeah, man. How are you, man? Welcome to the community. How long have you been around?
I've been in this server for about a month or two.
Awesome. How's your stay been so far? Have you been learning a lot? Have you been observing? What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I have been on both sides of the perspective. I've been in the Glober Discord servers, and now I'm in the Flat Earth Discord server to try and learn both sides of you to determine for myself what I should believe in.
Okay, so I'm actually more curious right now about how your journey has been on the servers, without naming names or anything like that. Have you found there to be a difference in like Globers, so to speak, versus Flatties, so to speak?
Yeah, I have a lot of arguments coming from Flat Earth that I have seen so far is along the lines of I shouldn't be able to see this, but I do, therefore Earth is flat.
Right.
Like,
But in terms of like teaching and trying to learn and whatnot, have you found that the globe approach to things, there's a few leaps of faith that are involved in their observations, or do you think that their observations are grounded in reality?
I mean, some seem, or some to a lot of arguments seem plausible for both sides. That's why I'm still very unsure of what to believe. I have done some experiments myself, both in school and on my free time. Like for example, I live close to sea with
Oh, fantastic! Whereabouts are you exactly? If you don't mind me asking, like coast-wise or whatever.
Could you repeat?
Whereabouts are you, like coast-wise?
I live in the
country.
I live in the west coast of Sweden.
Sweden. Okay, cool, awesome. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I live near coast with a lot of islands. So I took a map of and checked the distance and tried to match it with the curvature of the Earth to see if I would be able to see said islands.
How'd it go?
It went pretty well. I might be a bit bad because I don't live in the best city to do it because I live more inland than neighboring cities, so the islands are pretty close. So, but I saw what I was supposed to see according to the globe Earth model. But yeah, as I said, it might be because the islands are too close to be an accurate experiment.
Yeah, I was going to say, you saw what you were supposed to see according to the globe model.
Yeah, so...
Interesting.
Yeah.
So have you taken their mathematics, and like has that been one of the things that you've unpacked to see if there is in fact a deformation in the floor?
Yeah, I have taken the mathematics that they present to me and used it to determine if I should be able to see said things and experience what they tell me I should experience.
Right. Okay, so based on a drop over distance, what was your distance that you checked out?
I can't remember exactly. I think about maybe a couple of kilometers.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's the long distance observations where things start to get a little hairy.
Yeah, exactly.
When you start looking at like 100 meters or 100 kilometers as an example, which is, I mean, I think the one that we have floating around the server is 255 miles, which is pretty substantial. But even looking at 100 kilometers, they're trying to still tell us that based on the mathematics, there should be a drop of like 740 meters, which is still pretty substantial. Like that's a building. So I can't figure that part out. Have you looked into trigonometry at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's where, I start to think, how do you apply the adjacent, which would be the horizon? How would you apply that on a globe model? And I keep thinking, like, does that line cut through water, or should that line just cut, like, crest the top of the water or something and then go off into space? But either or, like, that line, because it's a line interacting with a ball, will ultimately shoot off into space, which doesn't, I've been asking a couple of Globers this past week, like Zanuck, and last night I had Bacon from the Awakening server, and it's kind of fun to hear the lily pad about the explanation of it, but I'm like, a triangle doesn't work on a ball. It's like geometry, it falls apart. Yet, you know what a sextant is, right?
No.
So go to Google or even you. Sorry, phone call.
Yes.
Lost my train of thought. Sorry, dude. What was I saying?
Sextants.
Oh yeah, sextant. Okay, check this out. Hold on. So a sextant is what guys who navigated the waters would use back in the day to navigate waters. So see the lady sitting there, the thing that she's holding is a sextant. So they would, for celestial navigation, they would use that as a tool to observe the celestial bodies and then base their geometry of how they were going to get to their destination and how far out their destination was and things of that nature by using the sextant coupled with geometry, specifically like sine, cosine, tangent.
Yeah, I think I've seen the device. I just didn't know the name of it.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's interesting to use when you use that specific observation. Again, you're using, and you're familiar with sine, cosine, tangent, right?
Sine tangent.
Yeah. So hold on a second here. I love sharing this because a lot of people forget. Are you in university or how old are you?
I am in 8th grade, so I'm pretty young.
Oh, snap. All right, cool. So in high school, so I learned this in grade 10. So trigonometry. So trigonometry is, if you break down the actual word itself, trigeometry. So trigonometry, trigeometry. Trigeometry is the study of three-sided figures. So the only thing that is a three-sided figure, obviously, we know is a triangle because it's three angles. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So what we know for a fact is when you take a triangle, let's take an equilateral triangle as an example. Do you know what an equilateral triangle is?
Yeah.
Perfect. So an equilateral triangle, all sides are equal. So that means all the line segments in that shape, they're all equal. And we know that the internal angles are all equal as well. That's why they call it an equilateral triangle. So you have 60 plus 60 plus 60. So the sum of those angles even or equal 180. Now, if you imagine you take an equilateral triangle, right, at peak at the top, you cut it, and then you take those line segments and you unfold them. What happens?
If you cut the equilateral triangle and unfold the segment.
At peak. Yeah, unfold the two segments out to the side. What happens? It becomes a
non-equilateral triangle.
Yeah, but if you unfold them completely and just let them fall, it becomes a straight line, right? Because ultimately it's now three line segments that are all laying across, right?
Yeah.
Right. So this is where it's one piece of hard evidence, like a stone to the wall of this being a plateau that we observe. The reason being is when I go to the beach, I look out on the sun setting. Notice I said the sun setting, right? I'm implying the action of the sun setting. So the sun is moving, right? Not me. The sun is moving. The sun is doing a motion. It is setting. We call it setting. Fine. I notice that the same linear fashion of this triangle that I've now cut has fallen apart. Now I have a straight line segment. That now replicates, that means it repeats itself when I look out on the horizon. Because the horizon, when I'm looking at out at the water where I always say the ceiling meets the floor, it seems to match. It seems to be a linear measurement, does it not?
Yeah.
So that's where I'm like, okay, that makes some sense. Now here's where things get a little crazy. I want to lily pad this because I've actually been thinking about this a lot this week. If I live in a building and I want to get to the roof of the building, let's say the elevator's out of commission, the stairs are out of commission. What do I need to get?
The stairs and the elevators out of commission.
Yeah, I need to get to the roof. I can get anything I want from perfect. Well done, my friend. So I go to the truck, I get the ladder, I extend it out. Let's say it's a 6-story building. I extend out the ladder, right? Lean it against the building, right? Now I step back from that, okay, to the side, let's say, over to the sidewalk, and I look at the ladder, and this is in the side, let's call it the side elevation. So I look at the side elevation, and I now see that the building meets with the ground. That's a 90-degree angle, right? We know that because we can put the little elbow. You know the elbow in that shows the marker?
Yeah.
Right? So so we put the marker in 90 degrees because we know obviously the building was built level, right? And we know the ground is level. And then we notice that the ladder comes in and it hits the top of the building, or pretty damn close where I need to get to, and it creates a triangle. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. So I was thinking about it and I was like, okay, wait a minute. These guys have been traversing the seas for X amount of years. It's been hundreds of years using a sextant so they could look up at the ceiling and figure out where they were. I thought to myself, well, if these guys have been using this for hundreds of years without failure, they've been traversing waters for hundreds of years using this tool, observing the celestial bodies and doing their mathematics. Of course it makes sense because you know for a fact that the internal composition of those 3 angles add up to 180 degrees. And one of those angles I get by default because it's 90. Has to be 90, right? So here's the thing. If that bottom angle or the floor, again, we're talking about where the building is meeting the floor. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Where the building is meeting the floor, if that floor angle came in on an arc, it would throw the entire calculation off because then where the floor is going off and dropping off and then going to meet up with the ladder, it's going to be intersecting at a completely different angle. It's going to throw off the entire calculation. So now the internal composition of those 3 angles are now going to be off. These guys' calculations, you're talking hundreds of years, these guys have been traversing the waters. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes in question because you're now going to say the surface of that triangle was curved. Doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
Thanks for listening.
The way you explain it.
Thank you. See, I think we have somebody new in the chat. I see Craigie. Is it Craigie 8? I don't see any rolls on you. I'm gonna think. Okay, I guess you're not ready to chat. My bad. Who else in here? No, that's it. Yeah, so that's So I heard the doorbell going off, so I figured I'd check in and say hello to people. So yeah, that's my thought, man. Because then we go to this graphic. Give me a quick second. So here, and then we go here. I love screenshot in Windows. I think it's one of the best things they've ever done. So that's that's what they were. That's what it. Oopsies. That's what they would have been using back then to traverse the waters. Celestial navigation. Sine, cosine, tangent.
Yeah,
Do you have any other questions you want to talk about, or anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah. What makes things fall on a flat Earth? I have been in this live stream one time before, and they said buoyancy and mass. But after a call, I started thinking to myself, and I realized that it shouldn't. Why would it fall down if it was just buoyancy and mass? Why couldn't it fall like sideways or up?
Number one, do you think you can park the idea of a uniform force pulling things down and step back from that idea for a minute?
Yep.
Cool. Think about locally. Hey, Izzy, how's it going?
How are you?
Hope all is well with you, my friend. Thanks for joining the chat. Just having a chat with Duck with a Truck. So with respects to this object you're going to observe, if you were to invoke gravity locally, how would you do it? Or invoke this downward force locally, how would you do it?
Like make an experiment to prove it.
Check. Duck with a Truck.
Yeah, I'm here.
Mic check. Duck with a Truck.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello?
Mic check. Duck with a Truck.
Hello?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Do we lose you? You're cutting in and out. Maybe if you want to try leaving and joining back. Duck with a Truck. Check.
Hello?
Yo, there you go.
Okay, so do you mean like make an experiment that proves that mass attracts mass?
No, but if you were to take, I'm saying locally, invoke gravity itself, how would you do it? Or invoke this downward falling force? How would you do it? Sorry if I call it gravity, but...
Well, first, you'd have to... Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so that's just it, right? It's like, okay, in order to invoke gravity, like you'll go to the, what's his face? DeGrasse. And he'll pick up a microphone and he'll drop it, right? And he's like, gravity, brah. Right, but he picked it up. So the whole thing is that microphone was chilling by itself. It was at rest, hanging out, on whatever surface, the desktop, counter, wherever it was, minding his business. He came along, he picked it up, and then he went off onto the stage and dropped it and said, look, gravity, right? But the thing is, science will always like jump to a place, presuppose, right? So Tyson is going to presuppose that the microphone is already being propped up, right? It's already in a place where he can just start observing it. So when he drops it, he's like, gravity. Well, bitch, did you forget that you picked it up? Because we have to remember that part. And that's where science gets to a place. So all of a sudden, like, if you really think about it, I'm going to ask you this question. What is the object you're going to observe locally? Now, you can say whatever it is as long as you can observe it. And my first question is, how did it get there? And there is nothing, I can assure you, nothing that you can bring to the table that's going to demonstrate any kind of downward falling force. There's nothing. Guarantee you. A plane flies in the sky because it has gas in the tank, has a pilot at the helm. Right? Car can go down the road because it has gas in the tank, driver at the wheel. A glider can fly because it has a pilot at the helm. It has the wind, the medium at its wings. A bird can fly in the medium because it has the medium present and the wings to fly on that medium. Right? But there's no thing in the sky that you can say, and I'm kind of indirectly pointing at stuff to see if maybe you'll pick it up, but there's nothing that you can point at to say gravity is working right there.
Wait, so
that's the bottom card on gravity. Once you pull that card out from gravity, the entire house of cards called gravity falls apart under its own merit. 100%. I guarantee you that.
What you mean is that you said that the plane can fly because it has a pilot and gas, correct?
Mm-hmm. And as soon as it runs out of gas, right, or the pilot falls asleep at the wheel and the autopilot disengages, everybody screams and the plane falls back down to the earth. These are facts.
Yeah, but like it doesn't like straight up plummet, it glides.
Mm-hmm. Because it has wings and it's on the medium. Remember, I talked about the medium, right? We're in a gas-filled environment. It's a closed environment that's filled with medium, 14.7 psi observed at sea level. This is why I say, like, bring me something that we can look at to say, oh, there's gravity working. It's the same as, oh, bring me a number that we can look at to say, oh, there's the curve. It's not there. It's like the boogeyman underneath the bed. It's not there.
Yeah, but I still don't understand why up is up and down is down. Because like, if there was even if density and mass and we're in this enclosed space and the Earth is flat and all that, why would the gas be over us and not under us, for example? Because
hold on.
Yep.
Let's not lily pad too much right now.
Yep.
Let's keep focused so we can keep our sword sharp, because we're focused on one thing right now versus a whole bunch of things, because we don't want to scatterbomb this. Okay? So, remember, I'm trying to find an object that we can observe to say, hey, look, gravity. And this goes out to anybody. It does, on YouTube, click the link, come in, bring it forward. And like literally, you don't even have to hang out long. You just say the word and we'll look at it. But there's nothing that anybody can bring forward to say 100% anything falls under its own merit. It had, like, what I'm saying to you, 100%, in order for you to observe gravity, we have to set that object in motion ourselves. We have to initiate it. We have to invest energy into the object so we can then say, oh, hey, look, gravity exists because I made it happen, right? It's like you're a magician, right? You're David Blaine on the stage and you're like, woo, stay, everybody, don't watch me yet. Picks up the microphone. Woo, hey, everybody, look, gravity. Boom, drops it. It fell down. Right? Like that's literally what's happening. People are forgetting that that microphone, when I put that microphone on a scale, that microphone has an associated weight, right? It's rated for XYZ grams or however microphones are measured, right? I just read Sasha's comment, why fog is not like rock. I love it. So the microphone has its own weight. Now I'm going to go as a lily pad, and I always talk about this because it's the best example, and I'm willing to stand up on it because I go to it every single morning. The weight rack. I go to the weight rack, I see 5 pounds, 10 pounds, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Every single weight rated under its own merit. I can pick up each of those weights. I can observe those weights. Those weights help me gain muscle, get bigger, whatever I'm trying to achieve with those weights, depending on the weight I want to work out with, will depend on the result I get. So if I use a lighter weight for a longer period of time, the muscle will do a certain thing. If I use a bigger weight for a shorter period of time, the muscle will work a certain way, right? There's no uniform force that is acting upon all of those weights like some magic leash that has everything held in place. No, I firmly reject that under every single piece of evidence that I can find, which is nothing that moves. Was that making sense? What do you think? I lost my fucking headset. Where's my headset? Mic check 1, 2? Yeah, I see myself. Okay. Oh no, that's where I'm at. Maybe it is my headset. Hold on a second.
Yes,
Oh,
sir,
no.
I had to listen with both ears because my mom was also talking to me.
Oh, no worries, dude. It's all good, man. All good, all good, all good. But yeah, that's my thought, man. Everything just hangs out unless we, like, do something to it. Like, I have to jump off the side of the cliff, right, to start falling. Everything's fine otherwise until I jump off the side of the cliff. Everything's fine until I jump into the pool. And then the pool stops me because the pool's like, oh, wait a second. You got air in you. Oh, no, you get to stay on top and hang out. Unless, and here's where the other part of here's the flip side of this observation too, is you decide you decide you want to go to a deeper level of the water. You have to put on weights. Like a diver, they'll put on obviously their tank, oxygen, but they'll also wear weights on their waist to help them go lower because they don't want to be fighting against the water pressure of, because again, the water is trying, because the diver has oxygen, so the water is trying to impose buoyancy and push it back to the surface, right? And he's like, no, dude, I want to go deeper. I want to see, let's see bottom floor and all that stuff. So
yeah.
But yeah, that's where I'm. So you have this, the whole idea of like Newton's hanging out underneath the tree, right? Because okay, let's take an apple seed and explain it from gravity's perspective. Okay, so the tree goes into the ground, it gets watered, so on and so forth. It orients itself, corrects, and it goes upwards. The root springs, and then the tree starts growing. Right? all of a sudden I say, wait a minute, this tree is growing upwards. Yes. Is this an anti-gravity machine? Or is it an anti-gravity growth? No, because we all know that things grow up, right? Like we either build things to get higher, we stack things upon each other, or things grow from the ground under their own merit. They have their own power, and then they come up and things happen. Fine. So the tree grows, anti-gravity, if you will, whatever you want to call it. I just say it's a tree doing its own thing. Trees do what trees do, period, regardless of everything else around them. Trees do as they do. The apple comes out. Newton's hanging out underneath the tree. The apple falls, hits Newton in the head, rolls down the hill, hits a body of water, and it's floating on the water. Buoyancy is observed.
Yeah, and that makes sense. But I something came to my mind as you were talking. The everything falls at the exact same speed if wind resistance is not to account for. So how can that work if the only thing that is making things fall is mass and buoyancy? Because shouldn't more dense objects or denser objects fall faster than less dense objects?
I cannot say that. If that's something that you have observed, you can provide as such.
Yeah, I have tested it myself. I took a rock and a tennis ball and a timer. I couldn't do it in a vacuum chamber because, I'm very young, don't have a vacuum chamber. But yeah, even when I tested it inside where there's no wind that can affect them, there's only air resistance, they fell at what I could see the same speed.
Interesting.
Yeah, I tried to pick like stone arrows had about the same, like that was quite round, so it had like about the same wind resistance as the tennis ball. But yeah, there's even experiments done in vacuum chambers. I looked at some while you were talking that shows objects falling at the exact same speed that have a different density and different size and all that.
Again, the thing that doesn't make any sense to me is a 10-gram object, place it on a scale, I can check the weight of it, look at it, whatever, drop it off the side of the building, and it's going to have its own interaction with the medium. It's going to flutter and move around and whatever, and eventually it's going to land at some point. I take a boulder, I drop it from the same height, and the boulder is going to go straight down, hit the ground, and yeah, that's a wrap. But yet you're going to say there's a uniform force acting upon both of those objects. Literally, I'd be like, bullshit. Like, I don't give a shit what you say to me. There's no way that we can say the same uniform force is acting upon that 10-gram weight versus that 100-pound, even I'll say 100-pound weight that I just grabbed and dropped off the side of the building. Like, they're going to do two different things. And this is why I say, like, hello. How are you, man?
Couldn't we also be like the same thing with the use of gravity, though? Wouldn't a heavier object, shouldn't it fall faster than a lighter object due to the more force of gravity would be upon it?
But you're invoking gravity already. You're presupposing.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just, because I know that's what glowers ask us as flat earthers, well, that's supposed to improve the globe, but yet at the same time using, their own question against them, it seems like it wouldn't matter.
But it's like, take the curve, right? and invoke the curve, and then get them to say, or get them to prove that there is in fact a curve, right? What I'm saying is get them to in fact prove that gravity exists, right? I don't, and again, gentlemen, for you're putting the object into motion in order to observe it and observe gravity happening, right? You can't do that. You can't pick up an object, drop it, and be like, look, gravity. No, you picked it up. You disturbed a resting object. You took potential energy, right? You invested your energy into that object. That potential energy became kinetic energy, working energy. You worked with it, you dropped it, and then it found its rest wherever it happened to drop. It then became potential energy again. You can't take this blanket uniform thing. Like, that's that science bullshit. Sorry to cuss, but like, you literally have to presuppose that there's a force in place. I have to presuppose the boogeyman exists in order to be scared. I have to presuppose gravity exists in order to observe downward motion. Totally forgetting that I made the motion happen.
Motion existed before gravity.
Motion existed before gravity. Yeah, well, no, gravity exists because of motion.
Yeah, I'm just saying, we was explaining how things could fall way before the thought of gravity.
Well, yeah, exactly. Explaining how things fall. Exactly.
Me?
No, it's like water seeks its level. Water seeks the level of the container that it's within. But we also know that water, it forms and sticks together and it collects. That's within a container. You take a glass of water as an example, perfect example, open container, open lid. You pour the water in, the water goes right to the bottom, and then the water begins to fill the container. You stop halfway, you observe, because we know as default, 14.7 psi observed at sea level. I'm in my California beach house, pouring a glass of water. I'm toasting to the amazing sunset in front of me. I know that I'm observing 14.7 psi consistently around me. Therefore, I know by default that that glass has 50% water in it and 50% gas measuring 14.7 psi. And if I need my barometer, I can check it. But then I drink my glass of water and I rest it back down on the table so it goes back to its resting state. It's now potential energy. It now has that glass, which is a container, now has the potential to hold water. It is 100% potential to hold water. This is why I say to just say gravity, it takes away all the characteristics of the glass. You strip it down to just a description. You're like, gravity. Like, forget that, man. It's a beautiful glass. It has 100% potential to hold 100%, well, 99, depending on how good your balance is, but 99% volume of water. And you could almost say that water is kinetic energy if you want. I don't know. Talking to this, I'm like, I don't even know, but slightly outside of my wheelhouse. But you drink that water, right? And that water goes to work inside of you. So you could sort of say that, yeah, if water is an energy source, then yeah, you just drink kinetic energy. Anyways. But yeah, I can't invoke gravity, guys.
I wasn't trying to invoke gravity. I was just trying to make, basically show that the question, I
totally get it, dude. I totally get it. And I appreciate it because it when people ask questions like that, it allows you to further observe what you're observing and come up with further stonewalls, if you want to call it that. Gravity's bullshit.
Yeah, it's not needed for anything except to explain why you're not flying off a rock in space. It's literally the only thing that's needed.
Check out what the panels drop to. Oh yeah, Chili. Sorry, I didn't even realize. I just looked at the panel, so it was you talking, dude. Good to hear from you, man. We haven't had the opportunity of chatting, so good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, I usually have kids here and everything, but they're gone at the moment, so I was able to chime in.
Appreciate it, man. Captain Dan just dropped in. Hope all's well with you, dude.
Yeah, hi guys.
What's up?
What are we talking about today?
We're smashing apart gravity. Bullshit.
Oh, usual.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Alright, I'm checking out for a bit. My son just went live on Twitch. I'm gonna go say hey to him, and I'll be back in a little bit. Gentlemen, hold down the fort. If you can get Sasha to chat. I see Duck with the Truck is still off mute, so if you guys want to chat with him, he's available. Be back, guys. Love ya.
See you later. Oh, this is like the first time I've come here, and there's only like 6 people here. Usually there's like 20 people here.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually like 20 people with 19 people with their mics off.
Yeah, but it's nice to listen to.
Yeah, if they want to listen, that's awesome. Might even learn something. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. So, what should we talk about? Hello?
I guess you're not talking about nothing. How's that?
Sure.
I gotta feed my dog. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
there's all kinds of stories about space balls and globes and, beliefs and cosmologies. And as far as I'm concerned, all these things are subjective, Dale, right? There's certain truth to certain mathematics. I'm not denying that, right? Like Euclidean geometry. The very fact that it's used so successfully tells us that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, all these cosmologies and space balls and infinite universes, these are all things just based on mathematical physics, yeah? And there's absolutely no proof for any of the stories they're telling us, yeah? So, again, this is the example of a daily life. There's a picture out of my, general world here at the top. I know that fence is really, the square sections, so to speak, yeah, or oblong rectangular sections, sorry, and that the slats of wood, they're all the same, and that the barn here on the left-hand side is also, rectangular. But the way the whole stuff looks to the eye down at the bottom, that's what it really looks like. Well, that's what we're seeing, right? We just don't necessarily, we're not aware of it, Dale, because just while we're looking at that building, we're thinking of a big rectangular barn or a piece of wood that's obviously rectangular.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, what's being registered to your eye, what's actually on your retina, are these shapes, not the shapes of the real world. Yeah.
And it's one of these things that people don't. Again, it's the same as what I was just talking about before. People don't realise these things until it's highlighted. It's just, again, things that you're born, you live your life, you take things for granted, and people are not paying attention at the level that we're talking about right now. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's why it's easy for people to tell narratives, because if most of the population or the majority of the population doesn't discern between physical and visual geometry, then there's obviously a lot of scope there to tell a lot of lies of optical phenomena.
Well, every con relies on the participants' ignorance. So, it's just the same here, just as you say. If you don't comprehend it, you're not paying attention to it, it can be used against you.
That's right. And they've certainly done one on us this time. So I'm just going to skip over this one and go straight to what I think is maybe a pivotal piece of knowledge that will help people understand how this trick is being played, if you like. So here's a definition of a nautical mile from a mathematical textbook, yeah? Mm-hmm. And a nautical mile is defined as the length of the arc of a great circle which subtends an angle of 1 minute at the center of the Earth. So you're supposed to believe that the Earth is a big solid ball, yeah, and it has a center. And a nautical mile, as seen here on the right-hand side in an orthographic view, is then the angle, the length of this arc here. So this very small arc, it's the length of that when the angle at the center is exactly 1 minute. And it's seen here, 1 minute, there's 60 minutes in 1 degree. We usually know that a circle has 360 degrees. And each degree has 60 minutes, which basically makes 21,600 minutes in a circle, yeah? And one of these minutes is then the arc length from the center of the Earth is what they define to be a nautical mile. So that's one definition of a nautical mile. I'm going to produce another one here, which is different. This is a practical definition of a nautical mile, and also the way people navigate on water. So the way it's defined is that a nautical mile is the length or the distance that you need to travel to see a change in altitude of 1 minute of something.
Yeah.
So altitude is basically the visible position of, let's say, a lighthouse. So here's a lighthouse on the left-hand side. There's me at this position, and you, Dale, slightly closer to the lighthouse. Now we are going to see that light in a different visible position from each other.
Yeah.
And if we wanted to calculate the distance between us, if you see that light 1 minute dropped in your visible vision than me, then we know that we're 1 nautical mile apart.
Yeah.
And that's the way people navigate. You know, normally they don't use lighthouses, they'll use the sun or the moon. They'll take a sighting, and that way they can know to travel. So that's the whole concept of the celestial sphere, which I'm not going to get into in too much detail. But the important thing is here, if you distance yourself from an object, in this case a light tower, and the thing drops 1 minute in your visible place, or its visible position in your field of view, then you know you've traveled 1 nautical mile. And that's the way people navigate all around the world, Dale.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
And you'll see that these two different definitions are completely different, right? So this one is relying on a mathematical model telling us that we're on a ball and defining what a nautical mile is based on the idea that, the Earth is a radius and there's a ball. In fact, they say that a nautical mile, the radius of the Earth is 3,438 nautical miles. So that's a mathematical concept. And this one is a practical concept. You're on water, we know water's level, and if you move backwards from a luminary or from a light in 1 nautical mile, then it will change its visible position. It will basically drop in your visual field 1 minute, 1 arc minute. So given those two different definitions, the question that really comes up is, which one's real? This is the one they all want us to believe, right? And this is the reality of the situation. And here's a little bit of text, just for people who want to follow along. And that a nautical mile is the length of the arc of a great circle, which subtends an angle of 1 minute. And it also introduces the concept of a radian, which I think I'd like to leave to another day. So I'm just going to use this concept of a radian without completely defining it, and we'll come back to that.
Yep.
But what happens here is that the number of minutes in a radian is equal to the number of nautical miles in the radius of the Earth. And what pops out basically is this number 3438.
Yeah.
So that's what they actually tell us the radius of our space ball is in nautical miles. You'll hear different numbers depending on whether they use statute miles or kilometers or whatever. But as far as nautical miles are going, that is apparently the radius of the Earth, 3438. And as I say, there's two different, if you like, definitions. There's the mathematical model, and then there's the practical model. So bearing that in mind, and this number 3438, I'm going to jump differently to a different subject, and then we'll come back to it. The different subject I'm going to talk about is visual acuity and the visual angle. So this diagram is taken from a book about 2020 vision. In fact, it's a book, Dale, that in fact, I think I've got it here. Just let me bring it up. Yeah, I have. This is a book written by an American physics department, and it's to do with what size of letters do you need on an eye chart, right?
Yeah.
So that they are visible. So when you're doing, your eye test, you usually got one of these eye charts with numbers on it, and you stand 15 feet away from it, and you're supposed to, see if you can read all the letters, and they'll tell you how good or how bad your vision is, right? And this document is talking about the size of the letters that you need to draw and the gaps in between them, so that you can draw signs that are clearly visible, and it depends on the distance and the observer's visual acuity. So it's trying to basically measure visual acuity. Yeah. And if I go back to the PowerPoint, then one of the important topics in here is the fact that your retina is a curved surface. Yeah. And if I'm an eye looking at a chart on the wall, then the question that is asked is, or the definition of a visual angle is this angle here that basically encompasses the whole object. So the object starts at A, it finishes at B. You can think of it as one of these eye charts hanging on the wall. you're at a distance d from it, which might be 15 feet, let's just say, to take an example. And then the question is, what is the angle subtended at the eye from that object, AB? Yeah. And you can work out that angle. On the next slide, I'll just show how it's done. The visual angle is basically the height of the object, or the width of the object if you were looking at something horizontally, but let's assume it's still an eye chart. It's the height of the object divided by the distance from it. Gives you the visual angle in radians. Yeah? And again, I'm using this concept of radians without specifically defining it, but the radians is a way of intrinsically measuring based on the radius of a circle. So instead of using degrees and minutes, you basically use the radius of the circle to measure how far you are around it. So if you like, it's something different to degrees and minutes, and it's called radians. Yeah. So this is clear. The visual angle subtended at your eye depends on the size of the object and the distance you are from it. Yeah. And if you want to convert from radians to degrees, there's a way to do that, which I'll just follow the bouncing ball. For those who want to follow along, it basically turns out to be the visual angle in minutes is 3438 times the size of the object divided by the viewing distance. Yeah? So this magic number 3438 pops up again in visual acuity. Visual acuity being how far can I actually see before things are no longer discernible to me. So what's the limits of my vision, basically? And this formula, just to give everybody an example, would mean that if you had a coin of 1 inch of diameter and you put it at 3,438 inches from you, which is 286 feet or 95 yards or 87 meters, right? Then the visual angle of that coin will be 1 minute. And basically at 1 minute, Dale, that's where your visual discernment stops. So some people can go a bit lower, right? Depends on age and lighting and, various conditions. So this isn't exact, but basically if something is less than 1 arc minute, then you can't see it anymore. And anybody can try this, Take a coin, put it at 87 meters and see if you can see it still. Or take a dartboard, it could be 1 meter. You would then have to go back 3,438 meters and you wouldn't see it. So it doesn't really, it doesn't depend on the size of the object. The formula is there all the time. And this magic number 3438 is there in the whole topic around visual acuity. And it just happens to be the number of nautical miles in the so-called radius of the space ball. So people could think this could be a coincidence. I don't think so, right? That basically this ratio of 3438 is where, if you like, the imaginary curve is supposed to happen. Do you know what I mean? Just beyond our limit of vision, is where the curve starts.
Well, you see this in horizon images of ships apparently disappearing. And it's always the same. You ask the question, well, why does it appear to be a ramping up, and then at the point of the horizon it dips away? So as you say, this is the point at where they're saying that the curve is. That's when you're witnessing the curve of the Earth.
Exactly. Yep. So I'm basically showing now that the nautical mile has the number 3438 involved, and visual acuity also has 3438 involved. And there's this concept of radians, which seems to be common to both of them. And radians is, as I say, it's a mathematical definition. If you like, it's a generic way of measuring something around a circle or around an arc that is dependent on the radius of the circle to begin with, and not on an arbitrary number like 360, and then dividing it into 60 minutes. I think the reason they chose 360 might have something to do with the the duration of a year if you leave 5 days out for when the sun doesn't change its position. Yeah, like at Christmas and at summer. And 360 is one of these numbers that's easily, divided and multiplied by a whole number of factors. So it was very, how should I say, it's a good thing to do if you're doing calculations.
It's convenient.
But radians is a different way of doing it, yeah? And radians basically takes away any concrete measurement and leaves it solely dependent on the radius of the circle that you're playing with, right? So it's a kind of generic way. It's a kind of abstraction, Dale. So you're not actually getting out anything and measuring a centimeter or an inch, because it's dependent on the radius of the circle that you're drawing. Yeah. So we've shown that there's a connection between these two things, right? That might or might not be obvious to people. Yeah. It's certainly nothing that I ever got taught, Dale, when I was studying this stuff. So again, it seems to be tying two different fields, i.e. you going to an optician and getting your eyes measured, right? Yeah. With the stuff they're telling us about an earth ball, and space balls. So one of the things so I'm just going to leave that as a kind of background to the next topic. And the next topic is actually to go into more detail about the geometry of vision and look at some of the, let's just say, the basic things that people should know. And that might actually, after we go through this part, might be a good place to stop, Dale. And I was thinking we should do a follow-up on this, right? Where we go into more detail. So this is the slides I'm going to show now are taken from a book, my favorite philosopher, Thomas Reid, who has a chapter in his book, Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense, and that chapter is called the Visible Geometry, or the Geometry of Vision. And what this chapter talks about is basically a proof that your vision is spherical. Yeah, it's got nothing to do, it's not Euclidean, but the fact that your eyes are globe. I mean, it's kind of obvious when you think about it, right? The fact that your eyeball is spherical, but the geometry of vision is also spherical. Yeah, so let's just go through it. There's a couple of things that people just need to remember when they're thinking about this topic. So the first thing is always to imagine that your eye is at the center of a sphere. And a great circle of a sphere is basically, if you cut a plane through a sphere or a ball, then where the plane meets the surface, you're going to have a circumference, a circle made. And that circle is called a great circle. And if you were at the center of a sphere and you looked at that great circle, you would not see it curved. Because you're looking straight at it, you wouldn't see its outward turning or its outward curviness. You'd see a straight line.
Yeah. So what I was trying to make, just to add in here, just to inject this in, if people had a nice shaped hula hoop, so made of metal, nice and flush, and you turn the hula hoop up on its end and place it in front of your eyes, you're just going to see a straight line. You're not going to see the outward curve at the other end. Or even if you were in the centre of a hula hoop and you lined it up to your nose, you're just looking at a straight line. You're not seeing the outward curve that goes around the outside of it.
Exactly, and it's the same for your horizon, basically. Yeah. If you look around you, all you need to do is turn on the spot and let your eyes travel round with your head, and you will also have the impression that everything is a straight line. Yeah. And what you've done is turned a circle. So again, that's a great circle as well. The horizon around your eyes. And for us, it's a straight line. Yeah. And the second paragraph that says here, and it's important to note too, that if you put a plane through a sphere, and on that plane you draw a squiggly line, then again, you won't be able to see that squiggly line because again, it's like side on to you, right? You're looking at it, even if it was whatever kind of curves, all you'll see is the points as if they were organized in a straight line again.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter whether they're straight or curved, they'll always look straight to you. Yeah?
Yeah.
And it's basically because you're at the center of a sphere, and these things, you cannot see the curvature because you're looking directly at them. So that's, one of the main propositions, let's say, of the geometry of vision, that you, how should I say, understand or comprehend this part, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's similar to also if you take a pencil, Del, and you put it out in front of you, then all you see is a point, right?
Yeah.
You see the end of the pencil, you don't see the line, right?
Yeah.
So similar stuff. Yeah.
I was just going to jump to the whiteboard here just to show what Gav's mentioned. So, we got a circle, you've got a squiggly line like this, right? Obviously for the orthographic view, but if we were to be looking at it from this point of view, looking at it here, it's going to appear like that. I know that's not a perfect straight line, but that's what you're going to see. You're not going to see these peaks and troughs. Same for the circle, you're just going to see a straight line looking at it from that point of view. It doesn't matter if you do it vertically or horizontally, it's the same principle. Yeah. So.
Yep.
That's you back on, mate. Sorry, I was just showing it on the whiteboard there.
No, no bother. We got whiteboard now. Digital whiteboards.
We got an online digital whiteboard with squiggly lines.
So I'll just go on to the next thing. So when we talk about, I hope the PowerPoints or the slides visible. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we talk about a visible right line, then we're talking about always when the word visible is in there, then it's what we're seeing, right? So I'm looking at a visible straight line, and it's always going to coincide with some circle of the sphere. Because if you have a line, Dale, and you're looking at it, then the outside arc of that line. Sorry, I know we don't have a picture to show here, so I hope the words themselves will get it, or we'll say an example in a minute. But they'll always coincide with a great circle of the sphere. And when you produce those lines, so like what I said about the horizon, it will appear to be a continuation of itself, and it will return on itself. Yeah. So the example I gave of me just standing there and turning on the spot and looking at the horizon, it's a straight line. It joins up in itself, right? And it's a continuation basically of one line all the time. Yeah. And the eye doesn't see those objects, or it's only the position that it sees with respect to itself, and never sees the outward distance.
Yeah.
So the points on a great circle will have the same visible place as the points on the line will have. So maybe it'd be better to have a diagram for this, but I hope everybody can maybe just come back and read this themselves until they've understood it, or they can ask questions or whatever. But these 2 points are important.
I think we do need to keep coming back and visiting this and continue it on as a series, Gav, to be honest with you.
Yep. The main thing is that both, because the points in great circles have the same visible place as the points on the line that you're seeing, then basically everything can be represented by the great circles of a sphere. So here is a diagram, which I hope kind of makes it a little bit more obvious.
Yeah.
Here's a great circle around the sphere. You can see that the points on that sphere are basically the representation of that line, which is drawn on a plane, in this case, below your feet or below your eyes. Yeah. But you can see that line is perfectly represented by the points on the great circle. So every line has its own representation as part of a great circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be a full great circle. It can be an arc segment of a great circle, but basically every line will have that. Yeah. Now, if you have two lines, like let's say there's another line there, then it will also have its own great circle. Yeah. So you could imagine this diagram having two great circles, not just one, and you're maybe looking at two lines. Then there will be two great circles basically on this sphere. And basically what we're saying is, if you see the angle of these two lines that are drawn on the ground, it's the same angle as the spherical angle that the two great circles make where they intersect. Yeah. And this is a well-known fact. This is a very important slide, this one, and the text that's on it, which basically summarizes what we've said. And this is something that mathematicians know, that the visible angle that comprehended under two great circles when seen from the center is the same magnitude as the spherical angle which they really comprehend. So on a ball, So if you're looking at something from the center of a sphere, then the visible angle made by two great circles is going to be the same as if you measured the spherical angle on a real solid ball. Yeah. And that might sound trivial, what I'm saying, but it's a really, really important point to understand how the trick works. Yeah. Because if you think back to this definition of a nautical mile, i.e., we're supposed to believe that we're on a space ball which has a center, but what they're really selling us, is the geometry of vision. They've just packaged it differently, Dale. Using that this slide here basically gives most of the game away. If you understand this part as mathematicians do, then you also realize how they can quite easily swap out the one for the other. Because the angles they're measuring, the visible angles, think back to, I'm on the water and a lighthouse is dropping its visible position. And if there was two lighthouses, then I could draw a line and I can measure angles, right? Or with a sextant. They're basically saying that on a ball, the spherical angle will be the same as that visible angle that you've done. So that's how they can get away with putting you or saying that it's the same as a ball. And they've even made the definition of the nautical mile such that it works. So I hope that makes sense. It's a complicated subject.
So go back to the whiteboard again. Where's my rubber? Wait a minute. Just quick, just so I can. Wait a minute here. What is going on? Let me put this away up here so I can rub this out quicker. 2 seconds. So for me, what Gav's saying here is, and just stop me, Gav. I don't know if you can see me on the whiteboard here.
I can.
Right, okay, right. So, what Gav's saying, we've got the lighthouse here, we've got the observer here, and there's an angle, right, that you're looking at it. Right. Now, as you move back to here, obviously the angle's decreasing. So what's being done is that this is just based on the arc of your vision that this is happening, so you can see that there's an arc here of the outer portion of your vision. But as you walk back, what they've done is they've made you think that you're walking backwards over a curve. And is that right, Gav? Am I right? Correct here?
Aye.
So it's just a switch of the two geometries again, and superimposing that it's a physicality of you moving around a spherical object. Am I right?
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to do it quick here, with this squiggle, but
your artistic abilities are pish.
You do it with a mouse.
You really need one of these tablets and pens.
So I mean, as you walk back on a level surface, the top of this is appearing to you to drop. So now that you're back here, the top for say would be appearing here, right? And what we're talking about is vision and the angle of vision with the outward arc of your vision, right? Because you're not seeing this curve point, right? You're just seeing the inside of it, if you like. But as you walk back, rather than this dropping in the visible field, they're trying to make you believe that it's staying still. But what's happening is you're going backwards over a curve, so this appears to drop due to you walking back. You know, back over the curve of the earth. Correct?
Yep, and it's got nothing to do with curvy spaceballs
No.
and everything to do with how your vision works, yeah? Because the spherical geometry is the same in both, and it's just a matter of making definitions and using the language, Dale, to tell the story, yeah? So if I was to go back to the one about the visual acuity, yeah? Where was that slide? Yeah, so this visual angle, the size of the object and the viewing distance. You've heard the old story about the moon is apparently, you know, a lot smaller than the sun. They just look the same size because one's so far away.
Yeah.
So if you're obfuscating angles, or you're using angles in this concept of radians to measure things in astronomy and celestial sphere, then you can tell lots of stories about the size of the object and the viewing distance to make it fit, Dale. Yeah. Whereas if you're standing in front of an eye chart, you know it's 15 feet, yeah? And you know that it's 5 foot tall, or whatever how tall they are, I don't know, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, getting back to the fact that we can walk to the chart, right? We can measure its dimensions using a ruler. We can pace the distance, yeah? So it's all right to use it in that respect and to talk about visual acuity, but it's very easy for them to use the concept of radians and talk a lot of shite about the size of objects and the viewing distance, Dale. Yeah. And again, that, you know, for me, that's where the trickery comes into play. I think the next thing I'd like to do is dive into this concept of radians. And unfortunately, it just gets a bit mathematical. And, you know, I'm assuming that there needs to be a certain amount of knowledge right around mathematics, which makes it kind of difficult to convey to everybody, yeah? But I'd like to try my best the next time to go through this concept of radians so that it becomes clearer how they're making this trick.
Yeah.
So if I go back to the geometry of visible space and the geometry of physical space, making sure that you understand that difference is absolutely imperative, right? And that they can get away with using it in astronomy and navigation only because they're actually using visible space to do their calculations, the geometry of vision, rather than the geometry of any real spaceball, Dale. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the concept of radians plays a big part in that.
Which again it's backed up by the very fact that they don't have a direct measure, as we were saying at the very beginning of this. There is no direct, tangible measure of the curve of the Earth.
No, absolutely none.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all I've kind of got as a kind of way to get myself back into the swing of things, Dale.
Oh, nice one.
To say it's been a while, and I just thought it makes sense to revisit this topic, and I'd like to dive in a little bit more into some of these mathematical concepts and hope that I don't lose people along the way, because I know it is not a simple thing.
To be honest with you, people, if people are really curious and interested about the nuts and the base of this is where you have to go. So there's too many people out there that are just interested in entertainment and pacifying themselves for selfish reasons, but if we want to get at the root of this whole thing, then this is where we need to really go.
Well, I think it's imperative that we wake up the people that are in the science field, because again, even though I know that there's a lot of corruption and nonsense done there as well, Dale, I still do feel that people with integrity inquiring about the nature of the world, they don't know this stuff and they don't make the discernment between visible space and physical space.
No.
And if they did, then we might have more people in the science world coming out and understanding and realizing this whole con. Yeah,
it's no part of the curriculum, you know. And getting back to what that person was talking about earlier, you know, and you know, people telling lies and blah blah. They just don't comprehend this stuff. And just because they're in academia or they've got PH, you know, whatever after their name and letters, it doesn't mean to say that they've contemplated or even reasoned with this stuff, because it's not been made relevant to them. Because obviously they're born into the same situation that we are, and they're just operating from the assumption and the ignorance of that assumption, and they just continue on their path, rabbiting and repeating from that perspective. But this stuff that we're talking about now is demonstrable. It's a fact, you know, that we're talking about two different geometries. There is a definite geometry vision, and how anybody can possibly try and deny that is mind-boggling. And then it just becomes a comprehension of how do we separate the visible space for the physical space.
And I'll reiterate what you said many a time. Anybody who is not taking visual perception or the geometry of vision into account in the explanation of any of their optical phenomena for their proofsies is just ignorant, or not being honest. One of the two.
This is why, you know, the globe proponents are continually showing people orthographic projections of, like, you know, we'll say fence posts, and asking questions of perspective views of how something taller than this one can appear below this one, and you know, because they're flipping between the geometry of physical space and how objects actually are in the visible space, then omitting that there's a geometry to vision, and then making assertions and statements about what we should and shouldn't see, you know, in the visible field, without accounting for the visible field and how it's actually functioning.
Absolutely, and this jump to an orthographic view denies how we actually look at things. We look at things directly, Dale, in a globe, like at the center of a sphere. So jumping to an orthographic view, it implies that you've got some kind of godlike powers to be able to, you know, extract yourself from whatever it is you're viewing, all the way out into outer space to be able to look down at that, which you can't, I mean, one, because it's not real what they're telling us, and they tried to give us these kind of godlike abilities, if you like, to sell us then the stories.
Exactly, and the orthographic view is perfect for us in regards to construction and these types of things, because it works for us. That's how the world functions. But that's to do with tangible objects that, you know, that have a direct measure. You know, totally different from how it appears to us visibly.
Good. I hope that kind of made sense to folks who may be hearing it for the first time, and for anybody who's already heard it, repetition goes a long way sometimes to helping the understanding of just talking about it. So,
well, I often wonder about, you know, new people. I keep seeing a lot of social media, TikToks and whatever else, and there appears to be a new wave, if you like, of people coming into this topic. So again, none of us have all the answers, and it's good for me, it's good for you, Gav, to go over this stuff and continually push to see, you know, where it takes us. Because, you know, for me it's pointless arguing and debating about flat earth, globe earth and all this other stuff. You know, if we're going to use visible phenomena, or ships go over the curve, ships don't go over the curve, we see too far, on both sides of the dichotomy, that people are still admitting that there's something that has to be looked at here in regards to the geometry of optics. So
exactly, I think it applies, as you say, to both globe believers and if you want to call them flat earthers, or people that don't believe the globe. This part is, if you like, for most people, it will be the missing link. Again, it's not a proof of anything. Water already proves that they're telling us lies. But the how, you know, how they've done it and how they're deceiving us, this has a huge role to play, Dale.
Well, that's the power. That for me is the useful aspect, because we need to comprehend it. If we don't, then we've not resolved anything. You know, obviously we can see contradictions in what's been professed to us, but it still doesn't give us a full grasp of how they actually got there in the first place. So,
and knowing that will help us stop being deceived in the future, using the same kind of thing. Because I don't think it's the only place where the occult, if you like, the geometry of vision, to be able to tell the stories. Yeah. There's other examples which we can maybe talk about too, but this is obviously the main one to sell us this nonsense story.
Exactly.
So yeah, it would also, understanding it will help that, that they can't do it to us in other places.
Exactly. Well, there's no point in knowing that you've been lied to without fully comprehending how, because in the future you're going to succumb to it again. It's like the con man in the street, the trickster. The only way you're going to stop that from happening is knowing how the tricks are done. And once you know how the trick's done, it doesn't work on you ever again. So
that's exactly right. And we need to get it into the education too, because once we're dead and gone, they've got another generation which they can deceive. If this stuff is not made widely available, right, and taught properly. And I mean, not just this. I mean, there's so many examples now in education where you have to scratch your head what the fuck they're talking about and what they're doing to our kids. But this would be, for one, at least in the natural philosophy field or natural science field, that is a must. Yeah.
Aye. Let's stop talking to our kids about fucking gender nonsense and get to the nitty gritty.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty. I mean, topics like gender or identity generally has also been a big topic of philosophy for 300 years, right?
Yeah.
What does identity actually mean, right?
Yeah.
What is the contents of consciousness and all that kind of thing? But you can see how it's very easy for them to get into schools,
Yeah.
Talk nonsense with these like gender identity or fluidity, and just totally avoid objective reality and inject them with subjective stories,
and they get there by playing out the victim aggressor type roles. These poor people have been oppressed and blah blah blah, and they come at it from that angle, trying to make you think you're a better person and yada yada. Again, as you just said, Gav, for me, subjectivity is a realm of metaphysics that is, murky, and there is no resolve there, because that would suggest that somebody has access to leaving this reality to know what encompasses it as a whole, the rules, the blah blah blah. Nobody has any of that, and it's subjective, it's no objective. So for me, it's totally irrelevant, and should never be brought into the public arena or pushed as any sort of agenda, a topic of discussion. To me, it should just be totally irrelevant. Subjectivity should be private, end of story.
Yeah, I mean, you have to include all religions in that, because, I mean, I can fully understand why somebody who sees the physical world, understands human nature, still has the question, where the hell did it all come from, right? I mean, even if there is a God, he must be asking himself the same question, Dale, right? Where the fuck did I come from? Where am I, right? So you have that kind of, it's something that will never be answered properly, and it's all inside your own head, and it's a very subjective thing what you want to believe, right?
And why would you want it answered is always my question. It's no use to us. You don't want to know all what you're going to do with that. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. I think that's part of the trick. Is, as I said before, in the scientific community, they've got people trying to zoom in on the micro and zoom out to the macro, and we're missing the point of experience, the point that we actually exist at, that we all share from day to day, the point of experience. It's totally irrelevant to have us gone in these directions. Trying to establish at the smallest of levels what matter is to the macro level, and the same with consciousness and subjectivity. We don't have access to these things, and they're irrelevant to us.
Yep. I think most people don't enjoy the experience, and get caught up in the whys and wherefores, and get dragged into these religions and beliefs and cosmologies. And I do think it's detrimental in the most part. I mean, everybody loves a bit of metaphysical speculation, but you come to a point where you realize you will never be able to fully know, right? You're not the only one that's tried, and there's going to be people after you that'll try as well, but you won't ever be able to figure it out, Dale. I mean, the only possibility of finding out more would be to find the actual extension of where the fuck we live, right?
Exactly.
To see, what are the boundaries of this thing, this place we call the world, our physical space. Yeah.
Because going back to the point of the person earlier, if we establish that, then we've got clear grounds. If we get exploration, we establish we're in some sort of containment, blah, 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 then at least we know where we're at. Then we can contemplate, well, what's next then, what
would be a good society structure or set up to be able to live and enjoy it. Yeah.
Aye, if we establish we're in some, definite containment and there's a limitation to that, then fine, let's come up with a better idea of ourselves, and have that established that it's only an idea of ourselves, it's no anything objective again. And people get caught too much up in that, trying to define and explain their existence rather than just moving through the experience of their existence like it has a relevance. And I've always asked that question, what's the relevance of trying to define my existence? All I'm equipped with is to explore at the experiential level what actually is, and that's it.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
Just another quick point that I'm going to make on this. Oh, what's happened here? Let me get my ruler out. What's happened here? I just want to give a wee quick explanation to people, and I'm going to go get a video that this is related to. But I just want to make the point quickly here. So, if you're a person, I know this is shite, and you're looking straight out, right? Now, where your feet are planted, right, on the ground, you there, Gav? Something went wrong here. Oh, shit. Let me just fix this here. Sorry, Gav, I clicked the wrong fucking thing there.
No, no bother.
You there? Aye, can you hear me?
Aye, yeah, I can hear you again. Right.
Right, so I'm back here at the whiteboard. So if you're here as the observer and you're looking straight out, right now, I know we've got an orthographic view, but I'm gonna draw this in. So it appears to us that the floor rises up and the sky descends to this point that we would say the vanishing point, or I would say the centre of your vision, right? Now, if you're standing on this plane and you say you're standing in front of, we'll say, a mountain, and that mountain extends way up and beyond you, right? See, because the base of the mountain is on a plane beneath your eye, right? As that mountain goes off into the distance here, right? It's always going to compress to beneath the centre of your field of vision, right? Because its base, its foundation is on a plane beneath the centre of your eye. Your eye is always above its foundation. And it's the same if I had, we had a solid ceiling here and something lowered down and come across the centre of your field of vision when you're right in front of it. The same again, as it goes off into the distance, it's eventually going to come above the centre of your field of view, right? Because your eye, the only way, like if we're here and we've got a mountain here, right? The only way for the mountain to stay in the centre of your vision and never, for the top never to go beneath the centre of your vision, is if your eye is submerged on the same plane as the base of the mountain. So your eye would have to be sunken into the earth. So half of it was above the earth and half of it was below. Then as that goes into the distance, it's never going to compress to the lower portion of your vision. But because your eye's always above, then anything that's attached to the plane beneath the centre of your field of vision into the distance is going to appear beneath the centre of your field of view.
Absolutely. Yep. Spot on.
Right. And I'm going to leave it at that for another video where I'm going to highlight where people can go wrong and people have went wrong in regards to these observations. Yeah.
That would be a good topic, because I think people always get confused at that point and let themselves be swayed by arguments that photographers take about whatever, seeing Ailsa Rock or whatever deal. Yeah. And I think again it's because they don't quite understand how this whole vision things works, that they so easily get trapped or fooled or deceived. Yeah.
And the rate and the compression of, say, this mountain compressing to the lower portion of your field of view, as you elevate up higher, it becomes even more pronounced. Right? So even if something's 20 times the height, say 1,000 meters above your 6 foot height, eventually it's going to compress. But if you then elevate up, it's going to compress even more to the lower portion of your vision. But I'll save that. I'm going to leave that for another time. Aye. Where are we at now, Gav? What are we talking about now?
Anything you want, my man. What's going on in the chat? I haven't been in the chat for a long time. Let me say hello to everybody.
Aye, go for it. Aye, exactly, old dude. It's people that ranty. We've seen it years ago. The guy Miles Davis, and they resorted to cropping images and manipulation. And again, they just omit these factors. And again, what I've just shown you in that drawing, you can recreate on a smaller scale for yourself. So if you've got a camera lens, right, and you've got an object in front of you that's taller, right, and you take it away, eventually that whole object's going to compress to the lower portion of your vision. So imagine your eye in 2 hemispheres, right? So anything that's attached to the plane beneath your eye is always going to compress under the centre of your field of vision eventually with distance. And it's the same for something that's above, coming across the centre of your field of vision. As it goes in the distance, it's going to come above the centre of your field of view. Dale just threw up the 666. Whatever. It's difficult to make circles without. It's just.
Yeah, Mason. Yeah, big bad Mason, yeah.
Well, DJ Brownie, that's the whole point. Really, if people are here and they're invested in this, or apparently invested in establishing the truth of this whole topic, then again, it has to go here, because this is what the globe is based upon. I implore you to go and check yourself. There is no direct measure. There are no practical physical demonstrations for any of the globe claims. It is all based in optical phenomena.
I think another topic that would be good to show is the whole concept of time and how we measure time there.
Yeah.
Like what's a clock face, how is perspective and the measurement of shadows and things like that, how is that used, because it has a tie-in to this whole topic as well.
Yeah.
And the stories they tell us about the sun and the moon and the stars moving and how time is measured, all ties into motion again, yeah?
Yeah.
And what is actually moving, yeah?
Exactly.
And what's not moving. So I think that would also be a topic, sundials and clocks, that we should look at.
Yeah. I will incorporate it into this whole investigation, the globe vision, geometry of visibles. We should just incorporate it in.
Yep, I've got a few other themes already, which I'll prepare for the coming months, the coming winter months.
Yes, we'll get plenty of that to come.
Yeah, it's going to be dark now. I think the clocks are getting moved next week, is it?
Next weekend, aye. And it's funny again that, like when you look at the difference of that, it's only 5 months from when it goes back to when it goes back forward again, but 7 months the opposite way.
True.
You know that? So it's the last weekend in March it goes forward, and the last weekend of October. But from March to October you're 7 months there, and obviously from October to March you're only 5.
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't know if there's anything else you want to talk about here, Gav, or we'll just leave it at that and we'll continue on whenever you've got the time.
Right, I'm good to leave it at that for today. Yeah.
Cool.
There's maybe just one point, I think that it's something at least that I've never really, how should I say, properly understood the meaning. This, what's the best way? Do you help others before you help yourself, or do you help yourself before you help others? One of these kind of nearly moral questions, right? You feel you should be helping others, but at the same time, I don't think you should. If you haven't helped yourself enough to know your own mind, Dale,
no,
and understand your own beliefs, you shouldn't be going out spouting them to other people,
exactly,
or trying to help them, or what you think is helping them. Yeah,
exactly.
Certainly something I've come to terms with. Right, when you're young, you tend to just spout out, what you've heard or repeat without having really fully understood or comprehended why you're saying these things or what you're saying.
But again, as we've pointed out before, it comes from, I think, a place of good. It's just a bit of naivety and inexperience where people jump. Their intent really is they want to help other people, or to them they think they're going to help other people, and it comes from that place. But if you're no balanced, it's not going to serve the other people well. So I get it. A lot of people get excited, they've learned something new, they want to convey it, but they jump in with unnecessary drivel attached to that, and that again, it's not because they're bad people or we have to demean them in any way, shape or form, but it's a learning process that everybody has to get through. I think I kind of lost my train of thought there, but
no, but you're quite right. That's what I'm trying to say too. It comes from a place of good intention at the end of the day, but it can be more harmful than good. If you don't know your own mind and how the body works, and
exactly,
before you go out and teach and profess and share and like and repeat and force your beliefs onto other people, you really need to understand various things. And
exactly.
So,
and there's no point about talking about any kind of topic if you don't have a full grasp on it, because what's going to happen is a question may come your direction or whatever, and you're going to stumble and fumble, and that can be enough for people to say, oh well, look at you don't even know what you're talking about, so therefore I can rubbish every aspect of what you're talking about, which is how people operate. That's the way people are.
That's right. Yeah.
You can say 99 things that are correct. As soon as you say something wrong, boom, people want to jump on it and focus on it and utilise it as a way for them just to discredit everything. Because again, people don't want to face up to these things. They'll look for any avenue to run away from taking responsibility and no looking at it.
Yep, especially if it is a difficult topic to attend to. Yeah. And I do think that vision is one of these things where you really need to focus on. Yeah. Pun not intended. Sorry.
Right.
All right, my man. I think I'll call it a night. I'll let you get on with it.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'm just gonna, a wee quick 5 minutes in the chat and then I'll be off. So appreciated for your time, mate. Cheers for that.
It was great talking to you again.
No worries, mate. Skis a shout.
Speak soon.
Right,
Cheers,
mate.
man.
Cheers, bud.
Bye.
Shut my whiteboard down. My digi whiteboard. I'm only staying on for another couple of minutes. Any questions, any points? Zanussi, you wish you could get some discussions with globe earthers. Well, it's very difficult if you're talking about online, because the majority of the people online are characters. They're part of a circus. They're not here for honest discourse and rational discussion. They're here to push their, religious belief in something that they want to be true. Whatever their motivation is, that's only they know. I'm really not interested in it. Again, the proof's always in the pudding. I can tell by the walk of people what their intent is, and I've seen these characters over and over again. They come with the same rhetoric, they come with the same mannerisms, the same attitude, and you have to be willing to deceive people to keep pushing this globe narrative, and only a certain types of people will do so. Again, you can see the contrast, and it's massive, between interactions of online globe priests to the interactions of the normal everyday man and woman in the street. Totally different. So if there's any globe earthers out there, as I always say, get in touch with me. We can arrange a meeting, we can have a discussion, we can film it, we can, whatever. I always think that it's a useful tool for people, particularly people who are still coming to it, that are maybe sitting on the fence asking questions, and if they can see two, from their perspective, two different perspectives, they can maybe get some clarity out of that. But it requires people who have the ability to actually have a rational, discussion. So if you're a globe earth believer and you think you can articulate your points and we can have that discussion, by all means get in touch. It's always a benefit to other people. No, Trackmatic, again, I'm well aware that any type of movement, so even something that's based in truth, we'll look at this, we see an infiltration, we see corruption taking hold. For me, it's not about rubbishing every aspect of everything, but it's having the ability to identify where the bullshit lies within any sort of doctrine, whether it be religion or whatever. I don't have that attitude. I think I've made it clear by now. I don't just jump in bandwagons and hand wave, dismiss and generalise everything into one box. But I can see the pros and cons of some of these ideologies and their usefulness. Aye. No, Globe Earth explanation is a complete opposite of Occam's razor, totally. The Globe Earth wants you to, ignore your direct experience and your common sensibilities in favour of outlandish beliefs and, fantasy. You've got to suspend your own direct experience in favour of something that you do not experience. So it is a complete opposite of Occam's razor, Well, it only appears to be level and not moving, but it is, and it's gyrating and wobbling and spinning and going 4 different directions all at one time, because your senses are flawed. But us that are telling you that, our senses are not. We are special peoples. Tony Whitcomb, beyond the curve, orthographic view is to imagine what you don't see into existence. Don't get what you mean, Tony. I was utilising the orthographic view, an orthographic projection view, like an engineer or a construction, a builder would use. If I'm going to erect a wall with posts, then I've got my projection of my drawing, and I know that these posts need to be 1.5 meters, and then the wall drops to 1 metre for a span of 5 meters, and then another post at the same, and you see that as an orthographic projection. But once you've constructed that, then you go to the side and you look at it. that's not how it appears. I don't get the point you were making. Sorry, I must have missed something. What's your motivation to keep on doing this? Why would nobody be motivated to try and uncover what the truth is of the reality? Because I'm aware, I'm a conscious being, that's my motivation. I don't have anything else invested in it. I don't have an agenda. I'm not doing this for, some other purpose. I'm a conscious entity that's asking questions about what it means to be alive. That's my motivation. Yeah, Imran, it's always the same. Yep, so an alien science should never be blood with religion, which is exactly what has happened. That's Phil B to tell us there's little lights in the sky, so therefore the Earth's a globe. Nice one, Phil B. Great depth of reasoning there. Exactly, Bristolian, but you have to suspend the fact that water, surface of standing bodies of water doesn't bend. Because Phil B wants you to look up at the sky and see little lights, and then switch your TV on so that they can convey to you what these lights are. And the fact that it's in space can run a little fucking planetoid. Although your experience is that you're on the level, and that the surface of water is level everywhere you go. But you have to ignore that. Because there's special priestly figures like Phil B in the chat who want you to look up at little lights in the sky and correlate it by what the TV tells you. Because he's a genius. Very rational, very sane being. Don't trust your senses, trust Phil. No. Don't trust what you experience, trust Phil. Phil's going to tell you what your experience is. Because Phil fancies himself as a superior, a godly figure. Because he's fucking cuckoo. We need some fight these flat earth. Still waiting my contract, Helen Degenerates. I'm still waiting this lawyer's fucking thing or whatever the fuck Fat Tits is trying to come up with. It's all went silent. It's one of these guys who just likes to bump his gums and then glean some sort of attention from his little minion followers as if he's stood up like a man to be counted, when the reality is it's just hot air and no follow through. Muppets. Absolute fucking Muppets. Water can never be flat as she possibles. Whatever, Phil. Any moment now, Phil's going to offer us a practical demonstration. In fact, let me just show you this. Shown ones like this before.
Tap. You always have 100 degrees boiling, filtered, chilled and sparkling water, all from one tap.
These days, if you want to simulate something in the physical world, you use a computer. But what if you couldn't? What?
Yes, these days if you want to model something in the physical world, you use a computer, because we need to portray that it's globesies. Right? This is an actual true scale model of a section of Earth with absolutely no fucking curvature whatsoever. Right? A true scale model. That being that it's made of actual physical materials and there is the substance known as water contained within it, displaying a nice horizontal level surface everywhere, because that's the datum that they would have utilised in order to construct this very model. A plumb and a horizontal. The horizontal is represented by the water level. Right? This is reality for people like Phil. What is never flatty? It's curved. Okay, so when we're utilising true scale modelling, there's curvature here, so we should be able to directly measure it then, Phil? Oh no, but excuse, words. Think of some fanciful words to handwave dismiss the tangible real world and how it actually functions. Go back to your TV and look at little lights in the sky, Phil. Tatty buys.
What if it was, say...
Anyhow, I'm off ski. I'm away. Take it easy. Thanks for being here, everybody. We'll see you very soon.
200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball. 1. The horizon always appears perfectly flat 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. All amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage show a completely flat horizon over 20 plus miles high. Only NASA and other government space agencies show curvature in their fake CGI photos and videos. 2. The horizon always rises to the eye level of the observer as altitude is gained, so you never have to look down to see it. If Earth were in fact a globe, no matter how large, as you ascended, the horizon would stay fixed and the observer would have to tilt looking down further and further to see it. 3. The natural physics of water is to find and maintain its level. If Earth were a giant sphere tilted, wobbling, and hurtling through infinite space, then truly flat, consistently level surfaces would not exist here. But since Earth is in fact an extended flat plane, this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. 4. Rivers run down to sea level, finding the easiest course, north, south, east, west, and all other intermediary directions over the Earth at the same time. If Earth were truly a spinning ball, then many of these rivers would be impossibly flowing uphill. For example, the Mississippi, in its 3,000 miles, would have to ascend 11 miles before reaching the Gulf of Mexico. 5. One portion of the Nile River flows for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. Parts of the West African Congo, according to the supposed inclination and movement of the ball Earth, would be sometimes running uphill and sometimes down. This would also be the case for the Parana, Paraguay, and other long rivers. 6. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downward an easily measurable 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance. This means along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak. Every time such experiments have been conducted, however, standing water has proven to be perfectly level. 7. Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Canals, railways, bridges, and tunnels, for example, are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles without any allowance for curvature. 8. The Suez Canal, connecting the Mediterranean with the Red Sea, is 100 miles long without any locks, making the water an uninterrupted continuation of the two seas. When constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line, 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. 9. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. 10. The London and Northwestern Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point midway at Birmingham Station is only 240 feet above sea level. If the world were actually a globe, however, curving 8 inches per mile squared, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with the center point at Birmingham raised over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. 11. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. however bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another, all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 12. The Manchester Ship Canal Company published in the Earth Review stated, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." 13. In a 19th century French experiment by M.M. Biot and Arago, a powerful lamp with good reflectors was placed on the summit of Desierto Las Palmas in Spain and able to be seen all the way from Capri on the island of Ibiza. Since the elevation of the 2 points were identical and the distance between covered nearly 100 miles, if the Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the light should have been more than 6,600 feet, 1.25 miles, below the line of sight. 14. The Lieutenant Colonel Portlock experiment used oxyhydrogen Drummond's lights and heliostats to reflect the sun's rays across stations set up across 108 miles of St. George's Channel. If the Earth were actually a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Portlock's light should have remained hidden under 1.5 miles of curvature. 15. If the Earth were truly a sphere 25,000 miles in circumference, airplane pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as to not fly straight off into outer space. A pilot wishing to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet over 0.5 mile every minute. Otherwise, without compensation, in 1 hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 31.5 miles higher than expected. 16. The experiment known as Airy's failure proved that stars move relative to a stationary Earth and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model correct. 17. Olbers' paradox states that if there were billions of stars, which are suns, the night sky would be filled completely with light. As Edgar Allan Poe said, "Were the succession of stars endless, then the background of the sky would present us a uniform luminosity, since there could exist absolutely no point in all that background at which would not exist a star." In fact, Olbers' paradox is no more a paradox than George Airy's experiment was a failure. Both are actually excellent refutations of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth model. 18. The Michelson, Morley, and Sagnac experiments attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. 19. Tycho Brahe famously argued against the heliocentric theory in his time, positing that if the Earth revolved around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months orbital motion could not fail to be seen. He argued that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax can be detected in the stars, proving that we have not moved at all. 20. If Earth were truly constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west. In actual fact, however, when this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, often directly back into the muzzle. 21. If the Earth were truly constantly spinning eastward at over 1,000 miles per hour, helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. 22. If Earth were truly constantly spinning eastward at over 1,000 miles per hour, during the Red Bull stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. 23. Ball believers often claim gravity magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of infinite vacuum space. Such nonsensical theories are debunked, however, by rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, planes, and projectiles, all of which would behave very differently if both the ball Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastward at 1,000 miles per hour. 24. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastward over 1,000 miles per hour, then north-south facing cannons should establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. 25. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, then the average commercial airliner, traveling 500 miles per hour, should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. 26. Quoting Heaven and Earth by Gabrielle Henriette, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the opposite direction to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in midair over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. 27. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, which face all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would be practically impossible. Yet, in reality, such fictional concerns are completely negligible. 28. If the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, then clouds, wind, and weather patterns could not casually and unpredictably go every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. 29. If the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. 30. In his book South Sea Voyages, Arctic and Antarctic explorer Sir James Clark Ross described his experience on the night of November 27, 1839, and his conclusion that the Earth must be motionless. The sky being very clear, it enabled us to observe the higher stratum of clouds to be moving in an exactly opposite direction to that of the wind, a circumstance which is frequently recorded in our meteorological journal, both in the northeast and southeast trades, and has also often been observed by former voyagers. Captain Basil Hall witnessed it from the summit of the Peak of Tenerife, and Count Strzelecki on ascending the volcanic mountain of Kyrenia in Owyhee, reached at 4,000 feet an elevation above that of the trade wind, and experienced the influence of an opposite current of air of a different hydrometric and thermometric condition. Count Strzelecki further informed me of the following seemingly anomalous circumstance, that at the height of 6,000 feet he found the current of air blowing at right angles to both the lower strata, also of a different thermometric condition, but warmer than the interstratum. Such a state of the atmosphere is compatible only with the fact which other evidence has demonstrated, that the Earth is at rest. 31. Quoting Zetetic Cosmogony, Thomas Winship states, "Let imagination picture to the mind what force air would have which was set in motion by a spherical body of 8,000 miles in diameter, which in 1 hour was spinning round 1,000 miles per hour, rushing through space at 65,000 miles per hour, and gyrating across the heavens. Then let conjecture endeavor to discover whether the inhabitants on such a globe could keep their hair on. If the Earth globe rotates on its axis at the terrific rate of 1,000 miles per hour, such an immense mass would of necessity cause a tremendous rush of wind in the space it occupied. The wind would go all one way, and anything like clouds which got within the sphere of influence of the rotating sphere would have to go the same way. The fact that the Earth is at rest is proved by kite flying." 32. If gravity is credited with being a force strong enough to hold the world's oceans, buildings, people, and atmosphere stuck to the surface of a rapidly spinning ball, then it is impossible for gravity to also simultaneously be weak enough to allow little birds, bugs, and planes to take off and travel freely, unabated in any direction. 33. If gravity is credited with being a force strong enough to curve the massive expanse of oceans around a globular Earth, it would be impossible for fish and other creatures to swim through such forcefully held water. 34. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, however, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. 35. If the Earth were truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If, however, the Earth is an extended plane, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator, assuming the globular theory, have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, testifies to the fact that Earth is not a ball. 36. During Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, later on further south as much as 29 miles. 37. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from 1838 to 1842, and in his journals also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. 38. To quote Reverend Thomas Milner, in the southern hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their beckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine? In the former case, upon the coasts, in the latter, upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning? The simple answer is that Earth is not a ball. 39. Practical distance measurements taken from the Australian Handbook Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory state that the straight line distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,550 statute miles. Their given difference in longitude is 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds out of 360 is 1,550 miles, the entirety would measure 25,182 miles. This is not only larger than the ball Earth is said to be at the equator, but a whole 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of said proportions. 40. From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 10,500 miles, or 143 degrees of longitude away. Factoring in the remaining degrees to 360 makes for a total distance of 26,430 miles around this particular latitude, which is over 1,500 miles wider than the Earth is supposed to be at the equator, and many more thousands of miles wider than it is supposed to be at such southern latitudes. 41. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again equal to or greater than the Earth's supposed greatest circumference at the equator. Calculations from Sydney, Australia to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the ball Earth theory, the circumference of the Earth at 37.5 degrees southern latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. 42. In the ball Earth model, Antarctica is an ice continent which covers the bottom of the ball from 78 degrees south latitude to 90, and is therefore not more than 12,000 miles in circumference. Many early explorers, including Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, however, in attempting Antarctic circumnavigation, took 3 to 4 years and clocked 50 to 60,000 miles around. The British ship Challenger also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles. This is entirely inconsistent with the ball model. 43. If Earth was a ball, there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions both far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. 44. If Earth was a ball, and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. In actual fact, however, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. 45. On a ball Earth, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. 46. On a ball Earth, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the northern hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Once again, these make absolutely no sense on the globe, but are completely understandable options when mapped on a flat Earth. 47. On a ball Earth, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick straight shot along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. The only reason such a ridiculous stopover works in reality is because the Earth is flat. 48. On a ball Earth, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the north hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see. However, Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. 49. If Earth were a spinning ball heated by a sun 93 million miles away, it would be impossible to have simultaneously sweltering summers in Africa, while just a few thousand miles away, bone-chilling frozen Arctic and Antarctic winters experiencing little to no heat from the sun whatsoever. If the heat from the sun traveled 93 million miles to the Sahara Desert, it is absurd to assert that another 4,000 miles, 0.00004%, further to Antarctica would completely negate such sweltering heat, resulting in such drastic differences. 50. If the Earth were truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator should share similar conditions and characteristics, such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways, entirely inconsistent with the ball model and entirely consistent with the flat model. 51. Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately minus 57 degrees Fahrenheit and a record low of minus 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes. The northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. On a tilting, wobbling ball Earth spinning uniformly around the sun, Arctic and Antarctic temperatures and seasons should not vary so greatly. 52. Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and abundant various animal life. Compare this with the Isle of Georgia at just 54 degrees south latitude, where there are only 18 species of native plants and animal life is almost non-existent. Same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, the infamous Captain Cook wrote of Georgia that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in the Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant." 53. At places of comparable latitude north and south, the sun behaves very differently than it would on a spinning ball Earth, but precisely how it should on a flat Earth. For example, the longest summer days north of the equator are much longer than those south of the equator, and the shortest winter days north of the equator are much shorter than the shortest south of the equator. This is inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but fits exactly on a flat model with the sun traveling circles over and around the Earth from tropic to tropic. 54. At places of comparable latitude north and south, dawn and dusk happen very differently than they would on a spinning ball, but precisely how they should on a flat Earth. In the north, dawn and dusk come slowly and last far longer than in the south, where they come and go very quickly. Certain places in the north, twilight can last for over an hour, while at comparable southern latitudes, within a few minutes the sunlight completely disappears. This is inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but is exactly what is expected on a flat Earth with the sun traveling faster, wider circles over the south and slower, narrower circles over the north. 55. If the sun circles over and around the Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling from tropic to tropic every 6 months, it follows that the northern central region would annually receive far more heat and sunlight than the southern circumferential region. Since the sun must sweep over the larger southern region in the same 24 hours it has to pass over the smaller northern region, its passage must necessarily be proportionally faster as well. This perfectly explains the differences in Arctic and Antarctic temperatures, seasons, length of daylight, plant and animal life. This is why the Antarctic morning dawn and evening twilight are very abrupt compared to the north, and this explains why many midsummer Arctic nights the sun does not set at all. 56. The midnight sun is an Arctic phenomenon occurring annually during the summer solstice, where for several days straight, an observer significantly far enough north can watch the sun traveling circles overhead, rising and falling in the sky throughout the day, but never fully setting for upwards of 72 plus hours. If the Earth were actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomenon as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point from 89 degrees latitude downwards could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for 24 hours straight. To see the sun for an entire revolution on a spinning globe at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. 57. The establishment claims the midnight sun is experienced in Antarctica, but they conveniently do not have any uncut videos showing this, nor do they allow independent explorers to travel to Antarctica during the winter solstice to verify or refute these claims. Conversely, there are dozens of uncut videos publicly available showing the Arctic midnight sun, and it has been verified beyond any shadow of a doubt. 58. The Royal Belgian Geographical Society, in their Expedition Antarctique Belge, recorded that during the most severe part of the Antarctic winter, from 71 degrees south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is completely at odds with the ball Earth theory, but easily explained by the flat Earth model. The midnight sun is seen from high altitudes and extreme northern latitudes during Arctic summer because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes during Arctic summer, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months because there, at the northern tropic, the innermost arc of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. 59. Quoting Gabrielle Henriette, the theory of the rotation of the Earth may once and for all be definitely disposed of as impracticable by pointing out the following inadvertence. It is said that the rotation takes 24 hours and that its speed is uniform, in which case, necessarily, days and nights should have an identical duration of 12 hours each all the year round. The sun should invariably rise in the morning and set in the evening at the same hours, with the result that it would be the equinox every day from the 1st of January to the 31st of December. One should stop and reflect on this before saying that the Earth has a movement of rotation. How does the system of gravitation account for the seasonal variations in the length of days and nights if the Earth rotates at a uniform speed in 24 hours? 60. Anyone can prove the sea horizon perfectly straight and the Earth perfectly flat using nothing more than a level, tripods, and a wooden plank. At any altitude above sea level, simply fix a 6 to 12 foot long smooth level board edgewise upon tripods and observe the skyline from eye level behind it. The distant horizon will always appear perfectly level with the upper edge of the board. Furthermore, if you move in a half circle from one end of the board to the other, whilst observing the skyline over the upper edge, you will be able to trace a clear, flat 10 to 20 miles depending on your altitude. This would be impossible if the Earth were a globe 25,000 miles in circumference. The horizon would align over the center of the board, then gradually, noticeably decline towards the extremities. Just 10 miles on each side would necessitate an easily visible curvature of 66.6 feet from each end to the center. 61. If the Earth were actually a big ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the horizon would be noticeably curved even at sea level, and everything on or approaching the horizon would appear to tilt backwards slightly from your perspective. Distant buildings along the horizon would all look like leaning towers of Pisa falling away from the observer. A hot air balloon taking off, then drifting steadily away from you on a ball Earth would slowly and constantly appear to lean back more and more the farther away it flew, the bottom of the basket coming gradually into view as the top of the balloon disappears from sight. In reality, however, buildings, balloons, trees, people, anything and everything at right angles to the ground and horizon remain so regardless the distance or height of the observer. 62. Samuel Rowbotham's experiments at the Old Bedford level proved conclusively the canal's water to be completely flat over a 6-mile stretch. First, he stood in the canal with his telescope held 8 inches above the surface of the water. Then his friend in a boat with a 5-foot-tall flag sailed the 6 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the 6-mile stretch of water should have comprised an arc exactly 6 feet high in the middle, so the entire boat and flag should have ultimately disappeared, when in fact the entire boat and flag remained visible at the same height for the entire journey. 63. In a second experiment, Dr. Rowbotham affixed flags 5 feet high along the shoreline, one at every mile marker. Then, using his telescope mounted at 5 feet, just behind the first flag, looked over the tops of all 6 flags, which lined up in a perfectly straight line. If the Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the flags should have progressively dipped down after the first establishing line of sight. The second would have descended 8 inches, 32 inches for the third, 6 feet for the fourth, 10 feet 8 inches for the fifth, and 16 feet 8 inches for the sixth. 64. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Samuel Rowbotham, "It is known that the horizon at sea, whatever distance it may extend to the right and left of the observer on land, always appears as a straight line. The following experiment has been tried in various parts of the country. At Brighton, on a rising ground near the racecourse, 2 poles were affixed in the earth 6 yards apart and directly opposite the sea. Between these poles a line was tightly stretched parallel to the horizon. From the center of the line the view embraced not less than 20 miles on each side, making a distance of 40 miles. A vessel was observed sailing directly westwards. The line cut the rigging a little above the bulwarks, which it did for several hours or until the vessel had sailed the whole distance of 40 miles. The ship coming into view from the east would have to ascend an inclined plane for 20 miles until it arrived at the center of the arc, whence it would have to descend for the same distance. The square of 20 miles multiplied by 8 inches gives 266 feet as the amount the vessel would be below the line at the beginning and at the end of the 40 miles. 65. Also quoting Dr. Rowbotham, "On a shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which multiplied by 8 inches gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe." 66. Dr. Rowbotham conducted several other experiments using telescopes, spirit levels, sextants, and theodolites, special precision instruments used for measuring angles in horizontal or vertical planes. By positioning them at equal heights, aimed at each other successively, he proved over and over the Earth to be perfectly flat for miles without a single inch of curvature. His findings caused quite a stir in the scientific community, and thanks to 30 years of his efforts, the shape of the Earth became a hot topic of debate around the turn of the 19th century. 67. The distance across the Irish Sea from the Isle of Man's Douglas Harbour to Great Orme's Head in North Wales is 60 miles. If the Earth was a globe, then the surface of the water between them would form a 60-mile arc, the center towering 1,944 feet higher than the coastlines at either end. It is well known and easily verifiable, however, that on a clear day from a modest altitude of 100 feet, the Great Orme's Head is visible from Douglas Harbour. This would be completely impossible on a globe of 25,000 miles. Assuming the 100-foot altitude causes the horizon to appear approximately 13 miles off, 47 miles remaining means the Welsh coastline should still fall an impossible 1,472 feet below the line of sight. 68. The Philadelphia skyline is clearly visible from Apple Pie Hill in the New Jersey Pine Barrens 40 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, factoring in the 205-foot elevation of Apple Pie Hill, the Philly skyline should remain well hidden beyond 335 feet of curvature. 69. The New York City skyline is clearly visible from Harriman State Park's Bear Mountain 60 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, viewing from Bear Mountain's 1,283-foot summit, the Pythagorean theorem determining distance to the horizon being 1.23 times the square root of the height in feet, the New York City skyline should be invisible behind 170 feet of curved Earth. 70. From Washington's Rock in New Jersey, at just a 400-foot elevation, it is possible on a clear day to see the skylines of both New York and Philadelphia in opposite directions at the same time, covering a total distance of 120 miles. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, both of these skylines should be hidden behind over 800 feet of Earth's curvature. 71. It is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 25,000 miles in circumference should be 2,400 feet below the horizon. 72. October 16, 1854, the Times newspaper reported the Queen's visit to Great Grimsby from Hull, recording they were able to see the 300-foot-tall dock tower from 70 miles away. On a ball Earth 25,000 miles in circumference, factoring their 10-foot elevation above the water and the tower's 300-foot height at 70 miles away, the dock tower should have remained an entire 2,600 feet below the horizon. 73. In 1872, Captain Gibson and crewmates, sailing the ship Thomas Wood from China to London, reported seeing the entirety of St. Helena Island on a clear day from 75 miles away. Factoring in their height during measurement on a ball Earth 25,000 miles in circumference, it was found the island should have been 3,650 feet below their line of sight. 74. From Genoa, Italy, at a height of just 70 feet above sea level, the island of Gorgona can often be seen 81 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Gorgona should be hidden beyond 3,332 feet of curvature. 75. From Genoa, Italy, at a height of just 70 feet above sea level, the island of Corsica can often be seen 99 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Corsica should fall 5,245 feet, almost an entire mile below the horizon. 76. From Genoa, Italy, 70 feet above sea level, the island of Caprea, 102 miles away, can often be seen as well. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Caprea should always remain hidden behind 5,605 feet, over a mile of supposed curvature. 77. Also from Genoa, on bright clear days, the island of Elba can be seen an incredible 125 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Elba should be forever invisible behind 8,770 feet of curvature. 78. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, Mount Foraker can be seen with the naked eye 120 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit should be leaning back away from the observer, covered by 7,719 feet of curved Earth. In reality, however, the entire mountain can be quite easily seen standing straight from base to summit. 79. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, Mount McKinley can be seen with the naked eye from 130 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be leaning back away from the observer and almost half covered by 9,220 feet of curved Earth. In reality, however, the entire mountain can be quite easily seen standing straight from base to summit. 80. In Chambers' Journal, February 1895, a sailor near Mauritius in the Indian Ocean reported having seen a vessel which turned out to be an incredible 200 miles away. The incident caused much heated debate in nautical circles at the time, gaining further confirmation in Aden, Yemen, where another witness reported seeing a missing Bombay steamer from 200 miles away. He correctly stated the precise appearance, location, and direction of the steamer, all later corroborated and confirmed correct by those on board. Such sightings are absolutely inexplicable if the Earth were actually a ball 25,000 miles around, as ships 200 miles distant would have to fall approximately 5 miles below line of sight. 81. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea far exceeds what could be found on a ball Earth 25,000 miles in circumference. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if the Earth was a globe with the given curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. 82. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. 83. The Icaro light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. 84. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. 85. The Cordonan light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. 86. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. 87. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. 88. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. 89. The Cape Lagulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world were a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. 90. The Statue of Liberty in New York stands 326 feet above sea level, and on a clear day can be seen as far as 60 miles away. If the Earth were a globe, that would put Lady Liberty at an impossible 2,074 feet below the horizon. 91. The lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where, according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 92. The Notre Dame Antwerp spire stands 403 feet high from the foot of the tower, with Strasbourg measuring 468 feet above sea level. With the aid of a telescope, ships can be distinguished on the horizon, and captains declare they can see the cathedral spire from an amazing 150 miles away. If the Earth were a globe, however, at that distance the spire should be an entire mile, 5,280 feet below the horizon. 93. The St. George's Channel between Holyhead and Kingstown Harbour near Dublin is 60 miles across. When halfway across, a ferry passenger will notice behind them the light on Holyhead Pier as well as in front of them the Poolbeg light in Dublin Bay. The Holyhead Pier light is 44 feet high, while the Poolbeg lighthouse is 68 feet. Therefore, a vessel in the middle of the channel, 30 miles from either side, standing on a deck 24 feet above the water, can clearly see both lights. On a ball Earth 25,000 miles in circumference, however, both lights should be hidden well below both horizons by over 300 feet. 94. From the highland near Portsmouth Harbour in Hampshire, England, looking across Spithead to the Isle of Wight, the entire base of the island, where water and land come together, composes a perfectly straight line 22 statute miles long. According to the ball Earth theory, the Isle of Wight should decline 80 feet from the center on each side to account for the necessary curvature. The crosshairs of a good theodolite directed there, however, have repeatedly shown the land and water line to be perfectly level. 95. On a clear day from the High Head near Douglas Harbour on the Isle of Man, the whole length of the coast of North Wales is often plainly visible to the naked eye. From the Point of Ayr at the mouth of the River Dee to Holyhead comprises a 50-mile stretch which has also been repeatedly found to be perfectly horizontal. If the Earth actually had curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, the 50-mile length of Welsh coast seen along the horizon in Liverpool Bay would have to decline from the center point an easily detectable 416 feet on each side. 96. From 100 Proofs the Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter. If we take a journey down Chesapeake Bay by night, we shall see the light exhibited at Sharp's Island for an hour before the steamer gets to it. We may take up a position on deck so that the rail of the vessel's side will be in a line with the light and in the line of sight, and we shall find that in the whole journey the light won't vary in the slightest degree in its apparent elevation. But say that a distance of 13 miles has been traversed, the astronomer's theory of curvature demands a difference, one way or the other, in the apparent elevation of the light of 112 feet 8 inches. Since, however, there is not a difference of 100 hair's breadths, we have a plain proof that the water of the Chesapeake Bay is not curved, which is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 97. NASA and modern astronomy say the Earth is a giant ball tilted back, wobbling and spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its central axis, traveling 67,000 miles per hour circles around the Sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, while the entire galaxy rockets a ridiculous 670 million miles through the universe, with all of these motions originating from an alleged Big Bang cosmogenic explosion 14 billion years ago. That's a grand total of 67,568,000 miles per hour in several different directions we're all supposedly speeding along at simultaneously, yet no one has ever seen, felt, heard, measured, or proven a single one of these motions to exist whatsoever. 98. NASA and modern astronomy say Polaris, the North Pole star, is somewhere between 323 and 434 light-years, or about 2 quadrillion miles away from us. Firstly, note that is between 1,938 trillion to 2,604 trillion miles, making a difference of over 600 trillion miles. If modern astronomy cannot even agree on the distance to stars within hundreds of trillions of miles, perhaps their science is flawed and their theory needs re-examining. However, even granting them their obscurely distant stars, it is impossible for heliocentrists to explain how Polaris manages to always remain perfectly aligned straight above the North Pole throughout Earth's various alleged tilting, wobbling, rotating, and revolving motions. 99. Viewed from a ball Earth, Polaris, situated directly over the North Pole, should not be visible anywhere in the southern hemisphere. For Polaris to be seen from the southern hemisphere of a globular Earth, the observer would have to be somehow looking through the globe, and miles of land and sea would have to be transparent. Polaris can be seen, however, up to over 20 degrees south latitude. 100. If Earth were a ball, the Southern Cross and other southern constellations would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case in the north with Polaris and its surrounding constellations. Ursa Major and Minor and many others can be seen from every northern meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, constellations like the Southern Cross cannot. This proves that the southern hemisphere is not turned under as in the ball model, but simply stretching further outwards away from the northern center point, as in the flat Earth model. 101. Sigma Octantis is claimed to be a southern central pole star similar to Polaris, around which the southern hemisphere stars all rotate around the opposite direction. Unlike Polaris, however, Sigma Octantis cannot be seen simultaneously from every point along the same latitude. It is not central, but allegedly 1 degree off-center. It is not motionless, and in fact cannot be seen at all using publicly available telescopes. There is legitimate speculation regarding whether Sigma Octantis even exists. Either way, the direction in which stars move overhead is based on perspective and the exact direction you're facing, not which hemisphere you're in. 102. Some heliocentrists have tried to suggest that the pole star's gradual declination overhead as an observer travels southward is proof of a globular Earth. Far from it, the declination of the pole star or any other object is simply a result of the law of perspective on plane, flat surfaces. The law of perspective dictates that the angle and height at which an object is seen diminishes the farther one recedes from the object, until at a certain point, the line of sight and the seemingly uprising surface of the Earth converges to a vanishing point, i.e. the horizon line, beyond which the object is invisible. In the ball Earth model, the horizon is claimed to be the curvature of the Earth, whereas in reality, the horizon is known to simply be the vanishing line of perspective based on the strength of your eye's instruments, weather, and altitude. 103. There are several constellations which can be seen from far greater distances over the face of the Earth than should be possible if the world were a rotating, revolving, wobbling ball. For instance, Ursa Major, very close to Polaris, can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude, the North Pole, all the way down to 30 degrees south latitude. For this to be possible on a ball Earth, the southern observers would have to be seeing through hundreds or thousands of miles of bulging Earth to the northern sky. 104. The constellation Vulpecula can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude all the way to 55 degrees south latitude. Taurus, Pisces, and Leo can be seen from 90 degrees north all the way to 65 degrees south. An observer on a ball Earth, regardless of any tilt or inclination, should not logically be able to see this far. 105. Aquarius and Libra can be seen from 65 degrees north to 90 degrees south. The constellation Virgo is visible from 80 degrees north down to 80 degrees south, and Orion can be seen from 85 degrees north all the way to 75 degrees south latitude. These are all only possible because the hemispheres are not spheres at all, but concentric circles of latitude extending outwards from the central North Pole, with the stars rotating over and around. 106. The so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole topped with a metal ball Earth. The ceremonial South Pole is admittedly and provably not the actual South Pole, however, because the actual South Pole could be demonstrably confirmed with the aid of a compass showing north to be 360 degrees around the observer. Since this feat has never been achieved, the model remains pure theory, along with the establishment's excuse that the geomagnetic poles supposedly constantly move around, making verifications of their claims impossible. 107. Ring magnets, of the kind found in loudspeakers, have a central north pole with the opposite south pole actually being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly demonstrates the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the ball Earth model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move, thus evading independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. In reality, the deepest drilling operation in history, the Russian Kola Ultra Deep, managed to get only 8 miles down. So the entire ball Earth model taught in schools showing a crust, outer mantle, outer core, and inner core layers are all purely speculation, as we have never penetrated through beyond the crust. 108. The mariner's compass is an impossible and nonsensical instrument for use on a ball Earth. The It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, yet claims to be pinpointing two constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the north pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. 109. There are no fixed east or west points, just as there is no fixed south. The north central pole is the only proven fixed point on our flat Earth, with the south being all straight lines outwards from the pole, east and west being concentric circles at constant right angles 90 degrees from the pole. A westerly circumnavigation of Earth is thus going around with Polaris continually on your right, while an easterly circumnavigation is going around with Polaris always at your left. 110. Magellan and others' east-west circumnavigations of Earth are often quoted as proof of the ball model. In actual fact, however, sailing or flying at right angles to the North Pole and eventually returning to one's original location is no more difficult or mysterious than doing so on a globe. Just as an architect's compass can place its center point on a flat piece of paper and trace a circle either way around the pole, so can a ship or plane circumnavigate a flat Earth. 111. Since the North Pole and Antarctica are covered in ice and guarded no-fly zones, no ships or planes have ever been known to circumnavigate the Earth in north-south directions. The only kind of circumnavigation which could not happen on a flat Earth is north and southbound, which is likely the very reason for the heavily enforced flight restrictions. The fact that there is yet to be a single verified north-to-south circumnavigation of Earth serves as standing proof the world is not a ball. 112. The sun brings noon to every time zone as it passes directly overhead every 15-degree demarcation point 24 times per day in its circular path over and around the Earth. If time zones were instead caused by the uniform spinning of the ball Earth around the sun, every 6 months as Earth found itself on the opposite side of the sun, clocks all over Earth would have to flip 12 hours. Day would be night and night would be day. 113. The idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of Earth, while others tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is complete absurdity. The idea that a man digging a hole straight down could eventually reach sky on the other side is ludicrous. Common sense tells every free-thinking person correctly that there truly is an up and down in nature, unlike the everything is relative rhetoric of the Newtonian Einsteinian paradigm. 114. Quoting On the False Wisdom of the Philosophers by Lactantius, a sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down and the sky is lower than the ground, the ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believed to be hanging from the earth without support. 115. The existing laws of density and buoyancy perfectly explained the physics of falling objects long before knighted Freemason Sir Isaac Newton bestowed his theory of gravity upon the world. It is a fact that objects placed in denser mediums rise up, while objects placed in less dense mediums sink down. To fit with the heliocentric model, which has no up or down, Newton instead claimed objects are attracted to large masses and fall towards the center. Not a single experiment in history, however, has shown an object massive enough to, by virtue of its mass alone, cause other smaller masses to be attracted to it, as Newton claims gravity does with the Earth, the Sun, Moon, stars, and planets. 116. There has also never been a single experiment in history showing an object massive enough to, by virtue of its mass alone, cause another smaller mass to orbit around it. The magic theory of gravity allows for oceans, buildings, and people to remain forever stuck to the underside of a spinning ball, while simultaneously causing objects like the moon and satellites to remain locked in perpetual circular orbits around the Earth. If these were both true, then people should be able to jump up and start orbiting circles around the Earth, or the moon should have long ago been sucked into the Earth. Neither of these theories have ever been experimentally verified, and their alleged results are mutually exclusive. 117. Newton also theorized, and it is now commonly taught, that the Earth's ocean tides are caused by gravitational lunar attraction. If the moon is only 2,160 miles in diameter and the Earth 8,000 miles, However, using their own math and law, it follows that the Earth is 87 times more massive and therefore the larger object should attract the smaller to it, and not the other way around. If the Earth's greater gravity is what keeps the Moon in orbit, it is impossible for the Moon's lesser gravity to supersede the Earth's gravity, especially at Earth's sea level, where its gravitational attraction would even further out-trump the Moon's. And if the Moon's gravity truly did supersede the Earth's, causing the tides to be drawn towards it, there should be nothing to stop them from continuing onwards and upwards towards their great attractor. 118. Furthermore, the velocity and path of the Moon are uniform, and should therefore exist a uniform influence on the Earth's tide, when in actuality Earth's tides vary greatly and do not follow the Moon. Earth's lakes, ponds, marshes, and other inland bodies of water also inexplicably remain forever outside the Moon's gravitational grasp. If gravity was truly drawing Earth's oceans up to it, all lakes, ponds, and other bodies of standing water should certainly have tides as well. 119. It is claimed that the other planets are spheres, and so therefore Earth must also be a sphere. Firstly, Earth is a plane, not a planet, so the shape of these planets in the sky have no bearing on the shape of the Earth beneath our feet. Secondly, these planets have been known for thousands of years around the world as wandering stars, since they differ from the other fixed stars in their relative motions only. When looked at with an unprejudiced naked eye or through a telescope, the fixed and wandering stars appear as luminous disks of light, not spherical terra firma. The pictures and videos shown by NASA of spherical terra firma planets are all clearly fake computer-generated images and not photographs. 120. The etymology of the word planet actually comes from the late Old English planet, or from Old French planet, from Latin planeta, from Greek planetes, planetae, wandering stars, or to wander of unknown origin, to spread, or notion of spread out, from Latin planum, flat surface, plane, level, plane. They just added a T to our Earth plane, and everyone bought it. 121. When you observe the Sun and Moon, you see two equally sized equidistant circles tracing similar paths at similar speeds around a flat stationary Earth. The experts at NASA, however, claim your common sense everyday experience is false on all counts. To begin with, they say the Earth is not flat but a big ball, not stationary but spinning around 19 miles per second. They say the Sun does not revolve around the Earth as it appears, but Earth revolves around the Sun. The Moon, on the other hand, does revolve around the Earth, though not east to west as it appears, rather west to east, and the Sun is actually 400 times larger than the Moon and 400 times farther away. You can clearly see they are the same size and distance. You can see the Earth is flat, you can feel the Earth is stationary, but according to the gospel of modern astronomy, you are wrong and a simpleton worthy of endless ridicule if you dare to trust your own eyes and experience. 122. Quoting Alan Daves, "If the government or NASA had said to you that the Earth is stationary, imagine that. And then imagine we are trying to convince people that no, it's not stationary, it's moving forward at 32 times rifle bullet speed and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. We would be laughed at. We would have so many people telling us, you're crazy, the Earth's not moving. We would be ridiculed for having no scientific backing for this convoluted moving Earth theory. And not only that, but then people would say, oh, then how do you explain a fixed calm atmosphere and the Sun's observable movement? How do you explain that? Imagine saying to people, no, the atmosphere is moving also, but is somehow magically velcroed to the moving Earth. The reason is not simply because the Earth is stationary. So what we are actually doing is what makes sense. We are saying that the moving Earth theory is nonsense. The stationary Earth theory makes sense, and we are being ridiculed. You've got to picture it being the other way around to realize just how ridiculous the situation is. This theory from the government and NASA that the Earth is rotating and orbiting and leaning over and wobbling is absolute nonsense, and yet people are clinging to it tightly like a teddy bear. They just can't bring themselves to face the possibility that the Earth is stationary, though all evidence shows it. We feel no movement, the atmosphere hasn't been blown away, we see the Sun move from east to west. Everything can be explained by a motionless Earth without bringing in all these assumptions to cover up previous assumptions gone bad. 123. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the Sun's distance from Earth to be 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton once said, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." How scientific! Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hine stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Flat earthers throughout the ages, conversely, have used sextants and plane trigonometry to make such calculations, and found the sun and the moon both to be only about 32 miles in diameter and less than a few thousand miles from Earth. 124. Amateur balloon footage taken above the clouds has provided stunning visual proof that the sun cannot be millions of miles away. In several shots, you can see a clear hotspot reflecting on the clouds directly below the sun's spotlight-like influence. If the sun were actually millions of miles away, such a small, localized hotspot could not occur. 125. Another proof the sun is not millions of miles away is found by tracing the angle of sun rays back to their source above the clouds. There are thousands of pictures showing how sunlight comes down through cloud cover at a variance of converging angles. The area of convergence is, of course, the sun, and is not millions of miles away, but rather relatively close to Earth, just above the clouds. 126. The sun's annual journey from tropic to tropic, solstice to solstice, is what determines the length and character of days, nights, and seasons. This is why equatorial regions experience almost year-round summer and heat, while higher latitudes north and especially south experience more distinct seasons with harsh winters. The heliocentric model claims seasons change based on the ball Earth's alleged axial tilt and elliptical orbit around the sun, yet their flawed current model places us closest to the sun, 91 million miles, in January, when it is actually winter, and farthest from the sun, 94.5 million miles, in July, when it's actually summer throughout most of the year. 127. The fact that the sun and moon's reflections on water always form a straight line path from the horizon to the observer proves the Earth is not a ball. If the Earth's surface was curved, it would be impossible for the reflected light to curve over the ball from horizon to observer. 128. There are huge centuries-old stone sundials and moondials all over the world, which still tell the time now down to the minute as perfectly as the day they were made. If the Earth, Sun, and Moon were truly subject to the number of contradictory, revolving, rotating, wobbling, and spiraling motions claimed by modern astronomy, it would be impossible for these monuments to so accurately tell time without constant adjustment. 129. To quote William Carpenter, "Why in the name of common sense should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth, if the Earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the thousandth part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Since we can, in middle north latitudes, see the North Star on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of this very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have not made any motion at all, and that the Earth is not a globe. 130. From Earth Not a Globe by Samuel Robotham. Take 2 carefully bored metallic tubes, not less than 6 feet in length, and place them 1 yard asunder on the opposite sides of a wooden frame or a solid block of wood or stone. So adjust them that their centers or axes of vision shall be perfectly parallel to each other. Now direct them to the plane of some notable fixed star a few seconds previous to its meridian time. Let an observer be stationed at each tube, and the moment the star appears in the first tube, let a loud knock or other signal be given, to be repeated by the observer at the second tube when he sees the same star. A distinct period of time will elapse between the signals given. The signals will follow each other in very rapid succession, but still, the time between is sufficient to show that the same star is not visible at the same moment by two parallel lines of sight when only 1 yard asunder. A slight inclination of the second tube towards the first tube would be required for the star to be seen through both tubes at the same instant. Let the tubes remain in their positions for 6 months, at the end of which time the same observation or experiment will produce the same results. The star will be visible at the same meridian time without the slightest alteration being required in the direction of the tubes, from which it is concluded that if the Earth had moved 1 single yard in an orbit through space, there would at least be observed the slight inclination of the tube which the difference in position of 1 yard had previously required. But as no such difference in the direction of the tube is required, the conclusion is unavoidable, that in 6 months a given meridian upon the Earth's surface does not move a single yard, and therefore that the Earth has not the slightest degree of orbital motion. 131. NASA and modern astronomy maintain that the Moon is a solid, spherical, Earth-like habitation which man has actually flown to and set foot on. They claim the Moon is a non-luminescent planetoid which receives and reflects all its light from the Sun. The reality is, however, that the Moon is observably not a solid body. It is clearly circular, but not spherical, and not in any way an Earth-like planetoid which humans could set foot on. In fact, the Moon has been proven largely transparent and completely self-luminescent, shining with its own unique light. 132. The Sun's light is golden, warm, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, while the Moon's light is silver, cool, damp, putrefying, and septic. The Sun's rays decrease the combustion of a bonfire, while the Moon's rays increase combustion. Plant and animal substances exposed to sunlight quickly dry, shrink, coagulate, and lose the tendency to decompose and putrefy. Grapes and other fruits become solid, partially candied and preserved, like raisins, dates, and prunes. Animal flesh coagulates, loses its volatile gaseous constituents, becomes firm, dry, and slow to decay. When exposed to moonlight, however, plant and animal substances tend to show symptoms of putrefaction and decay. This proves that the sun and moonlight are different, unique, and opposites, as they are in the geocentric flat model. 133. In direct sunlight, a thermometer will read higher than another thermometer placed in the shade, but in full direct moonlight, a thermometer will read lower than another placed in the shade. If the sun's light is collected in a large lens and thrown to a focus point, it can create significant heat, while the moon's light collected similarly creates no heat. In the Lancet Medical Journal from March 14, 1856, particulars are given of several experiments which prove the moon's rays, when concentrated, can actually reduce the temperature upon a thermometer more than 8 degrees. So sunlight and moonlight clearly have altogether different properties. 134. Furthermore, the moon itself cannot physically be both a spherical body and a reflector of the sun's light. Reflectors must be flat or concave for light rays to have any angle of incidence. If a reflector's surface is convex, then every ray of light points in a direct line with the radius perpendicular to the surface, resulting in no reflection. 135. Not only is the moon clearly self-luminescent, shining its own unique light, but it is also largely transparent. When the waxing or waning moon is visible during the day, it is possible to see the blue sky right through the moon. And on a clear night, during a waxing or waning cycle, it's even possible to occasionally see stars and planets directly through the surface of the moon. The Royal Astronomical Society has on record many such occurrences throughout history which all defy the heliocentric model. 136. Many people think that modern astronomy's ability to accurately predict lunar and solar eclipses is a result and proof positive of the heliocentric theory of the universe. The fact of the matter, however, is that eclipses have been accurately predicted by cultures worldwide for thousands of years before the heliocentric ball Earth was even a glimmer in Copernicus's imagination. Ptolemy, in the 1st century AD, accurately predicted eclipses for 600 years on the basis of a flat stationary Earth with equal precision as anyone living today. All the way back in 600 BC, Thales accurately predicted an eclipse which ended the war between the Medes and the Lydians. Eclipses happen regularly with precision in 18-year cycles, so regardless of geocentric or heliocentric, flat or globe Earth cosmologies, eclipses can be accurately calculated independent of such factors. 137. Another assumption and supposed proof of the Earth's shape, heliocentrists claim that lunar eclipses are caused by the shadow of the ball Earth occulting the moon. They claim the Sun, Earth, and Moon spheres perfectly align like 3 billiard balls in a row, so that the Sun's light casts the Earth's shadow onto the Moon. Unfortunately for heliocentrists, this explanation is rendered completely invalid due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the Sun and Moon are still visible together above the horizon. For the Sun's light to be casting Earth's shadow onto the Moon, the three bodies must be aligned in a straight 180-degree syzygy, but as early as the time of Pliny, there are records of lunar eclipses happening while both the Sun and Moon are visible in the sky. Therefore, the eclipser of the Moon cannot be the Earth or Earth's shadow, and some other explanation must be sought. 138. Another favorite proof of ball earthers is the appearance from an observer on shore of ships' hulls being obfuscated by the water and disappearing from view when sailing away towards the horizon. Their claim is that ships' hulls disappear before their mastheads because the ship is beginning its declination around the convex curvature of the ball earth. Once again, however, their hasty conclusion is drawn from a faulty premise, namely that only on a ball earth could this phenomenon occur. The fact of the matter is that the law of perspective on plane surfaces dictates and necessitates the exact same occurrence. For example, a girl wearing a dress walking away towards the horizon will appear to sink into the earth the farther away she walks. Her feet will disappear from view first, and the distance between the ground and the bottom of her dress will gradually diminish until, after a half a mile, it seems like her dress is touching the ground as she walks on invisible legs. Such is the case on plane surfaces. The lowest parts of objects receding from a given point of observation necessarily disappear before the highest. 139. Not only is the disappearance of ships' hulls explained by the law of perspective on flat surfaces, it is proven undeniably true with the aid of a good telescope. If you watch a ship sailing away into the horizon with the naked eye until its hull has completely disappeared from view under the supposed curvature of the Earth, then look through a telescope, you will notice the entire ship quickly zooms back into view, hull and all, proving that the disappearance was caused by the law of perspective, not by a wall of curved water. This also proves that the horizon is simply the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view, not the alleged curvature of the Earth. 140. Foucault's pendulums are often quoted as proof of a rotating Earth, but upon closer investigation prove the opposite. To begin with, Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise and sometimes counterclockwise. Sometimes they fail to rotate, and sometimes they rotate far too much. The behavior of the pendulum actually depends on 1. The initial force beginning its swing, and 2. The ball and socket joint, which most readily facilitates circular motion over any other. The supposed rotation of the Earth is completely inconsequential and irrelevant to the pendulum's swing. If the alleged constant rotation of the Earth affected pendulums in any way, then there should be no need to manually start pendulums in motion. If the Earth's diurnal rotation caused the 360-degree uniform diurnal rotation of pendulums, then there should not exist a stationary pendulum anywhere on Earth. 141. The Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks in toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction, while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball Earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault's pendulums spinning either which way, sinks and toilets in the northern and southern hemispheres do not consistently spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, not the supposed rotation of the Earth. 142. People claim that if the Earth were flat, they should be able to use a telescope and see clear across the ocean. This is absurd, however, as the air is full of precipitation, especially over the oceans, and especially at the lowest, densest layer of atmosphere, is not transparent. Picture the blurry haze over roads on hot, humid days. Even the best telescope will blur out long before you can see across an ocean. You can, however, use a telescope to zoom in much more of our flat Earth than would be possible on a ball 25,000 miles in circumference. 143. People claim that if the Earth were flat, with the sun circling over and around us, we should be able to see the sun from everywhere all over the Earth, and there should be daylight even at nighttime. Since the sun is not 93 million miles away, but rather just a few thousand, and shining down like a spotlight, once it is moved significantly far enough away from your location, it becomes invisible beyond the horizon, and daylight slowly fades until it completely disappears. If the Sun were 93 million miles away and the Earth a spinning ball, the transition from daylight to night would instead be almost instantaneous as you passed the terminator line. 144. Pictures of the Moon appearing upside down in the southern hemisphere and right side up in the north are often cited as proof of the ball Earth, but once again, upon closer inspection, provide another proof of the flat model. In fact, time-lapse photography shows the Moon itself turns clockwise like a wheel as it circles over and around the Earth. You can find pictures of the Moon at 360 degrees of various inclination from all over the Earth, simply depending on where and when the picture was taken. 145. Heliocentrists believe the Moon is a ball, even though its appearance is clearly that of a flat luminous disk. We only ever see the same one face, albeit at various inclinations, of the Moon, yet it is claimed that there is another dark side of the Moon which remains hidden. NASA states the Moon spins opposite the spin of the Earth in such a perfectly synchronized way that the motions cancel each other out, so we will conveniently never be able to observe the supposed dark side of the Moon outside of their terrible fake CGI images. The fact of the matter is, however, if the Moon were a sphere, observers in Antarctica would see a different face from those of the equator, yet they do not. Just the same flat face rotated at various degrees. 146. The ball Earth model claims the Moon orbits around the Earth once every 28 days, yet it is plain for anyone to see that the Moon orbits around the Earth every single day. The Moon's orbit is slightly slower than the Sun's, but follows the Sun's same path from tropic to tropic, solstice to solstice, making a full circle over the Earth in just under 25 hours. 147. The ball Earth model claims the Sun is precisely 400 times larger than the Moon and 400 times further away from Earth, making them falsely appear exactly the same size. Once again, the ball model asks us to accept as coincidence something that cannot be explained other than by natural design. The Sun and Moon occupy the same amount of space in the sky and have been measured with sextants to be of equal size and equal distance, so claiming otherwise is against our eyes, experience, experiments, and common sense. 148. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Samuel Rowbotham, it is found by observation that the stars come to the meridian about 4 minutes earlier every 24 hours than the Sun, taking the solar time as the standard. This makes 120 minutes every 30 days and 24 hours in the year, hence all the constellations have passed before or in advance of the Sun at that time. This is the simple fact as observed in nature, but the theory of rotundity and motion on axes and in an orbit has no place for it. Visible truth must be ignored because this theory stands in the way and prevents its votaries from understanding it. 149. Throughout thousands of years, the same constellations have remained fixed in their same patterns without moving out of position whatsoever. If the Earth were a big ball spinning around a bigger sun, spinning around a bigger galaxy, shooting off from the biggest bang as NASA claims, it is impossible that the constellations would remain so fixed. Based on their model, we should, in fact, have an entirely different night sky every single night and never repeat exactly the same star pattern twice. 150. If Earth were a spinning ball, it would be impossible to photograph star trail time-lapses turning perfect circles around Polaris anywhere but the North Pole. At all other vantage points, the stars would be seen to travel more or less horizontally across the observer's horizon due to the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour motion beneath their feet. In reality, however, Polaris's surrounding stars can always be photographed turning perfect circles around the central star all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn. 151. If Earth were a spinning ball revolving around the Sun, it would actually be impossible for star trail photos to show perfect circles even at the North Pole. Since the Earth is also allegedly moving 67,000 miles per hour around the Sun moving 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, and the entire galaxy going 67 million miles per hour, these four contradictory motions would make star trail time lapses all show irregular curved lines. 152. In 2003, 3 university geography professors collaborated in an experiment to prove that the state of Kansas is indeed actually flatter than a pancake. Using topographical geodetic surveys covering over 80,000 square miles, it was determined that Kansas has a flatness ratio of 0.9997 over the entire state, while the average pancake, precisely measured using a confocal laser microscope, comes in at 0.957, making Kansas thereby literally flatter than a pancake. 153. Quoting Reverend Thomas Milner's Atlas of Physical Geography, we find that vast areas exhibit a perfectly dead level, scarcely a rise existing through 1,500 miles from the Carpathians to the Urals. South of the Baltic, the country is so flat that a prevailing north wind will drive the waters of the Stettiner Half into the mouth of the Oder and give the river a backwards flow 30 or 40 miles. The plains of Venezuela and New Granada in South America, chiefly on the left of the Orinoco, are termed llanos, or level fields. Often, in the space of 270 square miles, the surface does not vary a single foot. The Amazon only falls 12 feet in the last 700 miles of its course. The La Plata has only a descent of 1/33rd of an inch per mile. 154. The Felix Baumgartner Red Bull Dive outside camera shows the same amount of curvature of Earth from surface level to jump height, proving it to be a deceiving fish-eyed wide-angle lens, while the inside regular camera shows a perfectly flat horizon eye level at 128,000 feet, which is only consistent with a flat plane. 155. Some people claim to have seen the curvature of the Earth out their airplane windows. The glass used in all commercial airplanes, however, is curved to remain flush with the fuselage. This creates a slight effect mixed with the confirmation bias people mistake for being the alleged curvature of the Earth. In actuality, the fact that you see the horizon at eye level at 35,000 feet out both port and starboard windows proves the Earth is flat. If the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon would stay exactly where it was, and you would have to look down further and further to see the horizon at all. Looking straight out the window at 35,000 feet, you should see nothing but outer space from the port and starboard windows, as the Earth and horizon are supposed to be below you. If they are visible at eye level outside both windows, it's because the Earth is flat. 156. People also claim to see curvature in GoPro or other high-altitude camera footage of the horizon. While it is true that the horizon often appears convex in such footage, it just as often appears concave or flat depending on the tilt and movement of the camera. The effect is simply a distortion due to wide-angle lenses. In lens-corrected and footage taken without wide-angle technology, all amateur high-altitude horizon shots appear perfectly flat. 157. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere near the equator would be spinning at over 1,000 miles per hour. The atmosphere over the mid-latitudes would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually slower to the poles, where the atmosphere would be unaffected at 0 miles per hour. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured or calculated and proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. 158. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the higher the altitude, the faster the spinning atmosphere would have to be turning around the center of rotation. In reality, however, if this were happening, then rain and fireworks would behave entirely differently as they fell down through progressively slower and slower spinning atmosphere. Hot air balloons would also be forced steadily faster eastwards as they ascended through the ever-increasing atmospheric speeds. 159. If there were progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere the higher the altitude, that would mean it would have to abruptly end at some key altitude where the fastest layer of gravitized spinning atmosphere meets the supposed non-gravitized, non-spinning, non-atmosphere of infinite vacuum space. NASA has never even mentioned what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but it is easily philosophically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. Not to mention, the effect such a transition would have on a rocket spaceship would be disastrous. 160. It is impossible for rockets or any type of jet propulsion engines to work in the alleged non-atmosphere of vacuum space, because without air or atmosphere to push against, there is nothing to propel the vehicle forwards. Instead, the rockets and shuttles would be sent spinning around their own axis uncontrollably in all directions like a gyroscope. It would be impossible to fly to the moon or go in any direction whatsoever, especially if gravity were real and constantly sucking you towards the closest, densest body. 161. If Earth were really a ball, there would be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space anyway, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough should and would send you off into outer space. To prevent their airplanes from flying tangent to the ball Earth, pilots would have to constantly course correct downwards, or else within just a few hours, the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour would find themselves lost in outer space. The fact that this never happens, artificial horizons remain level at pilots' desired altitudes and do not require constant downward adjustments, proves the Earth is not a ball. 162. All NASA and other space agencies' rocket launches never go straight up. Every rocket forms a parabolic curve, peaks out, and inevitably starts falling back to Earth. The rockets which are declared successful are those few which don't explode or start falling too soon, but make it out of range of spectator view before crashing down into restricted waters and recovered. There is no magic altitude where rockets or anything else can simply go up, 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 and then suddenly just start free-floating in space. This is all a science fiction illusion created by wires, green screens, dark pools, some permed hair, and zero-G planes. 163. NASA and other space agencies have been caught time and again with air bubbles forming and floating off in their official outer space footage. Astronauts have also been caught using scuba space gear, kicking their legs to move, and astronaut Luca Parmitano even almost drowned when water started filling up his helmet while allegedly on a spacewalk. It is admitted that astronauts train for their spacewalks in underwater training facilities like NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab, but what is obvious from their space bubbles and other blunders is that all official spacewalk footage is also fake and filmed underwater. 164. Analysis of many interior videos from the International Space Station have shown the use of camera tricks such as green screens, harnesses, and even wildly permed hair to achieve a zero-gravity type effect. Footage of the astronauts seemingly floating in the zero gravity of their space station is indistinguishable from Vomit Comet zero-G airplane footage. By flying parabolic maneuvers, this zero-G floating effect can be achieved over and over again, then edited together. For longer uncut shots, NASA has been caught using simple wires and green screen technology. 165. NASA claims one can observe the International Space Station pass by overhead, proving its existence. Yet analysis of the ISS seen through zoom cameras proves it to be some type of hologram or drone, not a physical floating space base. As you can see in my documentary ISS Hoax, when zooming in and out, the ISS dramatically and impossibly changes shape and color, displaying a prismatic rainbow effect until coming into focus, much like an old television turning on and off. 166. The geostationary communications satellite was first created by Freemason science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke and supposedly became science fact just a decade later. Before this, radio, television, and navigation systems like LORAN and Decca were already well established and worked fine using only ground-based technologies. Nowadays, huge fiber optic cables connect the internet across oceans, gigantic cell towers triangulate GPS signals, and ionospheric propagation allows radio waves to be bounced all without the aid of the science fiction bestseller known as satellites. 167. Satellites are allegedly floating around in the thermosphere, where temperatures are claimed to be upwards of 4,530 degrees Fahrenheit. The metals used in satellites, however, such as aluminum, gold, and titanium, have melting points of 1,221, 1,948, and 3,034 degrees respectively, all far lower than they could possibly handle. 168. So-called satellite phones have been found to have reception problems in countries like Kazakhstan with very few cell phone towers. If the Earth were a ball with 20,000 plus satellites surrounding, such blackouts should not regularly occur in any rural countryside areas. 169. So-called satellite TV dishes are almost always positioned at a 45-degree angle towards the nearest ground-based repeater tower. If TV antenna were actually picking up signals from satellites 100 plus miles away in space, most TV dishes should be pointing more or less straight up to the sky. The fact that satellite dishes are never pointing straight up and almost always positioned at a 45-degree angle proves they are picking up ground-based tower signals and not outer space satellites. 170. People even claim to see satellites with their naked eyes, but this is ridiculous considering they are smaller than a bus and allegedly 100 plus miles away. It is impossible to see anything so small that far away. Even using telescopes, no one claims to discern the shape of satellites, but rather describes seeing passing moving lights, which could easily be any number of things, from airplanes to drones to shooting stars or other unidentified flying objects. 171. NASA claims there are upwards of 20,000 satellites floating around Earth's upper atmosphere, sending us radio, television, GPS, and taking pictures of the planet. All these supposed satellite pictures, however, are admittedly composite images edited in Photoshop. They claim to receive ribbons of imagery from satellites, which must then be spliced together to create composite images of the Earth, all of which are clearly CGI and not photographs. If Earth were truly a ball, with 20,000 satellites orbiting, it would be a simple matter to mount a camera and take some real photographs. The fact that no real satellite photographs of the supposed ball Earth exist in favor of NASA's ribbons of composite CG imagery is further proof that we are not being told the truth. 172. If you pick any cloud in the sky and watch for several minutes, two things will happen. The clouds will move and they will morph, gradually changing shape. In official NASA footage of the spinning ball Earth, such as the Galileo time-lapse video, however, clouds are constantly shown for 24 plus hours at a time and not moving or morphing whatsoever. This is completely impossible, further proof that NASA produces fake CGI videos and further evidence that Earth is not a spinning ball. 173. NASA has several alleged photographs of the ball Earth which show several exact duplicate cloud patterns. The likelihood of having 2 or 3 clouds of the exact same shape in the same picture is as likely as finding 2 or 3 people with the exact same fingerprints. In fact, it is a solid proof that the clouds were copied and pasted in a computer program and that such pictures showing a ball-shaped Earth are fakes. 174. NASA graphics artists have placed things like faces, dragons, and even the word sex into cloud patterns over their various ball Earth pictures. Their recent 2015 Pluto pictures even clearly have a picture of Disney's Pluto the dog layered into the background. Such blatant fraud goes unnoticed by the hypnotized masses, but provides further proof of the illegitimacy of NASA and their spinning ball planet mythos. 175. Professional photo analysts have dissected several NASA images of the ball Earth and found undeniable proof of computer editing. For example, images of the Earth allegedly taken from the Moon have proven to be copied and pasted in, as evidenced by rectangular cuts found in the black background around the Earth by adjusting brightness and contrast levels. If they were truly on the Moon and Earth was truly a ball, there would be no need to fake such pictures. 176. When NASA's images of the ball Earth are compared with one another, the coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents are consistently so drastically different from one another as to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that the pictures are all fake. 177. In the documentary A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, we can watch official leaked NASA footage showing Apollo 11 astronauts Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins for almost an hour using transparencies and camera tricks to fake shots of a round Earth. They communicate over audio with Control in Houston about how to accurately stage the shot, and someone keeps prompting them on how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired effect. First, they blacked out all the windows except for a downward-facing circular one, which they aimed the camera towards from several feet away. This created the illusion of a ball-shaped Earth surrounded by the blackness of space, when in fact it was simply a round window in their dark cabin. Neil Armstrong claimed at this point to be 130,000 miles from the Earth, halfway to the Moon. But when camera tricks were finished, the viewer could see for themselves the astronauts were not more than a couple dozen miles above the Earth's surface, likely flying in a high-altitude plane. 178. People claim Google Earth somehow proves the ball model without realizing that Google Earth is simply a composite program of images taken from high-altitude planes and street-level car cameras superimposed onto a CGI model of a ball Earth. The same could just as easily be molded onto a square Earth or any other shape, and therefore cannot be used as proof of Earth's rotundity. 179. If the Earth were constantly spinning eastward 1,000 miles per hour, then airplane flight durations going eastward versus westwards should be significantly different. If the average commercial airliner travels 500 miles per hour, it follows that westbound equatorial flights should reach their destination at approximately thrice the speed as their eastbound return flights. In reality, however, the differences in east and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a 1,000 mile per hour spinning ball Earth. 180. The spinning ball model dictates that the Earth and atmosphere would be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour at the mid-latitudes where LA to New York City flights take place. The average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour takes 5.5 hours traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, so the return flight west should take only 2.75 hours. But in fact, we find that the average New York to LA flight takes 6 hours, a flight time totally inconsistent with the spinning ball model. 181. Flights eastwards with the alleged spin of the ball Earth from Tokyo to LA take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, the return flights westwards against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact, take an average of 11.5 hours, another flight time totally inconsistent with the spinning ball model. 182. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the ball Earth from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the return flights westwards against the alleged spin should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 7.5 hours, a flight time totally inconsistent with the spinning ball model. 183. Flights eastward from Chicago to Boston with the alleged spin of the ball Earth take an average of 2.25 hours. Therefore, the return flights westwards against the alleged spin should take an average of just over an hour, but in actual fact take an average of 2.75 hours. Once again, completely inconsistent with the spinning ball model. 184. Flights eastward from Paris to Rome with the alleged spin of the ball Earth take an average of 2 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 1 hour, but in actual fact have an average flight duration of 2 hours and 10 minutes, a flight time totally inconsistent with the spinning ball model. 185. We are told that the Earth and atmosphere spin together at such a perfect uniform velocity that no one in history has ever seen, heard, felt, or measured the supposed 1,000 mile per hour movement. This is then often compared to traveling in a car at uniform velocity, where we only feel the movement during acceleration or deceleration. In reality, however, even with eyes closed, windows up, over smooth tar in a luxury car at a mere uniform 50 miles per hour, the movement absolutely can be felt. At 20 times this speed, Earth's imaginary 1,000 mile per hour spin would most certainly be noticeable, felt, seen, and heard by all. 186. People sensitive to motion sickness feel distinct unease and physical discomfort from motion as slight as an elevator or train ride. This means that the 1,000 mile per hour alleged uniform spin of the Earth has no effect on such people, but add an extra 50 miles per hour uniform velocity of a car and their stomach starts turning knots. The idea that motion sickness is nowhere apparent in anyone at 1,000 miles per hour, but suddenly comes about at 1,050 miles per hour is ridiculous and proves the Earth is not in motion whatsoever. 187. The second law of thermodynamics, otherwise known as the law of entropy, along with the fundamental principles of friction and resistance, determine the impossibility of Earth being a uniformly spinning ball. Over time, the spinning ball Earth would experience measurable amounts of drag, constantly slowing the spin and lengthening the amount of hours per day. As not the slightest such change has ever been observed in all of recorded history, it is absurd to assume the Earth has ever moved an inch. 188. Over the years, NASA has twice changed their story regarding the shape of the Earth. At first, they maintained Earth was a perfect sphere, which later changed to an oblate spheroid flattened at the poles, and then changed again to being pear-shaped, as the southern hemisphere allegedly bulges out as well. Unfortunately for NASA, however, none of their official pictures show an oblate spheroid or pear-shaped Earth. All their pictures, contrary to their words, show a spherical, and clearly CGI fake, Earth. 189. The Bible, Quran, Srimad Bhagavatam, and many other holy books describe and report the existence of a geocentric stationary flat Earth. For example, 1 Chronicles 16:30 and Psalm 96:10 both read, "He has fixed the earth firm, immovable." And Psalm 93:1 says, "The world also is established, that it cannot be moved." The Bible also repeatedly affirms that the earth is outstretched as a plane, with the outstretched heavens everywhere above, not all around, giving a scriptural proof the earth is not a spinning ball. 190. Cultures the world over throughout history have all described and reported the existence of a geocentric stationary flat earth. Egyptians, Indians, Mayans, Chinese, Native Americans, and literally every ancient civilization on Earth had a geocentric flat Earth cosmology. Before Pythagoras, the idea of a spinning ball Earth was non-existent, and even after Pythagoras, it remained an obscure minority view until 2,000 years later when Copernicus began reviving the heliocentric theory. 191. From Pythagoras to Copernicus, Galileo, and Newton to modern astronauts like Aldrin Armstrong and Collins, to Director of NASA and Grand Commander of the 33rd Degree, C. Fred Klangknecht, the founding fathers of the spinning ball mythos have all been Freemasons. The fact that so many members of this, the largest and oldest secret society in existence, have all been co-conspirators bringing about this literal planetary revolution is beyond the possibility of coincidence and provides proof of organized collusion in creating and maintaining this multi-generational deception. 192. Quoting Terra Firma by David Wardlaw Scott, the system of the universe as taught by modern astronomers being founded entirely on theory, for the truth of which they are unable to advance one single real proof, they have entrenched themselves in a conspiracy of silence, and decline to answer any objections which may be made to their hypothesis. Copernicus himself, who revived the theory of the heathen philosopher Pythagoras and his great exponent Sir Isaac Newton, confessed that their system of a revolving earth was only a possibility and could not be proved by facts. It is only their followers who have decorated it with the name of an exact science, yea, according to them, the most exact of all the sciences. Yet one astronomer royal for England once said, speaking of the motion of the whole solar system, "The matter is left in a most delightful state of uncertainty, and I shall be very glad if anyone can help me out of it." What a very sad position for an exact science to be in is this. 193. No child or unindoctrinated man in their right mind would ever conclude or even conceive, given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that the earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. Such imaginative theories, nowhere present in anyone's daily experience, require and have required massive amounts of constant propaganda to uphold the illusion. 194. From David Wardlaw Scott. I remember being taught when a boy that the earth was a great ball revolving at a very rapid rate around the sun, and when I expressed to my teacher my fears that the waters of the oceans would tumble off, I was told that they were prevented from doing so by Newton's great law of gravitation, which kept everything in its proper place. I presume that my countenance must have shown some signs of incredulity, for my teacher immediately added, "I can show you a direct proof of this. A man can whirl around his head a pail filled with water without it being spilt, and so, in like manner, can the oceans be carried round the sun without losing a drop." As this illustration was evidently intended to settle the matter, I then said no more upon the subject. Had such been proposed to me afterwards as a man, I would have answered somewhat as follows. "Sir, I beg to say that the illustration you have given of a man whirling a pail of water around his head and the oceans revolving around the sun does not in any degree confirm your argument, because the water in the two cases is placed under entirely different circumstances, but, to be of any value, the conditions in each case must be the same, which here they are not. The pail is a hollow vessel which holds the water inside it, whereas, according to your teaching, the earth is a ball with a continuous curvature outside, which, in agreement with the laws of nature, could not retain any water. 195. Astronomers say the magical magnetism of gravity is what keeps the oceans of the world stuck to the ball earth. They claim that because the earth is so massive, by virtue of this mass it creates a magic force able to hold people, oceans, and atmosphere tightly clung to the underside of the spinning ball. Unfortunately, however, they cannot provide any practical example of this on a scale smaller than the planetary. A spinning wet tennis ball, for instance, has the exact opposite effect of the supposed ball Earth. Any water poured over it simply falls off the sides, and giving it a spin results in water flying off 360 degrees like a dog shaking off after a bath. Astronomers concede the wet tennis ball example displays the opposite effect of their supposed ball Earth, but claim that at some unknown mass, the magic adhesive properties of gravity suddenly kick in, allowing the spinning wet tennis ball Earth to keep every drop of gravitized water stuck to the surface. When such an unproven theory goes against all experiments, experience, and common sense, it is high time to drop the theory. 196. Quoting Marshall Hall. In short, the sun, moon, and stars are actually doing precisely what everyone throughout all of history has seen them do. We do not believe what our eyes tell us because we've been taught a counterfeit system which demands that we believe what has never been confirmed by observation or experiment. That counterfeit system demands that the Earth rotate on an axis every 24 hours at a speed of over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. No one has ever seen or felt such movement, nor seen or felt the 67,000 mile per hour speed of Earth's alleged orbit around the Sun, or its 500,000 mile per hour alleged speed around a galaxy, or its retreat from an alleged Big Bang at over 67 million miles per hour. Remember, no experiment has ever shown the Earth to be moving. Add to that the fact that the alleged rotational speed we've all been taught as scientific fact must decrease every inch or mile one goes north or south of the equator, and it becomes readily apparent that such things as accurate aerial bombing in World War II down a chimney from 25,000 feet with a plane going any direction at high speed would have been impossible if calculated on an Earth moving below at several hundred miles per hour and constantly changing with the latitude. 197. Some people claim there is no motive for such a grand-scale deception, and that flat or ball makes no difference. By removing Earth from the motionless center of the universe, these Masons have moved us physically and metaphysically from a place of supreme importance to one of complete nihilistic indifference. If the Earth is the center of the universe, then the ideas of God, creation, and a purpose for human existence are resplendent. But if the Earth is just one of billions of planets revolving around billions of stars and billions of galaxies, then the ideas of God, creation, and a specific purpose for Earth and human existence become highly implausible. By surreptitiously indoctrinating us into their scientific materialist sun worship, not only do we lose faith in anything beyond the material, we gain absolute faith in materiality, superficiality, status, selfishness, hedonism, and consumerism. If there's no God and everyone's just an accident, then all that really matters is me, me, me. They've turned Madonna, the mother of God, into a material girl living in a material world. Their rich, powerful corporations with the slick sun-cult logos sell us idols to worship, slowly taking over the world while we tacitly believe their science, vote for their politicians, buy their products, listen to their music and watch their movies, sacrificing our souls at the altars of materialism. To quote Morris Klein, the heliocentric theory, by putting the sun at the center of the universe, made man appear to be just one of a possible host of wanderers drifting through a cold sky. It seemed less likely that he was born to live gloriously and to attain paradise upon his death. Less likely, too, was it that he was the object of God's ministration. 198. Some say that the idea of an intergenerational worldwide conspiracy to delude the masses sounds implausible or unrealistic. But these people need only familiarize themselves with the works and writings of Freemasons themselves. For example, John Robeson, who exposed this in his 1798 book, Proofs of a Conspiracy Against All the Religions and Governments of Europe, carried out in the secret meetings of the Freemasons, Illuminati, and reading societies. Supreme Commander of the 33rd Degree Albert Pike was quite forthcoming in several letters regarding the Masons' ultimate goal of world domination, and the Zionist Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, the exact plan by which this would be and has been carried out, is completely disclosed. 199. From Foundations of Many Generations by E. S. Genie. The only thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he's prepared to accept that he's spinning furiously around. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he's prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. Finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming for him a sensiferous lie. 200. Finally, from Dr. Robotham. Thus we see that this Newtonian philosophy is devoid of consistency. Its details are the result of an entire violation of the laws of legitimate reasoning, and all its premises are assumed. It is, in fact, nothing more than an assumption upon assumption, and the conclusions derived therefrom willfully considered as things proved, and to be employed as truths to substantiate the first and fundamental assumptions. Such a juggle and jumble of fancies and falsehoods, extended and intensified as in theoretical astronomy, is calculated to make the unprejudiced inquirer revolt with horror from the terrible conjuration which has been practiced upon him, to sternly resolve to resist its further progress, to endeavor to overthrow the entire edifice, and to bury in its ruins the false honors which have been associated with its fabricators and which still attach to its devotees. For the learning, the patience, the perseverance, and devotion for which they have ever been examples, honor and applause need not be withheld, but their false reasoning, the advantages they have taken of the general ignorance of mankind in respect to astronomical subjects, and the unfounded theories they have advanced and defended, cannot be otherwise than regretted, and ought to be, by every means possible, uprooted.
It's like pear-shaped. It's like pear-shaped. It's like pear-shaped.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using stock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel. So please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by Righteous Force, 10th Man, the Adam Meakin, Brian's Logic, Neil, and a whole bunch of people in Gilded. So welcome one and all. And Arwin, who's joining.
Good morning, everybody.
At a reasonable time.
Afternoon, everyone.
Morning, guys. Good to have you all. We're going to see. Hello. Let's keep it. No offense to Baldwin today, but we're going to try and keep housekeeping concise, so we'll get through it in a reasonable amount of time. So, everyone ready?
Fire away.
Ready.
Yes.
Any evidence of a physical
No.
Let's try that one more time without Neil immediately ruining it. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, that's a horizon, formerly known as Earth curvature.
Yes, mathematically it exists.
No, we need it physical. It needs to block the bottoms of buildings and boats, not a math equation. It won't block it.
It does block buildings and boats. It just doesn't block it optically.
What did you not hear? No Baldwin today? Are you deaf or what?
I'm hurrying it up.
It's like dangling a carrot in front of him, isn't it?
Horizon for a refracted one.
Sorry, say that again, whoever that was, Creation Bear.
They traded in their geometric horizon for a refracted horizon.
No, but it's still a geometric horizon. It's just being refracted optically, right? Because that's the field of where refraction does things. But geometrically, it's still blocking things. Optically, it just isn't.
Let's just negate all of Arwin's double speak. Okay.
Hey Nathan, maybe it was like that Audi you had for a little while. They just leased the geometric horizon. They had to give it back.
There was never a geometric horizon till he saw otherwise, because the geometric horizon would be a hill that gets in the way of the boat or building. The assertion is a geometric assertion. The mathematics are the geometry of the hill that gets in the way. Arwin saying, no, it's a refracted hill. Okay. Hills don't move beyond the position they were formerly in front of. In other words, if there's a hill in the way of your view, you won't wake up the following day and find that the hill's behind the thing it was formerly blocking. Now, since 1st January 2020, we exposed that the horizon is not a geometric physical blockage to things in the distance as asserted in the maths. Now, the response to that is that it's only refraction. Well, if it's refracted, it is not physically blocking your view like a hill would. And that's the claim. So the anti-flat Earth response of refraction doesn't help the globe Earth claim that there's a hill in the way of boats and buildings.
It is physically blocking it, though, just not optically.
If it's physically blocking it, then things would be in the way and they wouldn't be behind them a different day, would they, Arwin? Black Swan.
Well, if you would see things where they really are, yes. But you don't. Because of terrestrial refraction.
Okay, so we've now disseminated this into you can't trust your own eyes. Yeah, okay. If there's a hill blocking my view of something, it's never going to be the case, ever, in any circumstances, that the thing behind the hill is in front of the hill. That's what the Black Swan shows. Therefore, the horizon's not a hill in the way.
Yeah, hold on, but the horizon, even geometrically, is arbitrary once the optics start shifting, right? So
No,
yeah,
seven-
you would
No.
expect the
Let's
geometric
just address
horizon
that
to be
so we can get to
in
John.
front
No,
of the
let's
visual
just-
horizon.
He's not going to stop.
No, he's not going to stop. Ban him. Ban him.
No, 7/6R is not refraction. 7/6 of a radius is not refraction. It's a physical change in the size of the globe, not refraction of light. It doesn't involve air or pressure, air pressure or temperature over a distance. It's a physical change, a mathematical physical change in the size of the globe's radius, expanding out the globe's size.
Thank you.
Well, we've got the radius like
Alwyn, can you just stop now? You're just deliberately pissing me off. I've asked to be concise. Other people now want to talk because you've expanded it out in spite of me asking it to be remaining concise. But you're now rumpusing people. You've done it to Brian, you've done it to John, you've done it to 10th. Can you just let other people get in, as fun as you might find this?
Yeah, I was going to say the geometric horizon and the refracted horizon that they talk about, they both exist below surface level, so we don't really have to worry about those.
Oh dear.
Well, they actually have to expand out, like they call it 7/6 of a radius. They call it 7/6R, and they give it the term standard refraction. It's like, what a really sneaky little low-life term. Oh, it's just standard refraction. People go, it's just everyday, refraction of light. No, it's not. They expand out the radius so much so that it always has to appear flat regardless of how far away the horizon is. So it has to appear flat to you for it to be a globe. That's the way they've worked it. Because they have to physically change the size of their globe. Now, none of that works with latitudes or Polaris or how they actually originally calculated the radius, but they still have to do that. That's how ridiculous it is.
Bunch of sneaky bastards, right, Brian?
Well, it's pretty sneaky calling it standard refraction. That was a good one.
Well, you got a lot of problems there because they cite Al-Biruni going to the top of the mountain after he measured the Earth flat using the mountain first. At a flat baseline. And then from the mountain, he has a depression angle to the horizon and did a little math and says the Earth is this, and there's our 3959. But according to Baldwin, it moves. One day it's this, another day could be that. So all of their figures that are based on the Earth with a radius of 3959, and Christian Huygens and Kepler and all these guys who make up all their astronomical distances and equations is based on 3959. But if Al-Biruni would go up on that mountain a day later, or maybe even 2 hours later, and the weather changes, now the Earth is bigger. In fact, the Black Swan makes the radius go all the way to the moon. So we can tell the whole thing is fake.
Well, Al-Biruni could never have gotten a radius that matched 3959 because 7/6 of it, or what they call standard refraction, is a constant. It always has to be at least 7/6R.
Agreed.
And more. It's even being called, 1 second, just let me finish. It's even be called infinite over 6R by Rilith.
After telling him off,
What's the other-
I've now got no choice but to reintroduce him thanks to Brian. So that's called the Arwinian paradox.
What's the other term for standard refraction? Think about it.
Terrestrial.
Terrestrial refraction. What is the terrestrial? What's that?
Earth, Terra is Earth.
Yeah, would it be physical? Earth?
Earth is
terrain?
physical. Terra or terrestrial refraction is not. It's 7/6 of the radius in standard form, otherwise known as standard refraction. They're the same thing.
Yeah, but you're missing the word. The term terrestrial refraction. What does that actually mean?
It means Earth refraction, but it isn't. It's just 7/6 of the radius value stretched out in a model that doesn't exist in reality.
Terra firma.
Yeah, it's a
Change
sneaky
in
trick.
the size of terra firma.
Yeah, you're saying it's a sneaky trick because they're calling it Earth refraction. That's its title.
Yeah, but it is an expansion, or it is a physical expansion, mathematically a
Nathan
physical
said.
expansion of their globe. So terrestrial refraction is an oxymoron because it's not refraction.
Well, it's like spherical refraction, like sphere-Earth refraction. basically.
I say let them have it because
No,
it
no,
takes
no.
place below
Brian,
surface
hold
level
on.
anyway.
Just don't whistle past this point. Yeah, what we call the paradox is the full do-si-do circle taken in its logical consistency of the black swan, rebuttal of refraction, and then that leading to the inability to derive an R value from a refracted horizon, right? That's the Arwinian paradox. But what you're saying is something slightly different. You're saying just terrestrial refraction, just to say those words, is an oxymoron. Forget getting to the paradox, just cut it off at the legs. You can't say Earth refraction when you're talking about you're bending a radius at 7/6 of that radius value. That's a stretching out of the ground and nothing to do with quote-unquote refraction. Therefore, Earth refraction, what? You're talking about the light deviating from straight through different mediums. If you're talking about Snell's law and actual refraction, how has Earth got anything to do with it? You know, you're not looking through the Earth. So it's an oxymoron. That's Brian's point. So rather than letting them get all the way through the black swan after asserting that you've got a hill in the way and then pointing out that it's beyond where the hill would be, in fact, as 10th points out, it goes all the way to the moon if you calculate where that horizon's situated, right? Why let them get there? What's that you say, refraction? No, that's an oxymoron. When you strap on the word terrestrial.
So you can't stretch the Earth.
But all of this that we're talking about takes place below surface level anyway, right?
Correct.
Well, no, because terrestrial refraction...
In the maths, that's correct.
Yeah, in the maths it's correct, but terrestrial refraction is claimed to be what we see, which is an expansion of the globe.
Not in the math or the model.
No, hold on. Let me just rephrase what Brian's saying, because he's right. He's just phrased it wrong. It's an expansion of the spherical dingleberry below the surface level in the maths. That's what Brian's saying. The circle that is represented in the maths that's called globe, with a tangent point horizon, formerly Earth curve, blocking it in geometric terms, that gets bigger when you apply 7/6R, which they call terrestrial refraction. But what John's response is, so he's saying they blow up the dingleberry a little bit below the line that comes out from your eye line and the line that is the surface level, that the dip of the globe Earth model horizon that we don't see because it only exists in the maths is below surface level.
Yeah, so even if you give them refraction, it's still taking place below surface level. And what is the horizon if not where the sky meets the surface?
Yeah, we've only got one horizon, and the horizon in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator isn't marked out at surface level. It's marked with an X and labelled horizon as the bulge/hill that gets in the way. On screen now would be that tangent point. That's what's blocking your view of the boat in this diagram. That's an Earth curve maths. And what Brian's saying is the circle that's drawn, that you have the boat, or in this case, the circle that is Simon Dan's head, that gets bigger. But the tangent line, albeit with them in this diagram twisting it around from the top point, which is where they normally depict it, well, if they had it gravity inclusive and you at the top point, relatively speaking, to the rest of the sphere dingleberry below you, you've got two lines. One is the eye line, your line of sight, which is parallel to the surface level, also depicted and labelled in the maths. It has to be. These are derived from angles, tangent points, all relating to that surface level. So you can't not have it. The globe Earth requires the flat Earth. The irony's delicious.
So if you go back to that, if you just go back, Nathan, to that diagram where you had the ship there with the guy looking at the ship.
I can't.
Can you do that?
I can't.
Right.
Well, I can, but it's a 2-hour slideshow. I mean, I can have a go. No, I didn't do too bad.
See the way it's straight. See the way it flattens out. See the way the ship flattens out behind it, the red part.
Yes.
Yeah, that's like another little admission. A little admission that that's what we see, but they have this little bulge in between the person and the ship. Load of nonsense.
I never noticed that.
It's may I please? It's surplus to requirement.
Yeah, the dingleberry with 7/6 inflation or otherwise is surplus to requirements because all the angles are going to come from surface level. Surface level may give you a derivation with a dingleberry that might or might not expand with 7/6R. Surface level where it's at though, that's what you're using. Why? Well, because the surface level's the surface level. And it's flat. And it's got sod all to do with the dingleberry dangling beneath in a globe Earth mathematics that asserts that the horizon's below the surface level. We've only got one horizon. We certainly don't have a horizon below surface level.
There's There's
sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all right. There's another point here that John's point and Brian's point meet up at. So according to their version, the higher you go in the mountain, then you're going to be able to see stars that you couldn't have seen if you were at sea level. Really now. So Brian showed us that, and it was, he labored in this presentation and he did a good job. He shows that the aviator with the navigator with the bubble sextant 5 miles up has the exact same star, same measurements as the guy on the boat at sea level. Interesting. I thought you were going to see more stars.
Did you want to say something specific about this one, Brian? I've paused it on it.
No, I do have something to say about that, but this is actually nonsense when they show this bending light thing from the person's eye. That's not terrestrial refraction.
No, correct.
It's not. That's also a force. It's like a double bait and switch they do, whereas they switch from what is refraction to trying to claim to this bending light thing that they're trying to claim is refraction after they've talked about actual refraction, Snell's law, etc. Then they switch to this, but that's a double bluff because the reality of their model is not this either. It's that Simon Dan's head would just hit the right side of his head that we can see there would just flatten out.
So it's a double con.
It's a double con, yeah, a double con.
Well, that's where it falls apart, isn't it? The web of deceit normally, as it expands, becomes more flimsy. And in this case, we've got the expansion of the assertion in the first instance of heliocentrism, derived from elevation angle measurements to Polaris, giving you equators and giving you hard and fast globe Earth geometry with hills getting in the way. Then at some point, there's the necessity for them to flatten out the land a bit, which can only imply that people were looking a bit further. So I don't know when the introduction of terrestrial refraction came about and became prevalent in the heliocentric worldview, but that just seems like a gaping chasm opening up from what was originally just a crack. Oh, the globe mathematics in their geometric assertions don't actually match what we see? We've got to do something about this. Let's add in another layer of bullshit. But the bullshit's just been pulled apart now by us in the mathematics.
Well, they were never able to account for the technological optional curve for the general public, for us to have relatively cheap cameras that can look incredibly far away with a lot of detail, right? They never really accounted for all that, just like NASA technically didn't really account for, well, that the public would eventually just figure out that the moon landing was fake and that the low quality was not going to be able to mask it forever, right?
Well,
it's a similar situation.
No, good point, Arwen, but it's a little bit even more detailed when Andrew Thomas Young, a subject matter expert on refraction, says all of his refraction calculations were done on a flat plane. Well, if you're doing all your refraction calculations on a flat plane, how could you say anything otherwise? Oh, but then he adds this caveat. But we know the Earth isn't flat, exclamation point. So now he goes into this belief of a dingleberry, takes what he did off of a flat plane and says, by adding geometric considerations, we could bend that baby and we can make it fit a sphere model. So everything that they do in reality is from a flat plane, and then they have to take geometric considerations for their standard refraction.
So they take the flat Earth and bend it into a 39.
Can I say something short? In other words, you know it's curved because you have to calculate it flat.
What I was saying is, so they take a flat Earth and they bend it into a 3959 ball. That's what they do.
Well, no. What Andrew Thomas Young is stating there is that he doesn't have a clue what terrestrial refraction is, because he's doing all his refraction calculations across a flat plane. Then he's saying, because we know the Earth is a globe, we need to take geometric considerations.
That's a bait and switch.
But what has that? Yeah. What has it got to do with terrestrial refraction? It means
nothing.
It means that nothing, because that's an actual change it's a physical change in the physical globe you would stand on.
Yeah, saying Here's my
So,
suitcase full
not
of.
refraction.
Here's my suitcase full of refraction effects. We've studied them greatly and closely. They were all studied on a flat Earth. Now that we know how these refraction effects operate, and we know Earth's sphere, we can put that into a translation of the R value that basically expands out the size of the globe that we're going to say is what you see. And we're going to call that refraction, just like the refraction on that suitcase I just closed and put behind me. Now I'm going to close this suitcase with an expansion of the globe radius at 7/6R and hand it to you, and check out what it says on the front of the suitcase. It says refraction. On the back it says terrestrial/standard/atmospheric. And you go, okay, so it's refraction then. Thanks very much for the suitcase. You say you studied all of this. Wasn't the stuff you studied in the other suitcase though? Shh. Off you go. Be gone.
In the early days,
Wow.
excellent summary there. In the early days, it was due to perspective, and that's how they fooled people. And as Arwen pointed out, they didn't realize technology would be in the hands of everyday ordinary people with a P900 or 1000 or anything similar to that, and you'll be able to see that, hey, it's just optical and it's just perspective. It's the convergence. And so they hijack perspective, and I think you have a saying for that. Do you not, Nathan?
If I do, you'll have to remind me, or maybe you can say it.
The hyenas.
Yeah, the hyena. Come on.
I haven't got anything to contextualize it around. We're not looking at a photo. I've left Simon Down's stupid face on this slide for too long.
The clock.
The slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified physical geometric sphere edge horizon. That.
Well done. Well done. Okay, now they say parallel lines meet at infinity. Well, they're no longer parallel lines, are they? So the whole point is they don't actually meet at infinity, and they even admit they don't. But they have to admit to perspective. So they say, well, parallel lines starting from you here, by the time they hit the celestial sphere, infinity, meet. No, they don't, because you say in the other sentence, parallel lines actually don't meet. So what you're describing is perspective.
So, start the show saying, let's be concise. 23 minutes into the live show. Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Wait a second, we're
The
moving now.
universe is spinning, not the Earth.
Just to go back to the last question. Sorry. Not to carry on, just a bit of good news. I was just trying to go through my Twitter feed there. I strolled across a very well-liked Twitter feed yesterday, Nathan, and it was some guy filming a flat earther only has to see a clock tower at 20 miles. And then you go through what a ball earther has to describe it as.
You want me to give this example?
No, I'm just saying, this is something, you was on about TikToking and stuff like this. Well, this was a Twitter link that nothing to do with you. Somebody's done that, put it onto TikTok, and then it's been pumped around on Twitter. I was just trying to look for it, of that video, while somebody's watching it, laughing their head off as they then get to the way a baller has to describe it. The message is
Let
getting
me get
out
straight.
there, mate.
Somebody's put a reaction video of a trimmed out clip that I've done where I summarise a baller having to have the description of a slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the physical reified edge of a sphere edge, and a flat earther going, shush clock. And their reaction to that, laughing at it, is on TikTok.
Laughing at what a baller's got to do, yeah. But somebody's done it on TikTok, and that's got popular on TikTok, and then somebody's turned it into a tweet on Twitter to link to the video.
Nice.
Cool. Very good. Yeah, if you can dig me out a link, I'd love to see it.
That's just been annoying. I couldn't find it. I caught it yesterday, but I will. I'll try and find it because they keep popping up in my timeline. These things. There's quite a few guys out there.
Word's getting out there.
Excellent. What about any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
No. Next.
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Over there. Next.
We got an angular distance.
What?
How'd you get that?
Hold on. No, you're missing one of the aspects, Turvan. If you're going to use that word, angular distance, I'm assuming I know what you mean by that. What were the aspects of the mathematics you used to get a quote-unquote angular distance?
No, I literally just like tried to ram the two words angular and distance together to fix it.
No, but they
it
can go
doesn't work.
together. They can go together. They can. You know, the whole Al-Biruni shtick that we use against them in terms of, well, you'll need a flat Earth for that. But that you can summarise as angular distance if you want. He's using angles to get a distance. In this case, distance is up, the height. But you can still mush those two words together if you can justify them. You're just not doing it. Maybe Adam's going to help you out mathematically.
How
I
are you
don't
going to
know.
do it with the sun now?
Look, in order to compare angular distances, you would need to know either the actual distance or the actual size. But we don't know either. So you could never have that.
Good job.
So
Thank you,
Not
Alvin.
honestly,
That's what
only
I'm
through
saying.
presupposition.
Alvin's got
So
there.
you
That's what I
have-
wanted from him. Thank you, Alvin.
It's like
So
having a
you're-
volumetric length. It doesn't make any sense.
You what?
An angular distance makes no sense to me.
Calculating a distance
Manual.
from an angle. Obviously, it's not a coherent sentence that Arwen's trying to achieve there. He's trying to achieve the opposite. In fact, he's trying to convolute. But I'm trying to say that no, you could go forth if you hear this convoluted word scramble and justify it with an explanation. But Arwen chose to say, actually, no, I can't because I don't have the componentry required to give this an explanation in ball Earth terms when talking about distances to the sun. And he's right.
And what is that componentry?
It's called ramgular distance.
The
The
distance to
only
the
way
sun?
in which you can use it is within celestial navigation, where the coangles has a relative distance assigned to it from your position or the GP. But like I say, that's using it within celestial navigation. Within math, it doesn't make any sense, does it? It's a misuse of the word.
And on that note, Adam, what is the highest number you subtract from?
Don't mention it.
90.
Shh, don't say 90. So they already know that you need 90. And 90 can never work on a sphere surface.
Oh dear. Next.
Any
In all
scientific
fairness, there's no actual distance to the sun. We have angles. We have angles in relation to observers on the Earth, and we have an apparent angular size, but it doesn't really seem to be changing about any of the celestials over, well, presumed distance. So, yeah, there might not be a distance to it, an actual one.
I think Brian's logic already answered this. If you have the same angle to the sun on the day shot, and you have the same angle to Polaris at a night shot, are the distances the same according to their distance that they give us?
No, because they presuppose sizes on top of all that.
Well, no, at the end of that, then.
Their distances, right, only start with the shadows. Their sun had to be really big, much bigger, have a much bigger diameter than a globe, and be far enough away to match the angular size we see. Because otherwise, shadows won't work on their model. They can't have a close and local sun because the shadows will prove it's flat. You see, the shadows have to be able to work on the sphere. So the sun has to be way bigger in diameter, but it also has to be far enough away to match the angular size. But what I just one more time said there, what I said there recently was, if I get a 45-degree angle to the sun today, and I get a 45-degree angle to a star tonight, that means that the GP point of both of them are the same distance from my boat, right? Or my plane or whatever. But how does that make the stars further than the sun, or the sun closer than the stars? How can they be further if I can get the same exact distance further than each other, or have one further than the other, or whatever, if I can get the same exact distance GP point to both of them, if you think about it, it's like it makes them all the same distance.
It's not applicable though, is it? That's what I was saying. It's just nonsense. I think Arwen was kind of alluding to a application of trigonometry. If you had another side length, you could use that angle to apply trigonometry to it. But I think we recognise that this isn't trigonometry we're doing. So I say the only way you can have an angular distance to me is in celestial navigation, where it does relate to the GPs of the celestial object. But the important thing you see is that that's relating to the distance from the viewer to a GP, not the distance directly to the celestial object, just its GP.
Yes, but think about it. How can the celestial object, how can a star be further than the sun, yet its GP be the same distance at the same angle?
Because that's what we don't know, how the heavens plays out. It's not within celestial navigation, that claim's not there. It's only within heliocentric theory that's stated as an obvious fact. One's 93 and the other's a infinite. That's not a necessary claim in celestial navigation. In fact, it's denied, isn't it?
But that's where I'm working off. Like they say they're at an infinite distance. Infinite can also mean they have no distance, if you understand what I mean. Because if the GP point is the same distance from me, and when I take an angle to two different, doesn't matter what they are, just the sun and whatever star, and a 45-degree angle, and I get the same distance to the GP point. How can one be further than the other? If the star was further than the sun, then how am I going to get it? It doesn't make any sense. It's like they have no distance, and saying they have an infinite distance is the only way maybe you could get around it, because they have no distance.
How did you measure the angle to begin with?
That's where I was going.
What do you mean?
Well, you're measuring angles to these things, right? How do we measure the angle to begin with?
With a sextant.
Let's just ask the question. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
No. And let me add to John's point and to remark to what Adam and Brian were commenting on, because they all link together. When we first started this, and we all started looking into this, what was the first attack on us after they said, shh, don't say 90 and all the other garbage?
You don't understand.
Yes, that's true. What else did they say?
You're retarded. Die. You should never have children.
Too late.
So you never use the sextant, right?
That's right. And then what else? And I'll bring it here if no one guesses it. What's the most current one?
Well, they've all got degrees in navigation now, haven't they?
Oh yeah, instantly, right? That's right, Adam. All right, so I'll just get to it. Yeah, they said, well, then you should know the distance if it's triangulation. Remember that one?
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Okay, and then I would cite their own books, their own experts saying they don't do it for height. They don't do it for the distance to the sun. It's not for that. It's for the co-altitude and the GP of the sun or the star to the GP of the observer. That's what it does. It's an angular function for them in celestial navigation only. And the highest number is 90. So now bring it back to Brian's point, is that how'd they get that? Well, it's flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris, perfectly suited for the equator where you don't see it anymore on their model. And then they make a dingleberry around it. This is such a bait and switch. It is such a trick that we have uncovered it through celestial navigation, where their own experts say it's not for distances from Earth to the sun, but to get the angle so that you know how far on the ground you are from the GP or subpoint of that star when it's directly over the Earth at that year, that month, that day, that hour, that second, which they have in the book for thousands of years in the past to match thousands of years in the future. In fact, you can buy a copy that shows you every mark of these things, 57 navigational stars, adding up to 64 total from the year 2000 to 2050. How do they know all this? If we're moving and it's exploded and it's going in all directions, how is this repeating every single time? And why is the peephole in the pyramids in South America as well as Egypt have the sun come right through it every time the date they know it's coming through it?
Because it's on a cycle.
Yeah, it repeats itself, just like Genesis says, for times and seasons. That's why it was made.
Any scientific evidence of gravity?
No, I heard a golfer say the other day when one of my putts came in sideways on the hole, which is very rare. Gravity. No. It can't be gravity because Einstein said it's the bending of space-time. So it was the bending of space-time that caused that ball to go in.
No. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core? Thanks, Mr. deGrasse Tyson.
Wait a second. What was that guy's reply, Tent, when you said that? Your fellow golfer.
No, I told Nathan that's what I'm going to say next time because.
Okay.
No, I told
Sorry.
Nathan in the pre-show that the next time that happened, because normally I'd say, "What's gravity?" Okay, but I just met these golfers, so I'm going to play with them again next week. So it's going to be the next time he says it. Well, it's just going to be the same thing because when I used to say, "What's gravity?" they just look at you. Well, you know, and I go, "No, I don't know. Tell me." So when I say bending of space-time the next time, it's going to be like, "What are you talking about?" They don't know. The normies don't know.
About that
But it's
molten
gonna
iron
be the
core.
same-
Do they know about
Get
that?
him with.
Molten iron core? Anybody?
I was just going to suggest an option for 10. You
Thank
could
you.
say bending of space time. Give them the option. Say, what do you mean gravity? Bending of space time or spooky action at a distance?
I love it. Spooky. I'll throw that in too. Well, it came in at a magic speed at the side of the hole.
Okay, so about that molten iron core, any evidence that we have a molten iron core at the centre of the presupposed spherical Earth we bend at 7/6R?
You still trying to get this done in 20 minutes?
They're
No.
still working on it. They keep on trying new P waves and S waves techniques, but they haven't gotten there yet.
You'll need a flat Earth for those.
The new technique is an ionic liquid layer, I think. I'd have to look it up. I'll look it up for another day, but I'm sure the new thing is a form
not
of
just ionic.
ionized layer that
It's super,
Go on, Creation
not
Bear.
just ionic. It's super ionic.
But it'd have to be, wouldn't it? I don't know. What does that mean? I don't know. It's just better than ionic.
Like a turbo ionic.
Just roll with it.
It's a GTI molten iron core.
Remember that back in the 80s, everything was turbo. Aftershave, it's turbo.
Yeah.
Right, shout out to Goldie. It says, big love from South Florida. Thank you very much. That is all. And then palm trees and hearts. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Did we get to any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics? I asked it. I don't know if I got any answers.
No. Very,
It's impossible in their respective fields. I mean, the individuals could probably devise a viable hypothesis, but they could not apply it to their field because those fields demand presuppositional based assumptions. So, can't do it.
The dulcet tones of Michio Kaku. Hold on one second, guys. What was that from Michio Kaku?
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
I guess we don't have any hypotheses from you then, Mitchie. That's a shame. Any evidence of the R value, Earth radius?
You're gonna need a flat plane for that.
Any evidence you can have gas pressure, like we'll breathe, without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon? And as we've
Negative.
got another Simon Dan screen, we might as well use him as our example. Here we have clouds and such. Yeah. Now, beyond those clouds and such, if we just focus on this layer here, right, what we've got is high pressure gas. That's what's claimed this picture is of, next to a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. Now, if the sky was, as depicted here, and claimed to be a vacuum, then the gas we breathe would fill the space.
You can't test it. We're in a system where there is gas pressure, thus contained, as per natural law. Well, we can't, or we don't know how to escape that predicament in order to be able to test whether it is possible without a container.
Can anybody answer why it's necessary to apply a transformative equation like the Haversine formula if the Earth is already a sphere?
I am working on it, but I don't have an answer yet.
Your
I
orders,
have
But it's certainly not.
your orders are always
certainly
followed.
not
And
related to
Santiago
the-
was
the-
not
the
to be
surface.
touched. Then why was it necessary to transfer Santiago off the base?
I'll answer it from the celestial navigation books. Because the vertex of the angle is coming from the equatorial plane. And then it's projected back from the celestial sphere to an arc, as if the protractor's arc, if you could imagine that. And they make that the surface between 2 points.
See, that's what I think they're doing, Tamp. Doing that calculation in the sky, which they pretend is on the Earth, but it's that angular change between the great circles you create between the 2 points that the I see this. I'm still not sure because it's really complicated.
Well, it's. Let me see if I can give you something, because I'm in between my move and everything. I'm still researching more. But here's a meridian. Is now the full great circle. A meridian is the equator to the North Pole. It's 90 degrees. It's within that framework that they do it. So we're back to 90 again. And we're looking at a protractor, and we're seeing the baseline of a protractor, and then we're seeing the arc of the protractor. And what's 90? That's your zenith. What's the base? That's your zero line. That's the equatorial plane. And so they cut the sphere in half, and they say, here's the angle from that baseline, which is flat Earth. And then they project it out to the arc of the protractor. But the way they do it is they say it projects to the celestial sphere, and then from the celestial sphere, it's projected back to the arc of that protractor, and there's your 2 points. That's the transformative formula that Haversine does for them.
Now, Phil B disagrees. He says the Haversine formula calculates distances on a sphere, nothing to do with flat anything. Thanks for your input, Phil.
I'd like to challenge Phil. And how did you get the angular how did you get the angle in the first place, Phil? Did you get it from the curved baseline of that sphere, or did you go to the equatorial plane where it's flat, where nobody's at?
You know he can't get it from the curved baseline. He had to go there.
Well, of course, because their equatorial plane is the plane we live on.
Okay, speaking of Phil, that concludes the housekeeping. So in the pre-show, we were discussing people's objections to our refinement of housekeeping. So as it stands, there's a few little changes going on, a little tweaks here and there. Little tweak here and there, I should say. For example, we discussed the requirement for an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline? That's a relatively new housekeeping question. Further to that, there's several points that have been added into old housekeeping questions, as in the requirement for a flat Earth to have the angle return signal when you're talking about P waves and S waves. Again, these little refinements are sparks flying up a very sharp knife that we're refining on an almost daily basis. Don't get me wrong, some days there are no refinements happening for whatever reason. But generally speaking, that's what's happening. We're at the wheel, there's sparks flying everywhere, and we're sharpening up the knife. There's another housekeeping question as a third example, just to make the point absolutely clear, in regards to John's question that we just covered with Phil Bell. I'm going somewhere with this, by the way. So, asking why there's a transformative equation being applied to anything if the Earth's already spherical is going to eventually be refined into something that can get rattled off and never get, through within 5 minutes in the beginning of the show as it was originally intended with housekeeping. But it might get refined into a question that actually gets asked in the same way each day. So these aren't like us standing still or sitting on our laurels or whatever the phrase is when it comes to the show and how it's developed. We're constantly refining these arguments. Anyway, there's going to be a certain section of the people watching that I've watched that, I understand the arguments. Yeah, I get it. Al Bruni needed a... I'm not going to repeat what I did in the pre-show and that. I'll save that. Go and watch the pre-show if you want that little spiel that I was about to launch into, but I won't. The point is that if you are one of those people and you're like, no, I'd much rather watch the knife go through a fundy when they assert some nonsense that annoys me, or that I have to defend in comments, or whatever it is that is your reasoning for wanting us to take apart a fundy live. I get it. Now, there's always going to be a certain ebb and flow to the show, but that's something that you, which is where I'm going with this, can influence directly. Now, it is, I don't know from my metrics, typically the case that if a fundy joins, that is going to be the point that most people hit the share button and go, I know, I'll share this. Because this has got my adrenaline pumping. This has got me excited. Obviously, you're more inclined to share it, right? Yeah, that's fine. Now, that's wonderful. I don't want anybody to stop doing that. But it's sharing these shows, the ones that are a refinement on housekeeping, a discussion internally about the ether, whatever it is that is not necessarily a fundy having their head taken off. That is the kind of show that next man in line will benefit from in an educational way. But as a direct consequence of you sharing it to that man, there might be a different next man that sees it and objects to what we're saying live and appreciates that he can join and will, because there's a link below to Discord, to Guilded, where there's a public gateway. Now, frankly, I don't care what that public gateway is, be it Discord, it was originally Google Hangouts, then it was Meet, now it's Guilded. Whatever the public gateway is irrelevant, so long as somebody's got the means to come on. But they have to see that, whatever it has been now, we're coming up to 50 minutes, a very calm discussion about how Earth has got to be flat when you're acquiring an elevation angle measurements. Somebody's going to hear that and go, hang on a second, no, they're definitely navigating it spherical. I want to correct them. But they're only going to come if you click that share button. Because the show numbers, we haven't even topped 100 viewers on this show, which tells me that those people, they need to be spoken to. I need to address them. I need to speak to you if you're that person. Now, that's what I'm doing, in case you hadn't picked up on it. I'm not being subtle, right? You can directly influence whether or not there's people having their heads taken off with the knife that we tend to be refining by sharing the shows that don't necessarily have that beheading in the show. I.e., that's what encourages, and I say it every single introduction, the purpose of me saying share the show isn't necessarily just to get me to say, oh no, there's only 96 people watching. Oh, it'd be much better if there was 150. Yeah, and there probably would be if we were pummeling a fundy, but that's catch-22. You've got to share the show to get the guy who hasn't seen the show before to come along and object and want to correct us. Because that's all this is. We're just baiting people when we're refining our blade. Oh yeah, you're sharpening your knife. Doesn't mean you can put it through me. Yeah? What about boats and buildings? Getting blocked by the horizon, muppet. Yeah? Then they find out how sharp the blade is, don't they? But if you're objecting, as there are people currently doing, to the repetitive nature of refining a blade, yeah? You've got to understand that without that refinement, it wouldn't be a sharp blade, first and foremost. But that's what baits people in. watching the guy sharpening the blade, you just assume he's not very good at wielding it because he's the guy sharpening it, right? Well, they find out different, don't they? If you share the show, I'll point at this little ramble. Smash the share button if you're that person. Well, this isn't what I want. I don't want to see you talking about how I understand the Earth to be flat and how it's measured flat, how it's navigated flat, and how they build on it flat. I want to see you correct somebody live. Share the show. You'll get that person here.
All right. So I challenge Phil Bell right now to stop being a chat skank warrior to come on the show. He's always there saying we're wrong. Well, he can come on the show and he can have a one-on-one with any of us.
You're a
Come on the
salesman.
show,
You've
Phil.
appealed to as a salesman, I feel bad that you said that. No. What's his need? As a salesperson, that's the first thing you need to establish. I already know why he's here. He's here for his own deluded pain relief that he spews into the chat. So he doesn't want to come and challenge you and actually be proven wrong live. That's not on his wish list. Come on.
I didn't have my. Come on, Nathan. I didn't have my salesman hat on when I said that. I'm this retired farmer who read celestial navigation books and listened to your show for a few years and learned other fine arguments against his position that he keeps saying in chat that we're wrong. So come and whether it's Brian's Logic, Adam, myself, you, or anyone else, come on the show instead of hiding in chat. What's to be afraid of a farmer who's retired?
Yeah,
You're a
you
school
crazy
teacher.
flat earth farmer. No, Phil Bell's a professor. It's beneath him.
Says, why does flat Earth need degrees for longitude and latitude? Well, Phil B, come on and ask us that question. We're right here.
As I say, you
What was
can
the
interact
question?
with Phil from the chat skanking chats peanut gallery.
It's a Cartesian laced question, Brian.
What was his question? Sorry, I just missed
Why
that. there.
does flat Earth need degrees for longitude and latitude?
They are based off of flat. My God, where does the latitude and longitude grid come from, Phil?
I don't
Does it
know,
come
Brian.
from-
I don't know where the latitude and longitude come from. Maybe you could tell us.
Yeah, the flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's what gives us our latitude and longitude positions. You can't
Thank
get that on
you.
a globe. Remember, the globe's horizon is supposed to be refracted at a rate of 7/6 of the radius, which is a physical changing in the actual size of the physical globe, which means none of the, yet we use that exact horizon to get the exact latitude and longitude position. But that's where your radius comes from. It comes from, it's derived from flat Earth elevations angles to Polaris, which means that you can't use a 7/6 radius to get the correct latitude and longitude degrees, placements on the globe, because it has to not have 7/6 for that to ever even work mathematically. Why do you think that works on your globe? It has nothing to do with the globe.
Can't get elevation angle measurements from a curved surface. Woohoo! Over 100 people watching. Massive shout out to all of you. Smash the share button. Please share the show if you haven't done so already.
If your horizon is being claimed to be refracted, then you will not have latitude and longitude positions. You'll have longitude up to a point, but you won't have latitude. The longitude will eventually not work either when you go south of the equator, but latitudes won't work with 7/6 It can't. It's impossible. Your globe is too big. But they work perfectly all the time using the sea horizon and a flat
Worth a
plane.
plug. So
All
on
of it.
both Brian's Logic channel and this channel where it was originally aired, Brian does a full presentation on this. It's Flat Earth Debate Special Edition with Brian's Logic, or whatever Brian titled it on his own channel, which you should subscribe to today. So Brian, if you plug your own presentation that you mirrored, because then hopefully someone will spam it in the link and they can go and subscribe to you immediately, as they should have done so already. How dare they?
Thanks, Nathan. I just, when I hear that, it's just like, I'm sorry, it makes me irate. It's like, are you somebody that does no learning or does no personal thinking for yourself at all? I mean,
you
how
can't teach
can
an
you
old dog new
claim-
tricks.
Phil Bell is
Yeah.
pretty old, so. I mean,
It
come on.
means it's not nothing to do with age. It means he doesn't do any personal thinking for himself whatsoever. He doesn't use logic when it comes to these matters whatsoever. He might use logic all day with everyday things, but when it comes to this, he doesn't have any use of logic.
Why does that
There's no
enrage
talk
you?
with it.
Shouldn't you just pity him?
Well, he's sticking to his model.
He never needed logic before to get through, so he's just doing what's been working for him his entire life.
Yeah,
Hold on,
can't
by
teach
the
an
way,
old
can I
dog
have
new
a peek at
tricks.
that model?
Sorry, Neil, I rumpushed you, saying you can't teach an old dog new
I
tricks.
just said, can I have a peek at that model? And he claims that you have to have a professional globe, okay, and then you could do celestial navigation with a professional globe.
No,
I
they
can,
need an
I can get an ordnance survey map from my newsagent and post office and a million other places.
They need an equatorial plane, which they later do a transformative equation to make it into a dingleberry.
Ordnance survey, Google Earth, they all show it mapped out flat. Just go and see for yourself. Draw an elevation profile in Google Earth. Draw it across the entire world, and it'll show you reference to zero, how high or low things are on a flat plane.
Let me tell you how consensus science is so strong with Phil Bell. I can't remember a time in my life, especially the first time I brought it up, to this day, that I changed my mind on this. Water at rest is level. I argued that point with my teacher when I was in grade school. And you all know what he said. I don't even believe it. I just have to teach it. Phil Bell, you've been teaching this junk. Are you going to be as honest as that teacher, that you're programmed to do so, or you might lose your job if you start telling the truth? What's going on here? We know water at rest is level. That's why it's called sea level, zero. That's the zero. That's how you measure the height of a mountain. You use sea level. It's got to be zero.
You like my thumbnail, by the way? I posted it in Masturbators. Refraction! No? I thought it was good. I'm on it now. I've got capabilities to actually make a thumbnail while a live show is being produced. So yeah. The other thing that's happened recently is the transition to Guilded. And, the popularity of Discord meant such that there was plenty of people who already were on Discord that are like, oh, I can just join that server. I mean, for me, I don't use either, and I couldn't care less what the gateway is, but obviously it does have an effect on how much passing trade you get through the server itself, because there's going to be a tertiary dude that's already in Discord. But if he's already in Discord, he's probably already a chat troll anyway. You know what I mean? Not that everyone in Discord's chat trolls, but...
Nathan, the pictures of a turkey. Turkeys don't say "burger," they say
refraction. What was it supposed to be then, if not a turkey?
A chicken.
A chicken?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know why I pictured turkey. But
Yeah,
in my
turkey
mind, it's
doesn't make that
saying
noise.
refraction.
I thought the point of it is it's just wiki parroting. So it'd be refraction. I thought it was a parrot.
Yeah, but parrots
It
don't
is a
really make
parrot.
that noise either. It's really, it's a
parrot.
chicken thing.
No, it's not. It's a parrot.
Yes,
No,
nice
it's a
pun.
chicken.
Nice pun. Neil.
I
No,
literally
they
hear,
parroted.
I hear birds downstairs here talk about refraction on a daily basis. Those
Okay,
are
but what do
chickens.
parrots do? They repeat what they hear.
Yes, we get
Yeah, but
the
that's not what
parroting
they do
aspect
among
of it, Neil.
themselves,
Thank you.
though.
However,
They make beep, beep, beep noises.
Wow, this is getting really. Look, may I just comment on what you said earlier, Nathan? There are people who show up to the show for entertainment. They missed the bashing of the Globehead days, yeah, but they got their head so bashed in, they don't want to come back in. Like, that's why I believe Phil doesn't want to come and talk to us live. Number two, if you're here along the similar reasons I'm here, is to learn good arguments and then go use them with people and see how they work in the public when the opportunity presents itself. And that's where you get your greatest joy, is when you actually use the arguments. And then you come and tell your stories here, which help others see that they can do it. There's nothing to be afraid of or suspect, because these are great arguments and you're just asking questions from people who've been brainwashed all their whole life. And it depends why people come to your show. If they come here for entertainment, they're missing the bashing of the heads. But if they come here to learn, they're being equipped to go out and use it, then they can come in and share. And then the people they share with, if any of them wake up, they're going to join your show. So it's that kind of a show for me.
And the moral is, of course, please share the show. But with that, I'm going to say, first and foremost, a huge, enormous thank you to both G Plus and Gilded Panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming stream, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Another massive thank you to all of you who tuned in live, smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley. Stay tuned if you're watching on an after show, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Yo, man.
How's your night going?
Oh, it's morning here in Australia, mate.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. My bad. How's your morning going? You a coffee drinker?
Yeah, mate. I'm having a double espresso now, so I've actually,
yeah.
I've got to. It's Sunday, but I've got to work for the day, so
Nice.
get a few things out of the way.
Yeah.
But pretty quiet in here at the moment. They were all
Yeah.
in chill. They were all in chill chat before, talking about shit. So
Gotcha.
yeah, if you ever find you haven't been on here long, have you?
No, I've been on Discord for. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, my Bluetooth. Give me 1 second, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you ever find that there's no one in here, just have a look around the other channels, and someone will be floating around.
Yeah.
Talking
All
about
right.
stuff that we can't talk about on here.
Right. Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, all good, mate.
Yeah. There's a lot of called sub discussions to the whole flat Earth thing that I like to talk about, but I can't really do it on this so much.
Everything links together, yeah.
Yeah. The whole a lot of alleged. So it's crazy though, man. It's pretty damn flat everywhere you go, man. Pretty damn flat.
It's pretty cool, man. It's a different world than what everyone thinks it is, and everyone's just walking around oblivious to it. So I enjoy it. I love it.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. It is beautiful.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got to. I was just acknowledging you in there, but I've got to duck out. I've got to make some noise, mate. But I'll be in here waiting for a discussion. So
Gotcha, buddy. Have a good one. If I don't talk to you soon.
no worries, mate. Catch up.
All right, brother.
in some volume, V, and over here is going to be vacuum of equal volume, and we're going to remove the barrier. You know what's going to happen spontaneously, right? The gas is going to fill the available volume once it becomes available.
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 2, 1.
You've had your time, now you gotta go. So withdraw, bitch and yaw, algebra, don't you know? No need to frown, but you gotta go. Cause what we saw, so bizarre, NASA nah, ugh. Switch up, cause we gotta stop with the 9 and move to phenomena. So pack your landers fast, cause we're getting rid of ya. We're wanting to ditch ya, can't quite see why some lunatics wanna double ya.
Went out.
No mas NASA.
Went out again.
NASA, we're moving past ya. All the CGI we're getting is so old. Mama, Trump or Obama, all these sloppy, choppy crappies gotta go.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face. Round up those lies from long ago. NASA. Adios, idiots. Take with y'all the lunar modula and the robot. Don't you want to let Apollo go? I say yes. You say yes. Oh, yes.
Come back down. Falcon 9 first stage.
Enter Elon. He hails from Africa. Picked by NASA, so you can bet that he'll be taking yachts. Keep an eye in the sky for Elon before he steals another billion, or launches or lands another rocket full of billions.
Ilona, gonga kota, hamdu namsa namja noya gunu funsa. Imunkwa, hokutioda, ponantusa nimpusa utina.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face.
Hey, we want some 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 new face. NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face. New face. New fakes. The fakest fake ever faked.
Sedun katsa.
Sí, por favor. Porque yo necesito ir al baño. And now look at you, you're all wet.
How do you know that?
The pool, you fell in the pool.
Oh.
Wow.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Bye.